A lone eagle soars high in the sky, its wings spread wide against the clouds. Its flight path carries it over a dense, sprawling forest, the world below, a sea of green. The view descends towards the edge of the woods, where a horse-drawn cart comes to a sudden halt before clearing. The clearing opens up to reveal a vast, pastoral landscape. In the year 1013 of the Holy Calendar, this is the cultivated village of Joln, located in the western Ural Kingdom. Life in the village is peaceful. Children chase each other through fields of sheep, while near a stone well, Alma's father, Arnaud, plays a gentle melody on a flute. A voice calls out from an approaching wagon. It's Yannis, known here as Saikyou, who cheerfully greets an old man, asking if he's still alive. The villager calls back his name and welcome. Saikyou laughs, telling the man not to worry about the entrance fee, declaring that he's already part of the village. His expression shifts, a sharp, demonic grin spreading across his face as his eyes narrow. He states that to him, rules are like promises, and he always keeps his promises. As if to punctuate his words, thick slabs of meat sizzle and smoke on a large grill, the fulfillment of a promise taking shape. Later, the villagers enjoy the feast. Alma eats with a happy blush, a man beside her drinks with gusto, and a young girl with a single horn on her head eats with ravenous intensity. Saikyou presents a massive platter of food, telling everyone to eat their fill. While the villagers praise his generosity, Arnaud eyes the high-quality meat with suspicion and asks where it came from. Saikyou claims he hunted a thunder dragon, a boast that the villagers meet with roaring laughter, telling him to stop lying. He maintains a sly grin as Arnaud jabs a finger toward his face, declaring that his slanted eyes, grinning mouth, and funny hairstyle are all the marks of a swindler. Arnaud insists he won't allow whatever Yannis is planning. Before the argument can escalate, Alma rushes between them, flustered. She loudly proclaims that her Saikyou would never lie, a defense so earnest it makes Yannis realize she is his only true supporter here. Nearby villagers just laugh, remarking that Arnaud has him cornered. Alma's mother then intervenes, trying to soothe her husband by noting that Yannis is clearly rich enough to afford such high-quality meat, making him a good catch. Yannis laughs at the turn of events, which is compounded when a drunken elderly man loudly offers him his granddaughter's hand in marriage, asking if his consent is even needed. The tavern erupts in boisterous laughter. Much later, under the light of the full moon, Yannis stands alone outside, a quiet, knowing smile playing on his lips as the sounds of the party continue to drift from within. His solitary moment is interrupted as the party winds down inside. Arnaud, hoisting a sack of meat, tells Saikyou he'll be staying the night. Alma is overjoyed by the offer, cheering her thanks. As Yannis agrees, Arnaud's tone becomes serious, insisting that Yannis should be in bed resting. At that moment, Alma suddenly cries out, clutching her side in pain. Her cry goes almost unnoticed as Yannis' attention shifts to a nearby pregnant woman. He asks how the baby is, and she replies that it's become very energetic thanks to the meat he brought. A little girl with a single horn at her side excitedly asks when the baby will be born, and the mother estimates it will be in about a month. The woman's husband places a hand on her shoulder, expressing his certainty that their child will be happy. Yannis agrees, then quietly makes a mental note to visit again next month. After he finishes his next trip, having retired for the night, he collapses onto the bed in his guest room, sighing with exhaustion. He reflects that being able to live such a normal life is nothing short of a miracle, something he never thought he'd experience. This peaceful thought triggers a jarring memory, a vision of his own body, bloody and lifeless on a metal grate. He remembers that a long time ago, he lost his life back in Japan. He recalls the aftermath of his death on Earth. Due to his past misdeeds, he was not granted peace, but was instead reincarnated as a demon and plunged into the depths of hell, a desolate realm of ruined skyscrapers under a perpetually dark sky. There, he was constantly hunted by higher-ranked demons, grotesque and powerful beings who threatened his new existence at every turn. His life was far from normal, defined by the endless war between the supreme deities of hell and heaven, Satan and Zeus. Their bad relationship fueled constant conflict, which meant his own life was perpetually in danger. Through this chaos, he managed to obtain the wisdom and power needed to survive. Even so, he had to desperately struggle for 2 whole years just to stay alive amidst the infernal war zone. The conflict reached its apex when he confronted Zeus, heaven's supreme deity, directly. With Satan watching, he arrogantly declared he would end the old god's life, but Zeus retorted that it was time to punish the insolent brat. In that instant, Yannis realized with horror that he couldn't escape the impending clash. The two powers collided, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of energy. Engulfed by the blast, he thought he was dead for sure. All the hard work of the past 2 years seemed to have been for nothing as the overwhelming force consumed him. However, when he regained consciousness, he found himself in another world, a place entirely different from Earth or Hell. He had awakened in a lush, unfamiliar forest. It took him some time to understand his situation. He disguised himself as a human and flew across the new world until he found a village. There he spent 3 years learning the language and culture, pretending to be an amnesiac to fit in. Now, he lives as a traveling merchant. Lying comfortably in bed, he reflects on this new life. It feels like a dream, so peaceful that it's almost too good to be true. He feels truly blessed. He drops to his knees, overcome with emotion, sarcastically declaring his immense luck before stifling a laugh. His internal monologue clarifies his true feelings. After experiencing a literal hell, he feels he has earned this peaceful life as a reward. His past suffering has made him incredibly strong in this new world, a bonus stage where he no longer has to fear for his life and can enjoy simple comforts. His laughter turns wild and triumphant as he shouts that this outcome serves Satan right. He revels in the idea of living a slow life while retaining his strength, a dream he has long coveted. To him, it would be a crime not to savor every moment of this hard-won peace. His boisterous celebration is cut short when Alma appears at his doorway. She shyly explains that her mother sent her to bring him some water. Yanni's, caught off guard and now sitting on his bed, thanks her, admitting with a laugh that he was actually quite parched. She then reveals another reason for her visit, holding out a pair of leather gloves and urging him to take them. Alma explains that she heard traveling merchants often get rope burn from horse reins and, noticing he didn't have any, decided to make him a pair, a skill her father taught her. He examines the gift, clearly impressed. He tells Alma they must have been difficult to make and praises her skill, noting that they fit perfectly, are comfortable, and have even been dyed of vermilion color. Beside him, Alma giggles with delight. Her face lights up with pure joy at his words. Yanni smiles back warmly, thanking her sincerely and promising that he will treasure them. His gratitude prompts a flustered but bold declaration from Alma, who blurts out that it's a gift for her future husband. Immediately embarrassed, she wishes him a quick good night and rushes out. A surprised Yanni stammers a good night in return. As she skips away, giddy with her own boldness, Yanni's expression turns serious. He thinks to himself that he is sorry, but he cannot marry her. He is a demon, he reasons, and his skin is too tough to get rope burns anyway. The idea of marriage conjures an image in his mind, a family. He sees Alma, her father Arnaud, and a small, horned child, all together. The concept hangs in his thoughts, foreign and complicated. This thought solidifies a painful truth as he collapses onto his bed. Demons do not age. He realizes he cannot seriously entertain the idea of starting a family with humans, for he would be doomed to outlive them all, even his own children. He takes a bite of food as Arnaud, holding a fishing pole, approaches. Addressing him as Saikyou, Arnaud suggests they go fishing after he finishes eating. Nearby, other villagers admire the new gloves Yanni's received from Alma. Moments later, by the water's edge, Arnaud bluntly tells Yanni's that he won't give his daughter to him. Yanni's, looking irritated, retorts that he has no idea what Arnaud is talking about, insisting he is not a Lilicon. The misunderstanding escalates. Yanni's clarifies that he agrees, but only because he has no desire to become Arnaud's son. Taking this as an insult to his daughter, Arnaud roars back, demanding to know if Yanni's thinks Alma isn't charming enough. Arnaud's anger quickly deflates. He sighs, speculating that Alma's affection is probably just because Yanni's saved her life, a fact he finds annoying. Yanni's looks away, quietly wondering what Alma could possibly see in him. His thoughts drift to a conversation with Alma's mother. She had explained that while Alma acts energetic around others, it's a facade. She is mostly bedridden at home. The woman revealed that Alma was born with a weak constitution and doctors had said she wouldn't live past the age of 10. She continued, explaining that everything changed about a year and a half ago. After Yanni's returned from a trip and she began eating the meat and spices he brought, her health improved dramatically, as anyone could now see. Her gratitude was palpable. She admitted that when Yanni's first arrived, a stranger who couldn't even understand their language, she didn't know what to do with him. But now, she, and indeed the entire village, was thankful to him. The weight of her words settles on him. He reflects that their gratitude is an unnecessary burden, a consequence of him doing things he shouldn't have. His brooding is cut short by a sharp tug on his fishing line, and he realizes he has a bite. Back in the present, Arnaud notices his companion's distraction and tells him to choose between fishing or talking. With a sudden shift in tone, he announces that it is time to discuss the main topic. As he says this, his own line jerks taut. While pulling a large fish from the water, Arnaud reveals that a draft notice came from Central, and he has decided to join the army. He clarifies that his conscription isn't sudden, as he was already a reserve soldier. The reason for the call-up, he explains, is a recent increase in demon activity within the Ural Kingdom. Yanni's reacts with shock to the news, questioning the suddenness of it all. Arnaud's expression turns grave as he makes a solemn request. Should anything happen to him, he wants Yanni's to look after Alma and someone named Ars. He then questions how Yanni's, a traveling merchant, could be unaware of the situation. Flustered, Yanni's admits that because he always uses teleportation to travel, he failed to notice the growing unrest. The name, Ars, triggers a memory. A visibly pregnant Alma is seen, and someone questions her choice of name, pointing out that Ars is a boy's name and the baby's gender is unknown. A voice explains that Ars is the name for the baby in Jewish belly. Unfazed, Alma smiles and confidently states that it's fine, as she's sure the next one will be a boy. Yanni's questions Arnaud's decision, asking if he is certain about entrusting such a heavy responsibility to him. Arnaud confirms without hesitation. stating he specifically wants Yanni's for the task. He explains it's a precaution, born from a painful memory. His own father was eaten by a demon, a reminder that tragedy can strike unexpectedly. Seated on a low stone wall overlooking the village, Yanni's gives his answer. He states firmly that he will not make any promises. With their conversation concluded, Yanni's turns and walks toward his covered wagon, preparing to depart from the village. Later, at a market stall, Alma asks Yanni's when he will return. He estimates it will be around the end of the next month, adding that he'll come back to see her brother. After being told the total for his goods is 30,000 riel, he pays the merchant, who thanks him for his business. As he makes his final preparations to leave, Alma approaches. He calls her name, and she leans in close to whisper to him. He then kneels, beckoning her forward with a small gesture. He bids her farewell and presents her with a gift as his thanks for the gloves. Her eyes widen in astonishment as he reveals it is a dragon-scale necklace. In the distance, the assembled villagers, including her father, wave and call out their thanks to him. From behind the canvas flap of his wagon, Yanni's casts one last look back. He sees Arnaud place a proud hand on Alma's head as she beams with pure joy, clutching her new treasure. Now inside the wagon, Yanni's looks out as his journey begins. A hooded woman watches him go as the beast of burden hitched to the cart snorts, ready to pull away from the village. His life on the road is one of contrasts. He is seen conducting business with other merchants and sharing meals, a picture of a simple tradesman. Yet, another image shows him standing alone amidst vast, otherworldly ruins, a silent testament to a different, more mysterious part of his existence. Leaving the village and its memories behind, Yanni's leads his wagon down the long road, heading toward the horizon and the next stage of his journey. His journey as a merchant brought him to the royal capital of the Gazeria Dragon Kingdom, Wyverna. In the month of July, at the Merchants Guild, an official presented him with a rose insignia and a document, confirming his promotion to an intermediate-level merchant. With this new rank, he was told he would be able to conduct business with nobles. Yanni's offered his thanks for the congratulations. With his new status secured, he sought out equipment. At a market stall, an elderly woman suggested a pair of black leather gloves. A sharp grin spread across Yanni's face as he immediately agreed to the purchase, declaring he'd buy them for the price of 1 gold. As he walked through the capital, he fell into conversation with 2 other travelers. A young man laughed, impressed that Yanni's was already an intermediate merchant and joking that he'd brag about it upon returning to his village. When Yanni's mentioned he was from Ural, the man's demeanor changed. He warned that the Holy Knights were currently on an expedition in that very area, and that Yanni's should be careful. The man was surprised Yanni's didn't know. He explained that the Holy Knights of the Calamira Church can detect demons thanks to a blessing from their goddess. Every few years, they are permitted to conduct special expeditions into neighboring lands, like the Gazeria Dragon Kingdom and the Ural Kingdom, to hunt demons. However, he added ominously, there were rumors that their mission wasn't so righteous. He continued, his voice laced with contempt, explaining the rumors. The Holy Knights were said to take advantage of ordinary people who couldn't detect demons, using their authority to falsely accuse villagers and steal from them. As Yanni stood stunned by the revelation, the woman who had been with the man turned to him. With a look of genuine concern, she simply wished him to be careful on his way home. The warning echoed in his mind as he walked away alone. Suddenly, his demonic senses picked up faint traces of magic being erased from the area, a mana purge. His eyes narrowed, suspicion taking root as he glanced back down the street. His suspicion hardened into a deep sense of foreboding. He felt pressed for time. Though he hated to use teleportation magic in such a public place, the bad feeling about the situation urged him to hurry. The scene shifts to a quiet, sun-dappled path winding through a dense forest. The air is still, the only movement the rustling of leaves. A lone, covered wagon, pulled by a single beast of burden, makes its way steadily along the forest path. The creak of its wheels is the only sound that breaks the unnerving silence. He races through the fields, his gloved hand brushing against the tall grass as he pushes himself onward. He sprints across the open plains, then plunges into a dense thicket, his pace never faltering. Emerging from the woods, he crests a small hill and comes to an abrupt halt. In the distance, thick, black smoke billows into the sky from the direction of his village. His eyes widen in horror, a cold dread washing over him as he stares at the ominous plume. He remains frozen, his mind refusing to accept the implications. He mutters to himself, questioning if it's just smoke, a fire, before the terrible possibility forms. It can't be. A bead of sweat traces its way down his temple as he forces himself to take a breath, the sight before him churning his stomach. Shaking off his paralysis, he breaks into a run once more, trying to convince himself to calm down, that there is likely nothing wrong. He continues to rationalize as he runs, telling himself that smoke can come from cooking chimneys or from farmers burning dead grass, even if it is the wrong season for it. He reassures himself that if there is a fire, he can handle it. As he nears the village gates, a hopeful vision flashes through his mind. Alma and her father, Arnaud, running to greet him with smiles, calling his name. But the hopeful image shatters against the horrific reality. The thought, everything is Oka dash, dies in his mind as he stands frozen before the entrance to Ural. The village is a smoldering ruin, buildings reduced to burning skeletons and the ground littered with the dead. He stumbles forward, his steps heavy with dread, through the smoldering ruins of his home. The air is thick with smoke and the stench of death. Charred bodies litter the ground, and his gaze falls upon the lifeless form of a young woman, her light hair stained with soot and blood. His eyes widen in sheer horror, his face contorting in a mask of disbelief and anguish. The reality of the carnage before him crashes down, a nightmare made manifest. The source of his terror is a scene of utter devastation. Alma lies dying on the ground, while her father, Arnaud, is slumped over her, an axe buried in his back. Nearby lies the armored body of a holy knight, confirming their involvement. A silent scream of agony rips through the air. He falls to his knees, the names of the dead catching in his throat. Alma, Arnaud, Gramps. Each name is a fresh wound as he identifies the familiar faces among the slaughtered. Finding a flicker of life in Alma, he crawls to her side. Rain begins to fall, mingling with the tears on her face. He desperately asks what happened. Who did this to her? His voice cracking with grief. As her life slips away, Yannis stands over the fallen, drenched by the downpour. A strange power awakens within him. An ability called Soul Viewer, or Devil's Eye, activates, allowing him to perceive the lingering essences of the dead scattered across the ruined village. The villagers of Ural crowd together, pleading with the Holy Knight. They insist they know nothing of demons, with Arnaud at the forefront, begging the knight to wait. Their pleas fall on deaf ears. The commander of the Holy Knights, mounted on his warhorse, dismisses their claims. He roars that there are undeniable traces of an evil presence in the village, citing the dragon meat as proof. He declares that no one could defeat a dragon unless they were a demon. The commander turns his attention to Arnaud, accusing him of knowing who is responsible and covering for them. He demands to be told who brought the meat as the only way to prove the village's innocence. Arnaud, sweating under the pressure, can only stammer in response. With his patience exhausted, the commander declares them all servants of demons and gives the order to kill them all. The knights charge, and the massacre begins. On the ground, watching the slaughter unfold, Yannis realizes with dawning horror that the villagers died to protect him. It was happening all over again. His mind flashes back to a similar tragedy. He sees Alma, tears in her eyes, questioning why the world is so unreasonable and why innocent people had to be killed. He remembers his own powerlessness, the crushing feeling that, yet again, he couldn't save anyone. But the helplessness of the past curdles into a white-hot rage in the present. Yannis' face contorts, his human facade cracking to reveal the demon beneath as he snarls at the injustice. He unleashes his power, activating an ability known as the Devil's Eye, Soul Searcher. The ability manifests as a glowing trail of crescent-shaped soul signatures, marking the path of the fleeing knights. The trail of souls leads away from the carnage, a clear and undeniable path stretching down the road. It leads directly to the retreating holy knights. From a distance, unseen, Yannis takes aim, a brilliant point of destructive energy gathering in the palm of his hand. He raises a hand to the sky, and a brilliant star of light ignites above him. The light streaks downward like a falling star, passing over the unsuspecting holy knights below, over the village where he once found peace with Alma and her father, and over a past version of himself standing alone in a field. The light descends upon the fleeing knights, blossoming into a terrifying, fiery dome. The commander and his men stare up in horror. One of the knights cries out, asking what the blindingly noisy phenomenon is, while another shouts for the captain, who can only utter a choked syllable in response. From his distant vantage point, he watches the mushroom cloud rise over the horizon, a monument to his wrath. He reflects on all that he has lost over the past 2 years. His thoughts drift back to his time in hell, a place of constant war and death. There, he was dominated and he starved. That brutal existence had reshaped him. Before he even realized it, he had lost his human heart. He deceived, betrayed, plundered, and killed, consuming the meat and souls of his victims. By the time he first arrived in the village, his very soul had become that of a demon's. With such a soul, his initial intention was simple. He was going to kill them all. He had planned to use the villagers to gather information, and if they proved useless. But then, he recalls stumbling, and the villagers rushing to his side, asking with genuine concern if he was all right. However, their kindness changed everything. He remembers working the fields, sharing a laugh with Alma, building a snowman, and milking a cow. A tapestry of simple, peaceful moments woven into the fabric of his life. That life was warm. Everything became irreplaceable. After 2 long years of struggle and survival, he finally tasted good food, sharing a meal and laughter at the dinner table with Alma and her father. The memory of that peace is now a source of torment. He recalls a desperate plea to Satan, questioning if even that brief peace of mind would be taken from him. Clenching his teeth in anguish, he had resolved that if he was destined to lose everything he ever obtained, then he would stop caring. He would need nothing. And so, he embraces that nihilism, his inner demon manifesting as a monstrous, shadowy figure. It envelopes the memory of Alma, driven by a single, all-consuming desire to destroy everything. He struggles within the darkness of his own mind, his monstrous form convulsing. A sinister voice, his own inner demon, whispers his old name. Hey, Kaku, do you remember what you are? He tries to deny it, but the truth claws at him. The internal battle is lost. With a guttural roar that seems to crack the very air, his full, demonic nature erupts. The declaration is absolute, a bellow from the depths of hell. I am a demon, but through the haze of rage, a memory surfaces, the gentle, worried face of Alma. Her voice, a soft echo in his mind, calls out to him. The memory sharpens, pulling him back to a past conversation. He recalls confessing to her, his head lowered in shame. He admitted that this destructive impulse was his true nature, acknowledging it was wrong, but feeling powerless to stop it. He remembers her reaction not as fear, but as frustration on his behalf. She had puffed her cheeks, scolding him for his despair, telling him to get a grip. In that memory, he had fallen to his knees before her, apologizing. He confessed that he had lost everything. His voice had cracked with anguish as he tried to explain what she and her family meant to him. To me, you guys are my only family. The desperation of that moment floods back, his face contorted in remembered pain as he looked to her for an answer. And she had answered not with words, but with action. The memory of Alma pulling him into a firm, comforting embrace washes over him, silencing the demonic roar. As she held him, her voice returned, soft but clear in his mind. Listen carefully. His demonic form let out a final, guttural roar, a wave of pure agony and rage. The sound seemed to drag his mind into a murky memory of hell, where his bloodied human form stood before a colossal, goat-headed demon that watched him with heavy breaths. The vision shifted. He was panting in a dark space, his gloved hands reaching for a heavy wooden chest. With trembling fingers, he lifted the heavy lid, his breath catching in his throat as he peered inside. The chest was empty, but from it seemed to echo the wail of a baby. The infant Ars crying out his crib. The cry pulled him into another memory, a quieter time. He recalled asking Alma when the baby would be born. She had smiled, holding the cicada pendant, and supposed it would be in about a month. The memory deepened, showing the moment he discussed the child's name. Overcome with emotion, he had told Alma he wanted it to be her choice. Holding the infant, she gently questioned his chosen name, Ars, noting it was for a boy when they hadn't known the gender. Through his tears, Yannis had dismissed the concern, illogically insisting their next child would be a boy, and affirmed his decision. The weight of that memory crashed back into the devastating present. Kneeling amidst the smoldering ruins of his home, Yannis cried out the name he had chosen with such hope. Ars. He remembered the vow he made then, holding the small child in his arms. He, the demon Kakyu, would take Ars as a son and pledge to raise the child to be the happiest person in the world. He had sealed this pledge with everything he had, with his very soul, a burning heart bound by thorns. He holds the infant close, his voice carrying on the wind, as if speaking to the departed Arnaud. He apologizes for a promise he couldn't make in the past, declaring that he is now going to make a new one. His gaze softens as he looks down at the child. The promise is for Ars, that he will live a happy life. Lifting the boy towards the sky with a fierce, almost manic grin, he roars that his promise is absolute. Meanwhile, in a place called the Earth-Hell Realm, two demons observe the events. One, with short spiky hair, scoffs at Yannis, calling him a fool and questioning what kind of demon would use their own soul to make a contract. The other, identified as Satan, confirms that Yannis is the lesser demon who got stranded in another world because of a third, unseen party. The spiky-haired demon asks Satan what would happen if the lesser demon causes harm in the other world, to which Satan replies with dismissive indifference. Undeterred, the first demon issues a threat, declaring he will burn hell down and destroy all of their companions' familiars. With a smirk, Satan retorts that he already destroyed them. He laughs maniacally, turning his attention to an elderly demon. He points out Yannis, mocking him as the human that the idiot picked up. The elderly demon laments that he had high hopes for Yannis, who surprisingly hasn't died once in 2 years. His spiky-haired companion adds that Yannis was the only lesser demon whose power was comparable to the highest-ranking demons. A grim realization dawns on the old demon as he focuses on the infant Ars, carried by Yannis. He murmurs to himself about the profound irony of the situation. As Yannis walks through a graveyard with the child on his back, the old demon's voice delivers a chilling prophecy. That child is fated to kill him in the future. The question hangs in the air: what kind of path could a demon and a human child possibly walk together? Within the grand, column-lined throne room of the Demon Emperor's palace, a cloaked figure kneels before the dais. They address the shadowed figure on the throne, confirming that a rumored, significant event has indeed taken place. The kneeling figure continues, reporting with absolute certainty that their subordinate, who is tasked with tracking the movements of the knights, witnessed the event firsthand. The scale of the incident is depicted as a massive, mushroom cloud explosion. From the throne, the Demon Emperor, Zelmelkino's Lucilfer, is revealed. He listens intently to the report, his expression grim as he processes the information. He concludes that the caster of such a powerful spell must be his equal in strength, or perhaps even stronger. The emperor curses one of the 4 heavenly kings, a certain Theokia, for acting rashly to gain merit. He then instructs a small, penguin-like subordinate to order all the lords to refrain from getting involved. Unbeknownst to him, the highly skilled investigative subordinates of the insect lord have already formed a unit at the site of the explosion. Elsewhere in the palace, a woman in a horned mask chides a young man she calls Hades, reminding him to use the formal title, Your Majesty, in public. This man, Yanni's in his demonic form, scoffs dismissively. He mockingly asks his pops if he's grown weak-willed and offers to investigate the matter himself. He continues his thoughts with a smirk, reasoning that since the unknown party attacked the knights, they might not be an enemy. He acknowledges their impressive skill, having hidden themselves even from the heaven realm and erased their tracks after causing such a commotion. For now, he concludes, he can only wait and see. Back in the throne room, the demon emperor's own horns are now visible. He stares into the distance with grim resolve, vowing that whoever is responsible will one day fall into his hands. The scene shifts to the human realm within the Calamira Church Nation. A massive crowd cheers as a procession passes. A woman hailed as Saint Sama holds an infant princess, drawing adoration. A girl in the crowd expresses relief. Though the events at Ural were terrifying, the princess's presence is a blessing. She voices the popular hope that, according to legend, the saint will find a hero for the people. Observing the celebration is Zed Kruger, the sword saint and captain of the Church Nation Knights. With a confident smile, he remarks that it is a joyous day, with the masses congratulating the birth of the Pope's successor. The 58th Pope of the Calamira Church, Arlius de Calamira, stands beside him and agrees. He reflects that, while she brings hope to the people as a saint, he also feels a weight lifted from his own shoulders, as a father, a head of state, and a follower of God. Within the Church Nation, the sword saint, Zed Kruger, observes the crowd's reaction. He remarks that while the birth of a saint often signals political strife, this event should make people realize it is not the time for such conflict. He notes, however, that the aristocrat faction appears unamused. As Zed considers the internal politics, the Pope, Arlius de Calamira, looks on with a grave expression. He senses a great danger approaching the human realm. His concern is met with gentle confidence from a saint who cradles her newborn daughter. She acknowledges the truth in his words, but urges her father, the Pope, not to worry. He agrees, and they pray for the goddess's blessing upon them all. The Pope expresses his certainty that this child, the new princess, will one day guide the hero. Elsewhere, another child, Ars, lets out a happy sound, unaware of the grand destinies being discussed. The narrative shifts far from the capital to a more rustic setting where a goat bleats, seemingly announcing its arrival to everyone in Joln village. The goat, along with its companions, affectionately greets Yannis, who wryly introduces himself as Saikyou. He endures their slobbery welcome with a strained expression. He reflects that it has been a month and a half since he adopted Ars. This has become his morning routine, teleporting goats from Joln village to his location to procure fresh milk for the infant. His efforts are not in vain. The child, Ars, is perfectly healthy and full of life, looking up with a bright, cheerful expression as if to say there is no need to worry. That promise of tranquility is short-lived. Returning with pails of fresh milk, Yannis is startled to find the infant has already crawled a considerable distance. He calls out in exasperation, marveling at how a baby barely 2 months old can be so energetic and mobile. His frustration quickly melts in a fatherly concern as he rushes to the child's side. He scoops Ars up, soothingly telling the squirming infant that he must be hungry. He has now been a father for a month and a half, a period that has trained him to prepare milk without issue. His process is meticulous. First, he boils water, then cools it to a human's body temperature before sterilizing the bottle with a touch of magic, creating his homemade baby milk. But as he offers the bottle to Ars, the infant violently rejects it, spitting the milk out with a cry of disgust. Yannis is stunned. He realizes that since his child is a bit of a gourmet, the variable taste of goat milk can sometimes be a problem. In response to this rejection, he decides to refine the taste. On occasions like this, he will try again, this time adding nut jam and sugar cubes to the mixture. The result is the same. Ars spits out the sweetened concoction with an even more pronounced look of displeasure. With milk now spilled all over the infant, Yannis attempts to change his clothes, but Ars squirms and moves around, making the simple task a struggle. Yannis pleads with him to stay still, his patience wearing thin. He grits his teeth, refusing to let himself get depressed over such things. To be honest, he never expected raising a child to be so difficult. He reflects on the irony of his situation. He had thought he could handle this smartly. After all, he fought in hell for 2,000 years and mastered thousands of magic spells. But reality hits him hard. He isn't underestimating the task, but he realizes the limits of his power. He knows no spell to stop Ars from crying, no incantation to make him laugh, and no magic for cleaning clothes that spares him from scrubbing. He concludes that mothers are truly important, formidable figures. Later, as Ars sleeps soundly, Yannis watches over him, tears of adoration welling in his eyes. He thinks the child is an angel. The baby's tiny hand instinctively curls around his finger. He gazes at the crib and reflects. It has been tough raising him, to the point of reminding him of his life in hell. But just looking at Ars's sleeping face makes him feel as if his energy is completely restored. He wonders if Alma and Arnaud felt this way too, and wishes he could show them. His brief respite is shattered when Arnaud grabs him by the shoulders, shaking him violently and yelling at him not to sleep. While Ars is sleeping soundly, Arnaud declares it's time for chores. The day becomes a blur of activity, tending to livestock, chopping wood, and washing clothes. The demanding physical labor extends to the fields, where he diligently tills the soil for farming. Exhausted, he pauses his work, standing in the newly plowed field and letting out a deep sigh as the sound of cicadas fills the air. Wiping sweat from his brow with a makeshift headband, he casually informs a surprised Arnaud that he and Ars have moved away from the village. He begins to explain the extent of their journey, showing on a map how they traveled roughly 3,000 kilometers from the Ural Kingdom, across the sea, to a forest on the southern continent in the Elvert Federal Kingdom. The reason for the move, he continues, was to escape the Church Nation. Having killed their holy knights, he knew they would be pursued, and he couldn't risk raising a child while on the run. Though he doubts his demonic identity could be detected by magic, he chose to relocate as a precaution. Now that the explanation is over, he gestures toward a sturdy stone structure hidden among the trees, preparing to introduce Arnaud to his new home. He reveals that their new residence is a renovated fortress that once belonged to ancient elves, a hideout he found long ago during his wanderings. He points out its features: a secure location deep in a tropical forest, an indoor well-made functional again, and comfortable semi-underground rooms where Ars is currently resting. To ensure their safety, he explains that he has erected a powerful barrier around the fortress. Aware that perceptive individuals like the Holy Knights exist, this barrier completely hides any trace of magic, rendering them invisible to magical detection while still allowing free passage. Seated inside, Yannis admits to Arnaud that the place is rather run down. He wistfully recalls his time in hell, where any structure he built was often destroyed the very next day. A grand idea flashes through his mind, to steadily expand the fortress into a castle, but he quickly laughs it off, realizing it would defeat the purpose of a hideout. Standing within the damaged structure, Yannis proudly embraces his new property. He declares it his dream home, one he has desired for 2,000 years, and resolves to treasure it. His satisfaction is instantly shattered as a massive explosion erupts from the house, sending a plume of destruction into the sky. From a distance, Yannis lets out a horrified scream for his lost home. Inside, Arnaud rushes toward the infant Ars, frantically calling his name. The child, though startled by the commotion, appears to be perfectly fine, much to Arnaud's relief. A moment later, Yannis stands holding Ars, staring up at a new, large hole in the roof. He wonders about the cause, dismissing a demon beast or a lightning strike, given the clear sky. As he holds him, he notices a small trickle of fluid dribbling from the corner of Ars's mouth. Yannis' expression darkens with concern as he tries to understand what is happening. The answer comes without warning. Ars lets out a tiny sneeze, unleashing a shockingly powerful blast of dark, swirling energy that erupts from him. Following the immense blast, Ars simply lets out a small cough. The sight confirms a startling truth for Yannis. The infant was born with the ability to use magic. This realization forces Yannis to reconsider his assumptions. He had thought magic was rare, as most people in Joln village couldn't use it. His mind races until it lands on the only possible answer: the dragon meat. He recalls how, for a year and a half, he had always shared his favorite meal with everyone in the village, including a pregnant Alma, during the very time Ars was conceived. The connection becomes clear. The potent magic inherent in the dragon meat that Yannis ate must have transferred to Alma and affected the fetus during its early development. This could only mean one thing: Ars was born with dragon-type magic inside his human body. Looking at the sleeping child, Yannis is struck with profound guilt. He wonders if Ars's unusually fast growth is also a side effect. He realizes that this power will make it difficult for Ars to live a normal life, and feels he is to blame for burdening the boy with such a terrible inheritance. He resolves that with Ars having only him, he must find a way to manage. A vortex of power swirls up from the floorboards before him as he begins to channel his magic. From the swirling energy, he summons 2 miniature dolls in his own likeness, declaring it earth transmute magic. He muses that these mini Keikakus, which he can control freely, were useless in hell where such minor tricks were ineffective. Here, however, he believes they should at least be able to handle chores, making his new life easier. His plan immediately hits a snag. As one doll deals with soil bedding, he struggles to coordinate the other 2 to swing a cleaning tool. He directs them frantically, shouting instructions to move left and swing down, but the execution is clumsy and ineffective. With a growl of frustration, he realizes the flaw in his plan. The dolls are merely remote-controlled, requiring him to double his own effort. It's clear he needs more practice with this application of his magic. Standing alone in the room, he looks around and sighs. Still, he reaffirms his commitment, telling himself it's fine, as he had always intended to raise the child by himself. He leans over the crib with a demonic grin, his confidence surging. Compared to the constant war and rivalries between warlords in hell, he thinks raising a single child will be too easy. He vows to Ars that he will raise him well, but the infant simply sleeps on, oblivious. 2 weeks later, the reality of his situation has crushed his bravado. Yannis appears utterly haggard, with deep bags under his eyes, as he tries to comfort the incessantly wailing infant. His life has become a relentless cycle. Every 2 hours, day and night, he must soothe Ars, do chores, tend to the fields, and manage livestock. He has to deal with milk, poop, night crying, and even Ars attempting to escape. He laments that he has no time to repair the house with magic, and that with food supplies dwindling, he must somehow find time to hunt. He reflects on the sheer chaos of Ars's powers, thinking that this is a different kind of hell. When Ars cries, thunder erupts. When he wets the bed, he shoots a water cannon. A cough can cause an explosion, and a laugh can create a tornado. This is far beyond normal infant troubles. Looking down at the peacefully sleeping child, Yannis fights his overwhelming exhaustion. He tells himself he cannot lose his spirit, even as he desperately pleads for just 1 hour of uninterrupted sleep. He stares down at the table, his hand trembling with a mixture of exhaustion and rage. The strain of caring for the child has pushed him to his absolute limit, a single thought repeating in his mind. This kid, he'll be the end of me. His fatigue pulls him into a memory. A younger version of himself confronts his father at the doorway, demanding to know how many times this has happened. His father, looking weary, simply states that it's work and he has no choice. The argument escalates. His father insists he is doing this for his son's future, but the boy retorts that his father shouldn't decide his future for him. He argues that he likes his current school and can earn his own money, but his father dismisses it, telling him he should be studying instead of working a part-time job. Overwhelmed by the pressure and his father's intransigence, the young man, his face streaked with tears, finally screams out in anguish, "I never asked for this." The memory shifts to a quiet room containing a family altar, where a photograph of a happier time rests. From another room, his father's voice calls out to him. His dreaming mind focuses on the photograph, a portrait of him as a child with his father and his smiling mother. The name of his hometown, Ishimaki City, is visible nearby as he thinks of her. The memory fades, and back in the present, Yannis stirs in his exhausted slumber, mumbling his mother's name as he lies, slumped over the table. He drifts in a half-waking state, his sleep-addled mind conjuring images of small, goblin-like creatures surrounding him. He groggily rubs his eye, wondering if it's just a dream. The nightmare intensifies as one of the dream goblins lunges forward with a blade, jolting Yannis awake with a gasp, his eyes flying open in terror. Suddenly wide awake, the dream of goblins vanishes, replaced by a far more terrifying reality. He frantically looks around, realizing he fell asleep. A surge of panic hits him as he screams, "Ars! Where's Ars?" He stumbles back, hand clamped over his mouth as the horrifying realization dawns on him. Ars was kidnapped, snatched away right in front of him while he slept. The shock instantly hardens into a cold fury. With teeth clenched, he activates his devil eye and bursts out of the room, slamming the door open as he begins his pursuit. Once outside, he unleashes his Soul Seeker ability. The magic spreads across the ground, revealing a trail of glowing footprints leading away from the house. With the path illuminated, he breaks into a desperate sprint, kicking up dirt as he follows the tracks into the wilderness. As he runs, his mind floods with self-recrimination. He questions the point of his protective barriers, furious that he was so exhausted he failed to even notice goblins infiltrating his home. He scoffs at his own recent thoughts. The idea of being a father, of raising Ars on his own, now feels like a bitter joke. All his fear and desperation erupt in a single, raw shout that echoes through the trees, a plea for Ars. His voice cracks as he sends a desperate hope into the wilderness, praying that the child is safe. He bursts into a clearing and stops dead. A strange scene is before him. A young woman with small horns holds an unharmed Ars. A defeated goblin lies at her feet. As Yannis screams the baby's name, the woman looks toward him. She turns her head slightly, her expression calm and unreadable. From behind her shoulder, Ars, with his own small horn visible, peeks out toward the sound of Yannis' voice. She stood before him, holding the infant, and Yannis could only stare, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as he processed the impossible scene. His analytical mind took over, identifying her as a dark elf. He noted the slave collar around her neck, wondering why someone like her would be in this remote place. Beside her, the older man watched the tense standoff. The silence was suddenly shattered by a joyful gurgle. Ars, recognizing Yannis, reached out from the woman's arms with a happy cry of "Dida!" Though Yannis himself remained frozen in shock. The older man, misunderstanding the situation, spoke with relief, assuming Yannis was a foreigner. Yannis quickly tried to explain he was the baby's father and asked if they had saved him, but his words were met with blank stares. He cursed inwardly, realizing the language barrier. The man then turned to his companion, calling her Urza-san, and instructed her to give the child back. He explained to Yannis that they were on their way to the holy city when they found goblins carrying a baby, expressing his gladness at finding the father. With the path seemingly clear, Yanni's reached for the infant, murmuring an apology to Ars for the scare. As his gloved hand brushed against Urza's arm, she flinched away, her expression instantly shifting to one of wary suspicion. Her apprehension hardened into a direct challenge. She faced him squarely, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she posed a simple, yet heavy question. Are you really this child's father? He was taken aback by her intensity. Attempting to get his bearings, Yannis asked where they were. Urza replied that they were in the Vauclay Great Forest, an unexplored and dangerous jungle that people avoided, as it was said to be the home of a fire dragon. The reason for their caution became apparent. They stood on an old, disused road far from any main route. The older man considered the situation. It was only natural to suspect a lightly dressed foreigner with a child of being a kidnapper in such a desolate place. Urza's suspicion solidified. She held Ars tighter, her gaze locking onto Yannis's with renewed intensity. I'll ask you once again, she declared, her voice firm and resolute. Are you really this child's father? He internally questions his relationship with the child, wondering if he is truly a proper father figure to Ars. It is a thought he has actively tried to avoid. However, as a memory of Alma, her father, and the other villagers flashes through his mind, he admits that while he doesn't know what to call these bonds, there is one thing he can say for certain. Looking at Urza, who still holds Ars, he begins to explain. He tells her he is sorry and cannot reveal the details of their situation, but to him, with a hand pressed firmly to his chest, he declares with unwavering conviction that the child, Ars, is the most precious person in the world. His sincerity seems to reach Urza, who looks down and apologizes for overstepping her bounds. Yannis reassures her, stating that as his son's savior, he couldn't be mad and that her doubt was reasonable. He thanks her and bids her farewell. As he turns, Urza tells him there is no need for thanks, revealing her status with a single, stark statement. She is just a slave. Moments later, Yannis watches as the car departs. Urza is now locked within a cage on its bed, and she gives a small bow as they move away down the path. Now alone with Ars, he reflects that he had actually noticed the shackle on her ankle before, but had turned a blind eye to it. Her pointed question, however, had forced him to acknowledge it. His thoughts spiral inward. He had claimed he was raising Ars for the boy's own sake, but he now confronts a harsh truth. That was a lie. He is doing it for his own sake, realizing that because Ars only has him, the child can never live a normal life. The shadows of Alma and the others he has lost stretch out behind him. He finally admits his deepest motivation. He was simply scared. The thought of allowing more people to become important to him, only to potentially lose them, is an unbearable fear. He stands in the darkness of his own thoughts, the weight of his decision pressing down. He realizes he has dragged the infant Ars into his solitary life, not out of altruism, but pure selfishness. This realization is agonizing, for he knows the pain of loneliness all too well. He questions himself. Would a true father deny his child a chance to have friends, to find love, to chase dreams? The memory of Alma's touch haunts him, a reminder of the connections he fears. His resolve hardens. He will protect them. That is the path he must take. He vows that even if more people become important to them, this time he will not lose them. This new determination is for Ars, to fulfill the promise he made and to finally become the boy's true father. A vision of pure joy, lifting a laughing Ars into the air, flashes through his mind. Coming back to the present moment, he leans in close to the infant. Ars, he asks softly, what do you want me to do? In response, an image forms, not in words, but as a pure, childish desire. A vision of a happy family, a smiling father, a gentle mother, and a joyous little girl with a horn just like his, all together. His eyes widen slightly in understanding. He sees the child's unspoken wish. I see, he murmurs. You're right. The infant, sensing his father's change of heart, lets out a happy cry. Yannis, his spirit renewed, lifts Ars high into the air once more. All right, he declares with a wide grin. Father will do his best for you, and so their journey takes on a new purpose. As they travel through a dense jungle, Yannis speaks to the child. Let's find it, he says, his voice filled with conviction. For you. No, he corrects himself, for both of us. Their search leads them to a caged wagon, where he addresses the horned woman inside. Someone that will become a part of our family, he explains with a confident smirk. The woman, Urza, looks up in shock, repeating his implied meaning. Searching for a mother? In a heavenly waterfall canyon, deep within the great forest of the Elverant Federal Kingdom, a hand with dark nail polish snaps its fingers in triumph. A voice declares their mission a success. They have stolen the eggs from the dragon. A group of thieves flees through the wilderness. One cautions the others not to get too excited, reminding them they still need to escape alive. Urza, another member, expresses her disbelief that they actually succeeded. As they continue their retreat, one of the thieves, panting, wonders why the dragon isn't pursuing them since they've already covered a good distance. A turbaned man reassures him, explaining that they're concealed by a barrier that erases both their physical presence and their magical aura. The man elaborates on their brutal strategy, They sacrificed 8 combat slaves and 4 S-rank demon apes to force the fire dragon into the waterfall basin, confident that even such a powerful creature wouldn't emerge unscathed. He then reminds the group that the share for the stolen eggs is 3-1. The man carrying the large container with the eggs retorts that such terms need to be negotiated with their boss. They all agree that the eggs will more than cover their losses. The party continues their frantic escape, putting more distance between themselves and the scene of their heist. Suddenly, a massive cloud of steam erupts from the waterfall basin. The sheer heat from the enraged dragon has evaporated the entire body of water. One of the thieves cries out in alarm, telling the others to hide. As the group watches in disbelief, the dragon takes flight, heading west. The masked woman declares them saved, reasoning that their barrier worked and the creature never noticed them. The turban man wonders aloud where it could be going. The dragon soars over a cracked, barren landscape. The turban man speculates that if it's heading toward a town, that town is doomed. In response, the masked woman lets out a callous laugh, mocking the very idea that he would care. Far away, Giannis holds the infant Ars, his expression grim. He watches the distant beast and understands the truth of the situation. That dragon is now an enraged calamity. He has since traveled to a bustling city. The infant Ars held securely in a sling against his chest. The press of the crowd makes him tense after so much time spent in isolation. He internally introduces himself to the throng as Keikaku, his heart pounding with nervousness. The city is Pomola, a port town situated on the Elbit River. It is the closest major settlement to his hideout in the forest, located approximately 80 kilometers directly to the north. Pomola's location makes it a hub of activity. The slow-flowing river allows for easy upstream travel by ship, and its proximity to a major highway connects it to the rest of the country. Merchants from overseas frequent the port, filling the air with various languages. However, this strategic position has also fostered a dark underbelly. The city hosts a large black market that thrives on slave trading. Furthermore, the Vauclé Great Forest on the other side of the river is known as the territory of the Fire Dragon, a place humans dare not approach. It is this very market that has drawn Giannis here. He has come for one reason: to buy a slave to help him take care of Ars. This decision comes after the harrowing kidnapping incident just a few days prior. The memory of Ars being snatched right before his eyes is still fresh, forcing him to abandon the policy of raising the child entirely by himself. He has resolved to find a family member to help him. He wryly considers the term, an image of a wedding flashing through his mind. Finding a family member in that sense would mean he was spouse hunting, a complication he dismisses with a weary expression. His presence does not go unnoticed. Onlookers murmur amongst themselves, wondering why a man is carrying a baby. They note his fine clothes and even his devil's ears, speculating about his wealth. Giannis realizes they all think he's a rich, easy target. As he suspected, the task proves. He sighs, surveying the remaining individuals lined up for sale. Despite the numbers, he finds himself unable to spot any good human resources among them. He considered the difficult criteria for his search. He needed someone capable of handling Ars's magical outbursts, yet also someone he could implicitly trust with a child. In this country, slaves were typically criminals who had their freedom revoked, making the combination of strength, trustworthiness, and a clean past seem nearly impossible to find. He grimaced, realizing it would be incredibly hard to find such a person. His mind drifted to the few individuals who fit parts of his criteria. He thought of Alma, a person he could trust completely. Then his thoughts turned to the horn girl, Urza, a truly strong person. He also knew he needed someone well-educated, further complicating the search. The weight of his failure crashed down on him, and he slumped to the ground in frustration. He lamented missing out on such a talented person like Urza. As Ars looked down at him, Giannis sighed, telling himself that regrets were not going to help his situation. But then, a sudden realization struck him. There was one. As he resolved to pull himself together, he overheard a nearby conversation. One merchant confirmed to another that a certain rumor was true. Giannis listened, thinking to himself that if a real big shot had arrived, there would surely be more of a commotion. The merchants continued, buzzing about a potential business opportunity they couldn't miss due to an unannounced visit. One of them exclaimed that Seabass of keen insight was really coming to town. The name jolted Giannis, who wondered aloud if it could be the legendary Louis Sebasta. The name belonged to Louis Sebasta, a man of immense renown. In just one generation, he had become the greatest merchant on the continent, a super big shot who even became a supplier for the Lawrence royal family. As president of the vast Sebasta company, he dealt in a wide variety of goods, from food and gold to even slaves. This revelation was a bolt of lightning for Giannis. He realized that a merchant as famous as Seabass of keen insight would definitely have access to the kind of person he needed. Even he, a simple wood merchant from across the sea, knew the name. Holding Ars up, he declared that this was good news. With newfound purpose, he stood atop a stone wall overlooking the bustling port. Though he didn't know if the rumors were entirely true, his goal for the day was now clear: find Seabass of keen insight and become acquainted with him. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated, walled-off area, Urza sat alone. The heavy shackles on her ankles and the collar around her neck were a stark reminder of her status as a slave. Her gaze was distant, lost in a memory. A single thought surfaced in her mind, that time. Her gaze fell as she offered a silent apology for her rudeness. Elsewhere, Yannis clutched the charm that belonged to Ars's mother, reflecting on the infant in his arms. He considered Ars his most precious son in the entire world. This thought, however, led to a more troubling one. Why was he able to trust that man, Louis Sebasta? He had thought he'd lost the ability to trust what people say. As this doubt crossed his mind, a cloaked figure approached Urza from behind, informing her that the ship was ready. In response to the order, Urza knelt in submission before the imposing, cloaked individual, acknowledging that she understood. Overseeing the exchange, Louis Sebasta allowed a faint, satisfied smile to grace his lips. The scene shifts dramatically. Yannis, clutching Ars, sprints through a city alleyway as a large, furious man gives chase, roaring for the bastard to wait. The source of the man's rage becomes clear. Yannis, looking panicked, attempts to apologize, explaining that his son sneezed and accidentally set fire to the man's store. The apology is met with a furious shout, demanding to know how he dared to burn the store down. He stands his ground in the middle of the alley, the ground around him scorched and littered with debris from the accidental blaze. Putting on a strained smile, he tries to de-escalate, suggesting they talk peacefully and offering to pay for the damages. Internally, however, he curses his rotten luck. The shopkeeper is unmoved. He bellows that he would never trust Yannis, declaring that he has the face of a swindler. He then mutters to himself that it has been a while since someone said that to him. The outburst throws Yannis into confusion. His companions react with alarm, one urging him to run for the ship. At the same time, a bystander points in another direction, shouting in surprise and drawing attention to another, even greater commotion unfolding within the town. His confrontation with the shopkeeper was instantly overshadowed by a far greater threat. A massive fire dragon, the enraged calamity, descended from the sky, its roar and the force of its arrival shattering the peace of the port town. An explosion rocked the rooftops near the colossal beast. As Yannis watched, holding Ars, a flicker of manic surprise crossed his face. The dragon itself appeared bewildered, letting out a confused cry as if startled by the blast. He quickly processed the situation, a wry smile forming. While he wondered why the fire dragon was here of all places, he recognized the chaos as a convenient cover. He had drawn too much attention and needed to run. But as he surveyed the scene, the city burning, the air filled with screams of pain, his resolve wavered. Clutching the wide-eyed infant, Yannis stood frozen amidst the destruction, questioning if he could truly just run away and abandon them all. On the open sea, a scene of fiery destruction unfolds. A massive fire dragon soars above a fleet of ships, engulfing them in flames and sending thick plumes of black smoke into the sky. Aboard a nearby vessel, a woman with long, light hair shouts in panic, urging the others to turn back to shore. Urza, however, looks toward the chaos, her attention fixed on the slave children who are being left behind in the frantic escape. The bald man with them expresses his disbelief and terror at the sight of the dragon. Ignoring the pleas to retreat, she makes a decisive move. "I'll go save them," Urza declares, launching herself from the ship's railing and soaring through the air toward the besieged port. Meanwhile, on a rooftop overlooking the harbor, Yannis clutches the infant Ars and wrestles with his own dilemma. He mutters in anguish, realizing that if he fights the dragon, he will be seen by many, and word of his existence will surely reach the church. His thoughts race. He questions the wisdom of exposing Ars to the danger of the holy knights merely to save strangers. His rational mind tells him he should leave, that his priority must be the child's safety. He believes this is the correct, logical choice. He is certain he isn't wrong, and yet a powerful impulse urges him to act. Below, the fire dragon continues its assault, its massive form a terrifying silhouette against the chaos. As the dragon devastates the docks, a new figure enters the fray. A cloaked individual lands silently on a thick mooring chain. From his vantage point, Yannis spots the newcomer, his eyes widening in surprise. The cloaked figure doesn't hesitate, sprinting along the taut chain with incredible speed, heading directly for the colossal beast. The dragon turns its head, its reptilian eye locking onto the approaching challenger. Simultaneously, having reached the shore, Urza attacks from below. She drives her small blade into the dragon's massive leg, but the weapon merely scrapes against its thick, scaly hide with a faint metallic sound. High above her, the cloaked figure completes their approach, leaping from the chain in a daring aerial assault aimed directly at the dragon's head. As the cloaked figure attacked, Urza simultaneously launched her own assault, leaping high and bringing her blade down hard on the fire dragon's thick, scaled tail. At the same moment, the cloaked warrior met the beast head-on, swinging a massive curved sword towards its neck. The blade connected not with a simple cut, but with an eruption of dark, swirling energy that engulfed the dragon's head and chest. Reeling from the concussive blast, the great beast stumbled backward, crashing through the city's waterfront buildings as the mysterious assailant landed. From her position, Urza watched as black smoke billowed from the dragon, a testament to the power of the cloaked figure's attack. Observing the chaos from a safe distance, Yanni's eyes widened. He recognized the horned woman fighting below. It was the elf from that time. Urza, meanwhile, assessed her opponent. She realized the fire dragon felt slow because its body was already covered in wounds. She wondered if foolish humans had provoked it, causing this rampage. Knowing she had no chance of winning, she decided she could at least buy time for the civilians to escape. With quiet resolve, she invoked a spell, Dusk. Yanni's flinched as a blinding spell erupted from her position, momentarily disorienting the dragon. Before the beast could recover, Urza's body began to glow with power as she cast another spell, Strama, a form of body-strengthening magic. Empowered, she leaped, jumped, and slashed, bringing her blade down in a crushing blow against the dragon's leg. The crowd, ignorant of the true power difference, cheered her on. Yanni's, however, saw the truth with a grimace. The attack had barely done any damage. The elf warrior screamed with exertion, her enhanced strength proving insufficient. It was then that Yanni's understood. She was only going to exhaust herself. She wasn't trying to win. She was trying to buy time. He turned to the onlookers, shouting for them to hurry up and run while she created the opening. He watches as the dragon's massive tail whips through the air, swatting Urza aside like an insect. She is sent hurtling toward a pile of sharp-edged rubble, her body limp. Below, amidst the chaos, the mysterious cloaked figure also observes the unfolding disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, he springs into action, diving across the ground to position himself directly in her path. He successfully breaks her fall, but the force of the impact sends them both tumbling. Urza lands atop him, coughing weakly as she struggles to catch her breath. The dragon lets out a triumphant, deafening roar. The sight of their defeated protector sends the townsfolk into a full-blown panic. Cries of despair echo through the streets as they realize their situation is hopeless and begin to flee for their lives. Amidst the crumbling stone, Yanni's holds the injured Urza. He looks down at her and speaks calmly, saying, "Yo, thanks for the other day." Her eyes widen in shock and recognition. He grins, revealing his sharp teeth, and tells her that he can't let the savior of his son die in front of him. Urza begins to question why he is there, but Yanni's cuts her off. He apologizes, explaining that they are pressed for time and that he has a question for her. His expression turns serious as he asks about the blinding spell she used before. He needs to know if she can use it again, but this time to blind everyone in the entire town. As he speaks, the cloaked figure can be seen watching him from the crowd. Taken aback, Urza starts to ask what he means. Ignoring her confusion, Yanni's presses her with a simple, urgent question. "Can you do it?" After a brief pause, she concedes that she can, but only for a short period of time. As she agrees, the dragon roars again in the background, and Yanni's face hardens with grim determination. His resolve was set. With the town plunged into magical darkness, Yanni's declared his true objective, exterminating a dragon. Urza, still reeling, could only react with stunned disbelief. He urged her to act quickly, insisting he only needed a few seconds of the blinding spell. As she hesitated, demanding to know what he was doing, he simply asked her to hold the small, horned child for him. She took the child, her mind struggling to process his words. "A dragon, exterminating?" she murmured, the blood on her lips a stark contrast to her pale, bewildered face. From a rooftop high above the chaos, the cloaked figure watched intently. The scene stirred a memory, and they recalled Yanni's other strange abilities, Rob and Dusk. It happened again, this strange perception, and they wondered why they were able to sense his powers so clearly. Their internal debate settled into a single, undeniable conclusion. This person was telling the truth. At that moment, another figure charged into the fray. A young man with spiky, light-toned hair stepped forward, his gaze locked on the beast. "Hey, dragon," he roared. "Look at me." He continued to provoke the creature, questioning if it could still perceive its surroundings through sound and magic auras alone. The dragon let out a low growl, then lunged with a furious roar as a blinded civilian screamed in terror. Unable to see the unfolding danger, the young man stood his ground, conjuring a sphere of raw energy. As the dragon's massive jaws snapped shut, the immense, shadowy silhouette of a goat-headed demon materialized behind him. He thrust his palm forward, striking the dragon's head with devastating force. The resulting shockwave of demonic power washed over the area, causing Urza to gasp, her eyes wide with utter astonishment at the spectacle. The chaotic present fades, shifting back to the moments just before the battle began. Yanni's walks through the rubble toward a kneeling Urza. "Urza-san, was it?" he confirms, before stating plainly, "I have a favor to ask of you." He then kneels before her, gently taking her hand in his. His gaze is steady and serious, leading into the very request that set these calamitous events in motion. Returning to the present, the battlefield falls into a stunned silence. The massive fire dragon lies motionless, its head slumped on the ground. Yanni stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend what just transpired. The spiky-haired warrior who unleashed the final attack stands before the beast, confirming the impossible. It's dead. Nearby, Urza's face, smudged with grime, is a mask of pure shock as she processes the sudden turn of events. A few months ago, within the inner sanctum of the royal castle in Lawrence, the country of magic, a royal figure addressed Urza of the Dusk. He identified her as a loyal intelligence operative of the royal family and informed her that he had a classified mission. Kneeling, Urza acknowledged him as sire. The figure, revealed to be a young man with horns, elaborated on the mission. He explained that a secret meeting was scheduled for that night at the old knight's quarters between a merchant from a dark guild and a noble. They intended to exchange a forbidden magic tool, an act that he claimed could threaten the safety of the citizens. As he spoke, the image of the target appeared, a hooded figure wearing a distinct white mask. The prince's directive was explicit. He wanted Urza to assassinate the merchant before the exchange could be completed. From a high perch, Urza listened intently. She accepted the gravity of the command, her expression hardening with the resolve that this act was necessary for the future of the magic country. However, during the operation, the plan went awry. The target's white mask suddenly shattered, revealing a look of shock on the face of the person beneath. The figure, now unmasked, stumbled forward from an unseen attack, falling against Urza as the broken pieces of the mask clattered onto the stone floor. Urza stared in disbelief. The man bleeding before her was not some unknown merchant. As he gasped her name, she stammered in horror, unable to comprehend why her king was the one who had been struck down. The king, Her Majesty, looked upon her with dying eyes. Urza's face was a portrait of terror. Unseen by either of them, a third party observed from the shadows. Yanni's, a smirk on his face as he held the assassin's mask, revealing himself as the true attacker. In the aftermath, Urza was brought before the royal court, her hands bound. An official declared that for the crime of high treason, Urza of the Dusk was to be enslaved. She cried out in protest, desperately reminding Prince Eliad that he himself had given her the classified mission. But the first prince feigned ignorance, coldly stating he was traveling abroad that day. He silenced her, dismissing her pleas as nonsense and ordering the guards to take her away. He watched impassively as Urza struggled against the royal guards, her voice raw as she pleaded with him. She insisted it was a conspiracy, warning that if it wasn't investigated, the entire royal family would be in danger, but her words were ignored. His expression remained cold and unyielding. He heard her call him Anisama, brother, her voice filled with a desperate plea for him to investigate, yet he showed no flicker of emotion. Her pleas went unanswered. Now, she sits alone in a cold dungeon cell. From outside, she overhears whispers. People question why she wasn't executed for high treason, speculating that the crown fears retribution from her clan, the Heranoido. The news that His Majesty is in a coma, though still alive, offers no comfort. The terrible realization crashed down upon her. He set me up. The thought that they would burden someone with the troublesome job of handling her enslavement seemed illogical. Who would even buy a woman incarcerated for high treason? Her mind reeled, searching for a reason. Why? She had trusted him, respected him, and served him with unwavering loyalty. What could he possibly gain from his betrayal? A memory of his hand gently resting on her head surfaced, a stark contrast to the heavy iron shackles now binding her own hands. She remembered the king, a man she had respected and loved as if he were her own father, making the betrayal all the more painful. The clatter of chains echoed in the cell as her fists tightened. A single, burning thought consumed her. This was unforgivable. Sometime later, the sound of a key turning in the lock drew her gaze. A guard stood at her cell door, addressing her as Urza. He informed her that someone was interested in buying her. Her destination, he explained, was Elvrant, an elven country. Outside, a horse-drawn carriage stood ready to take her away. She sat within the cramped confines of the slave cart, the thought of atonement a constant, heavy weight on her mind. The trader informed her they would be taking the old Vokle road via Nagraja to avoid inspection, adding that he was counting on her strength should any magic beasts appear. As she pondered what she could possibly do to atone, her gaze fell upon a man in the distance holding a small, horned child. A singular desire solidified in her heart. She wanted to atone. Having been purchased and freed by this stranger, she could only offer a quiet, heartfelt thank you. In a gesture that defied all expectation, he knelt before her, taking her hands in his own. With the small child looking on, he made an astonishing request, asking if she would please become the boy's mother. The question struck her with the force of a physical blow, her mind reeling in stunned silence as a deep blush spread across her face. The scene settles in the present, amidst the fire and chaos consuming the streets of Pomolo Port Town in the Elvent Federal Kingdom. In the midst of the pandemonium, he leaned close to her, his intensity causing her to flush so furiously that steam seemed to rise from her skin. He immediately realized his blunder, his mind screaming in panic. It wasn't that his request was wrong, but the way he'd phrased it sounded exactly like a marriage scammer's ploy. While he frantically tried to explain himself, a smooth voice cut through the noise, calling out to Urza-san. The merchant Louis Sebasta, tapping his fan, was approaching their position. The merchant, Louis Sebasta, surveys the chaotic scene at the docks, his gaze fixed on the enormous dragon's corpse. Expressing his astonishment, he turns directly to Urza and asks if she was responsible for the kill. Before she can answer, Yanni's frantically interjects, shouting that he wouldn't dream of it, and beginning to stammer out an explanation. Surrounded by a group of frightened children, Yannis observes them closely. He notes to himself that they must be illegal slaves, as he can't find the magical marks that would identify them as legitimate. One small child with animal-like ears cries out, "Want to go home." Nearby, the merchant Louis Sebasta confirms to Yannis that he was the one who saved the children. As Sebasta speaks, Urza kneels to comfort one of the distraught children, reassuring them that they are safe now. Yannis watches the tender interaction while holding the infant, Ars. Despite her comforting words, a deep worry is etched on Urza's face, a detail Yannis does not miss. Sebasta, noticing the dynamic, turns to Urza with a sly smile and asks what she plans to do. He then announces his intention to send the children to the church in the Holy City via his subordinates. Before any arrangements are made, however, Sebasta addresses Yannis, calling him Kaki-sama. He gestures toward Urza and makes an offer. Would he like to buy this slave? Without a moment's hesitation, Yannis agrees. With the deal settled, he takes the opportunity to properly reintroduce himself. He states that his name is Keikaku, a mid-level merchant from the Ural Kingdom, which lies north of the Illyria Sea. He then turns his full attention to Urza, still holding Ars. Keikaku clarifies his intentions, reminding her of his earlier words. He wants her to become the child's mother. He then states it plainly. He wants her to be his wife. His proposal stuns Urza. She internally acknowledges that Keikaku is someone she can trust, yet she worries that accepting will endanger Ars, fearing pursuit by the Holy Knights. A flash of her premonition, Keikaku being struck down for saving strangers, crosses her mind. Keikaku perceives her hesitation and speaks, explaining that seeing her actions convinced him that she possesses a quality he himself lacks. He continues, laying out the terms of his offer. He wants her to answer him not as a slave, but as an equal. If she is willing to accept his proposal, he will annul the slave contract entirely. Urza looks up at him, her expression resolute. She asks if he will lend her his strength so that they may raise this child happily together. Her decision is made. As she stands with newfound determination, the infant Ars gazes up at her, a look of pure, innocent joy on his face. She bows deeply before Yannis, her posture deferential but her voice firm. She tells him that she must refuse his proposal. She explains that being freed from slavery without atoning for her crime is unacceptable. She confesses to being a criminal who committed a heavy crime that would normally warrant the death penalty, and furthermore, insists she is not qualified to become a mother. In response to her solemn refusal, Yannis throws his head back with a wide, almost manic grin. He cheerfully declares it unfortunate, but thanks her for answering his unreasonable request. Urza clears her throat, seemingly taken aback by his light-hearted reaction, while the merchant Sebasta looks on in silence. Sebasta then interjects, stating that he needs to spend some time preparing for their departure from the port. He offers to help Yannis with his own preparations. The merchant then presents a box containing medical supplies, asking if he could trouble Yannis to treat Urza's wounds. Yannis readily agrees. Sebasta dismisses any concern for himself, saying an injured person would only hinder him, and directs them to rest in a nearby hovel. As they part ways, Yannis leans in and quietly wishes the merchant good luck, receiving a simple thanks in return. Following the instruction, Yannis begins tending to Urza's injuries, carefully wrapping a clean bandage around her arm. She watches him work, her expression unreadable, while the infant Ars sleeps soundly in her lap. After securing the bandage on her arm, he informs her that he will patch up her left leg next. Sitting against the dilapidated stone wall, she quietly agrees. As he works, he decides to investigate the matter further. He activates his devil eye, his iris glowing with a complex pattern as he prepares to examine her soul while he has the chance. His ability reveals the truth. Urza's soul is in deep distress, filled with disappointment, suspicion, and anger, yet it also holds a faint, lingering loyalty to someone. He realizes her stated reasons are secondary. Her soul has been deeply wounded by a betrayal from someone she trusted, and this is the true, deep-rooted reason for her refusal. He watches her, his mind analyzing her composure. An ordinary person would have succumbed to depression and self-destructive behavior, but Urza remains calm. He deduces this is either a trait of a long-lived dark elf or a powerful maternal instinct she has possessed since birth, all to avoid unsettling those around her. His analysis solidifies into a powerful realization. It is this deep affection, this resilient strength, that he needs. His desire becomes clear and absolute. He truly wants her. As if sensing his thoughts, Urza holds Ars close and reflects on Yannis' words. She feels she understands why she can trust him. A memory surfaces of him asking her to look after his son for a while, a simple request she accepted. Her thoughts continue, connecting the past to the present. That time, and earlier, and even now, he has placed his trust in her. He asked her to look after his son, an act that allowed her to feel his complete faith in her. Yannis' devil eye perceives the turmoil beneath her calm exterior. Urza turns away, declaring that she won't trust anyone again, her voice laced with the conviction that people will inevitably betray others. Yannis cuts through her despair with a simple, firm no. He addresses her directly, reminding her of her earlier statement about being unqualified to be a mother. With a gentle smile, he dismisses her self-deprecation, stating plainly, "I don't think so." He continues, acknowledging that while he doesn't know the crime she believes she committed, he knows for a fact that those same hands, which she thinks are stained with sin, have saved many lives. The words strike Urza, causing images of people she has protected to flash before her eyes. From across the ruined structure, he concludes his point. "I don't know what you think of yourself," he says, "but to me, that's everything." His gaze softens as he looks at the sleeping Rs, then returns to Urza. He reminds her that even after experiencing mistakes, she still risked her life to do what was right. He declares that both he and Rs need that power of hers. Leaning in, his expression sharpens with intensity. He poses a critical question. Is what she considers her atonement simply a state of constantly being punished? He explains that if the crime she committed truly deserved the death penalty, her current state is akin to a slave-type punishment, a life of servitude with no hope of release. He presses his point, his voice low and intense, questioning if this path of self-punishment is truly the atonement she desires. Urza recoils, her face a mask of anguish. She cries out that the idea of living happily with him is unforgivable and that she would choose punishment over such a life. Her defiance crumbles into desperation as she asks what else she is supposed to do, wondering if he is telling her to give up on making amends for her sins since true atonement seems impossible. Tears stream down her face as she screams that someone as strong as him could never understand her feelings. The commotion causes the infant Rs to wail as well. Startled, Yannis apologizes for raising his voice and gently pats her head, trying to soothe her. He then shifts his tone, offering a wide, reassuring grin. He agrees with her assessment, boasting that he is indeed very strong. However, he immediately concedes that he cannot look after Rs as well as she can, admitting he is also terrible at changing diapers. His self-deprecating humor catches her off guard. Her anger subsides as she confesses that even she isn't perfect, recalling how she got distracted for a moment, which led to her son being kidnapped and requiring someone else's help. Looking at her son, she concludes that this is precisely why they must help each other. A realization dawns on her. Being powerful or honest on their own is not enough for them to live well. With renewed determination, Urza implores him to help her raise her child. Yannis readily agrees, promising to help her atone. He then leans in, his expression serious once more, and asks her to tell him what she believes she should do to achieve this atonement. His question prompts a memory, a vision of the justice she believes in. The scene shifts to a room filled with children of various races, some with horns, all studying diligently under the watchful eye of a horned, bearded man. The memory sharpens, focusing on a younger Urza speaking with the regal, horned man. She asks if he, His Highness, intends to manage an orphanage himself. He looks down at her, his expression gentle, and confirms that this is his atonement. The king reflects on his 1,000-year reign. He acknowledges that he has forced his people into many unwanted wars, which inevitably created countless orphans. He views caring for these children, the country's future, as his solemn responsibility and atonement. He had once spoken to a younger Urza, delivering a grave warning. The king of Lurence told her that a time might come when she would have to get her hands dirty for the sake of the country, and he implored her not to forget his words. The memory solidifies her resolve. Her power, she realizes, is for the future of the children, a vision of a smiling Rs flashing in her mind. This is her justice. The path to atone for her crime is now clear. With newfound conviction, she declares her purpose, to carry on His Majesty's will and create a future where children can laugh. Returning to the present, Yannis faces her. He states that if her goal is to create a happy future for children, then their interests are aligned. He proposes they start by making their child, Rs, laugh happily. His words overwhelm her. Urza covers her face, overcome with emotion, as Yannis extends his gloved hand in a gesture of partnership. He gently takes her bandaged hand in his, offering a simple reassurance. Don't worry. Looking her directly in the eyes with a confident expression, he makes a solemn vow. I'll never betray you. As they stand united, Urza holding Rs, Yannis declares that he will prove his trustworthiness to her, cementing their new alliance. The question remains, what will he do to prove it? On the open sea, an interlude begins. Thick plumes of black smoke rise from a burning ship, the aftermath of a recent battle. From the chaos, a dragon-like creature takes flight, soaring away as a second, undamaged vessel sails past the wreckage. On the deck of the surviving ship, the merchant president, Louis Sebasta, stands silently with his eyes closed, beads of sweat on his brow. A subordinate's urgent voice cuts through the air, calling out to him. The subordinate confronts him, demanding to know if he truly intends to follow the woman's plan and sail to Pomola. He insists they must turn back to shore immediately. Turning his back to the man, the president calmly confirms his intention and orders him to steer the ship. His subordinate erupts in protest, questioning why the president would side with such an abnormal woman, exclaiming that he even risked crossing the border on his own for her. He shouts in disbelief, reminding him that she is nothing more than a slave. The president simply tells him to let them go. He then states plainly that it is their creed to care for even a mere slave, leaving his subordinate stunned and speechless. He continues, explaining that a certain person had gone to great lengths to ask him to treat her with respect. As he speaks, the back of a young man with spiky, light-toned hair is visible, the very person who made the request. A short while later, the subordinate nervously raises a spyglass to his eye. He observes that the dragon is heading inland, and through his lens, he spots a port. He gulps, realizing that they will now be able to dock. In the middle of a city street, a crowd of stunned onlookers gathers around the colossal, lifeless body of a dragon. Its scaled form is sprawled across the cobblestones amidst pools of dark blood. Within the crowd, Yannis and Urza stare in disbelief, with Yannis muttering, "What the hell?" Elsewhere, a small group discusses the strange event. A man wearing a turban recounts that he heard a loud sound like lightning, and everything went dark. When he could see again, the dragon was already dead. A tall, bird-like man listens intently, his sharp eyes taking in the scene. As people begin to swarm the massive corpse, shouting for others to hurry, the sheer scale of the destruction is overwhelming. The thought hangs in the air that no human could possibly be capable of such a feat, leading to speculation that it must have been some kind of natural disaster. The initial shock quickly gives way to greed. A merchant shouts that each of the dragon scales is worth at least 10 gold coins, declaring it first come, first serve. This sparks a realization in Louis Sebasta, who sees this as his chance to recoup the expenses from his recently burned store and resolves to join the frenzy. Just as the crowd surges forward, Urza's voice cuts through the chaos with a powerful shout, "Halt!" Her warning is directed at a new figure who has appeared atop the dragon's carcass, a powerfully built man with leonine features. She demands to know who he is. The leonine man offers no reply. Instead, with a brutal swipe of his clawed hand, he decapitates one of the scavengers attempting to climb onto the dragon. The man's head flies through the air as Urza watches, her face a mask of horror. He stands tall over the fallen man, his muscular form radiating immense power. Clenching his blood-stained claws, the beast man makes a formal declaration to the terrified crowd. "My name is Vridra, the Lion King." Vridra's eyes sweep over the stunned faces of Yannis, Urza, and Louis Sebasta. He announces that from this moment onwards, the city will become his territory for the return of the Lion King. He offers the citizens a choice: obey him, and he will grant them a place to live and a job. The demand hangs in the air, a promise of order under a new, terrifying rule. Disoriented by a sudden shift in location, Urza shouts in alarm, demanding to know what is happening. Below her, Yannis hangs upside down in mid-air, grinning as he asks if this is her first time using teleportation magic. The infant Ars, held securely by Urza, squeals with delight, but she retorts that the method of travel is not her primary concern. He rights himself in the air, gesturing grandly towards a massive, fortified estate nestled within a crater below. He welcomes them to their new home. Still floating beside him, Urza questions why they appeared in the sky, but Yannis dismisses her worry, noting that since they can fly, it is hardly an issue. The scene shifts to a few hours prior, inside an abandoned house in the town of Pomola. Urza had asked Yannis how she could have proof that he would not betray her. He had simply replied that it was not complicated. His solution, delivered with a confident smirk, was to use a slave contract. Back in that moment, the merchant Louis Sebasta sat with Yannis, explaining the nature of the pact. He informed Yannis that slave contracts are a form of seal magic that conditionally enforces a master-servant relationship. Sebasta elaborated that masters can use the seal to bind slaves and revoke their freedom, and that the conditions must be properly entered during the contract's creation. When Urza had asked if Yannis truly intended to become a slave, he had flashed a wide, demonic grin and confirmed it without hesitation. His grin then softened as he revealed his true plan to Urza. From that moment on, they would be each other's master, and, simultaneously, each other's slave. Urza, still holding Ars, looked at him, struggling to understand his proposal. He called it the mutual slave contract. This way, he explained, neither of them would be able to betray the other. The declaration left Urza utterly shocked and speechless. Sebasta, however, immediately understood the brilliance of the idea. He praised Yannis' cleverness, comparing the arrangement to a marriage. Flustered, Yannis insisted he hadn't planned it so meticulously. As he pricked his thumb, Sebasta instructed them both to stamp their blood on each other's seals to finalize the pact. Following his instructions, Yannis and Urza now sit opposite one another, preparing to complete the unique and binding contract. He leads Urza through the Vauclay Great Forest to a large, renovated fort, explaining that this is his new hidden base. Acknowledging his lead, a surprised Urza follows him toward the structure. The interior, however, is a chaotic mess, with belongings strewn about in complete disarray. Yannis sheepishly admits the place is messy, an understatement that causes Urza's ear to twitch. She points to a corner emanating dark magic, but he dismisses her concern, explaining it's just a harmless collection of bones and skins from dragons and beasts he's gathered over time. He then cheerfully greets the infant Ars in his crib. Urza, however, watches him with deep suspicion. She internally questions who he truly is, unable to reconcile his immense power, defeating a dragon and using advanced magic, with his claim of being a simple merchant and his swindler-like appearance. Turning his attention back to their agreement, Yanni states that while he will help her atone, his condition is that she must help him raise his child. Urza lets out a weary sigh at his declaration. He clarifies his meaning directly. Her path to atonement is to become a mother to ours. While Urza processes the shocking request, she resolves to do her best, accepting the role. With the terms established, Yanni's grins and assigns Urza her first task, to clean the room. He, in turn, will head out to tend to the fields and livestock before sunset. Urza agrees to the task. Moments later, she stands over Arza's crib, lighting a small candle and watching the infant sleep peacefully. While watching over the child, she glances outside and sees Yanni's working. She is amazed to realize he is controlling a golem to help him move a heavy load of hay, further demonstrating his surprising range of abilities. Her amazement gives way to contemplation. She questions why such a powerful man needs a hidden base, but decides to stop her spiraling thoughts. She reminds herself that he saved her life and is making a genuine effort to earn her trust, resolving to accept the situation for now. She stood beside the infant's crib, looking down at the bandaged hand of her new master and questioning her own suitability for the role he had given her. To her, the concept of a mother was an alien one. Her thoughts were interrupted as the door creaked open. Yanni stood in the doorway, looking weary but smiling faintly, expressing relief that he had made it back in time. His sudden appearance startled her. His words prompted a memory to surface. She began to explain, her mind drifting back to her oldest recollections, where she saw herself as a child, training alongside her real brother. In her village, she recounted, it was law that all men become warriors. Talented women were also expected to become warriors, while those who did not fight were separated during training. Her own mother had been no exception. The pressure to perform was immense. She had a talented brother, friends with whom she competed, and a strict father who was also the village chief. She felt that if she didn't do her best, she would be left behind. In such a world, a nurturing mother figure simply didn't exist for her. As the memory faded, she collapsed, a gentle hand reaching to catch her. Consciousness returned slowly. She found herself in bed, with Yanni slumped over in a chair beside her, having kept a vigil while he slept. She stirred, her voice soft as she called out to him. He jolted awake, his eyes snapping open in confusion. His confusion turned to overwhelming relief. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out her name. Startled, she asked how long she had been asleep, and he sobbed that it had been 2.5 days, overjoyed that she had finally awoken. His relief quickly turned to frantic apology. He told her she had been bedridden for 2 whole days and still had a fever, blaming himself for not letting her rest after their fight. Urza tried to calm him, saying it was bound to happen with her injuries, and expressed her own regret at being unable to use healing magic. He continues to watch over Urza, who looks up at him from her bed. She weakly asks if there's any magic he is incapable of using. Taken aback by the question, he retorts, asking what she thinks he is. Her question hangs in the air as she stares thoughtfully. He, in turn, muses on the possibility, wondering just how amazing it would be if he truly could use every kind of magic. He then presents her with a small doll crafted in his own image, explaining that she can use it to call him if she needs anything. With that, he stands, announcing that it is time for the baby's milk. He elaborates on his creation, calling it a portable mini Keikaku, and revealing he has inserted a spell that allows their dolls to communicate over long distances. He also points to a bowl of vegetable soup, explaining he prepared it in advance and used state preservation magic to keep it perfectly warm for when she awoke. Urza finds this convenient, though she internally wonders why someone so capable with magic cannot use healing spells. As he departs, he cautions her to eat slowly so she can keep the food and water down. Urza, propped up in bed, begins to eat the warm soup he left for her. The room is a testament to their current situation. His coat hangs nearby, while her armor is set aside. Medical supplies and instruments are scattered about, evidence of the care he has been providing. As she rests, her mind drifts back to a similar time. She remembers being bedridden just like this, after sustaining a serious injury during her rigorous training. In that memory, she awoke to find her mother by her side, tending to her. Though the specifics of their conversation are lost to her, she recalls the feeling that her mother was apologizing. She also remembers a bruise on her mother's cheek, a sign that she had likely defied Urza's father to be there. That simple moment of care, with no special conversation, was the happiest point of her childhood. She reflects that this must be what it means to be a mother, a feeling that transcends words, a love that is felt even if the parent is an unknown monster or the child has done wrong. This memory brings a new resolve to her face. Lying in bed, she looks forward with quiet determination, thinking to herself that perhaps she could be a mother after all. She awakens in a stone room, and 4 lines still connected to her arm. Her attention is drawn to a steaming bowl of soup left on a nearby table. Confused, she sits up to get a closer look. Suspicious of the offering, she pulls the thin tube from her forestand and cautiously pokes at the soup, testing it from a distance. The tube passes straight through the soup as if it were air, clattering against the tabletop. It was an illusion. Her eyes widen as she looks up, catching a glimpse of Yanni's profile as he sips from a cup, the source of the magical projection. The following morning, Yannis, with the infant Ars climbing on his shoulder, turns to greet a recovered Urza. "Good morning, my dear," she says with a composed smile, now dressed in a neat maid's uniform. As Yannis begins to ask about her well-being, she cuts him off, her attention fixed on the state of the room and chiding him for not having put a diaper on Ars yet. Flustered, he tries to wrangle the energetic infant, calling out for Ars to wait as he fumbles with a diaper. Their morning routine is interrupted as they all stop and stare. A large, fresh hole has been smashed through the stone wall of their room. Yannis sighs in exasperation, muttering that the wall has been broken yet again. Yannis, Urza, and the infant Ars gather for what Yannis declares is their first family meeting. With his fingers steepled, he confirms the topic of discussion, the young master's magical rampaging. In his crib, Ars seems to respond with a cheerful, unintelligible cry. The next morning, as the sun rises over their rural home, Urza is already hard at work, sweeping the grounds with a broom. Inside, Yannis remains asleep until a voice calls out to him. It reminds him that it's morning and time to wake up, mentioning his promise to take care of the stable. It is Urza who rouses him. Her morning is a blur of efficiency. She feeds Ars, carries heavy buckets, and sweeps the stone courtyard, pausing only for a brief moment of exhaustion before continuing her duties. Yannis observes her hanging laundry and reflects that his daily life has changed dramatically in the 2 days since she recovered from her fever. Thanks to Urza handling the chores, his training has progressed smoothly. He now has more free time and has gotten used to controlling his mini Keikus, small magical duplicates of himself, though he can currently only manage 2 at once. Despite this, Yannis admits to one concern as he watches Ars happily reaching up from his crib. He marvels at what an amazing and knowledgeable helper Urza is, but just as he ponders this, she appears at the door, announcing she's come for the goat milk. Urza presents the milk to the young master. Ars eagerly gulps it down, but his initial delight quickly turns to disgust, and he spits the milk out with a wail. Watching Urza comfort the crying infant, Yannis feels a surge of jealousy, believing Ars is growing more attached to her. A competitive fire ignites within him. He declares he won't lose and will prove his own reliability by cooking breakfast, summoning a magical flame to prepare a hornboar steak. Urza takes a bite, her eyes widening. She exclaims that it's delicious. As she savors the meal, Yannis internally reflects that this is only natural. His culinary skill is the result of many years of hard work, learning to make the awful ingredients of hell edible. A desperate effort that, he notes, ultimately didn't work out for him there. He recoils from the table, the taste of his own cooking shockingly foul. He wonders aloud if he made a cliché blunder, mistaking sugar for salt. Across from him, Urza calmly notes that she had just told him it was delicious, a statement that only deepens his confusion. The realization strikes him with the force of a lightning bolt. Urza is simply too capable. He expresses his gratitude that she stopped him, admitting he nearly took over the kitchen for his own selfish benefit. She responds gracefully, explaining that every family simply has its own inherited tastes. As the infant Ars babbles in his high chair, Yannis informs Urza of his plan to test magic by catching bugs. When she asks about his own plans, he glances at his own scrape-clean plate and despairs internally, wondering if he even has a chance of winning against her. Urza, ever efficient, offers to handle the dishes. Suddenly, Ars begins to wail. Yannis rushes to his side, anxiously asking what's wrong. A moment later, he holds the now giggling infant, laughing at his energy and declaring it's time for a family meeting. All the while, Urza watches them with a pensive, analytical expression. Her expression turns serious. Urza clarifies that the meeting she has in mind is not about what he thinks. Yannis, holding his chin thoughtfully, reminds her that he already explained that Ars was born a bit special. He leans forward, his gaze intent, and asks her directly what she is trying to say. His brow furrows as he awaits her explanation. Yannis lets out a primal scream of disbelief as Urza delivers her verdict, her own expression startled but certain. She believes that he, Yannis, is the source of Ars's magical rampaging. She elaborates on her theory, suggesting that what they thought were magical rampages were actually intentional outbursts. Urza reminds him how he used magic to entertain Ars and always smiled, never scolding him for the resulting chaos. She posits there's now thinks using magic is how he makes Yannis happy. The weight of this revelation crushes him. Yannis collapses to the floor, declaring himself a failure as a parent and melodramatically asking to be put out of his misery. When Urza confirms that's what he's saying, he tearfully admits that so many of his troubles have been his own fault. Looking down at the defeated Yannis and the cooing Ars in her arms, Urza offers reassurance. She tells him it's okay. Now that they understand the cause, they can work to suppress the outbursts. She encourages him, stating that they will do their best together. She holds Ars gently, a soft smile on her face as she looks at Yannis. She explains that he helped her realize something important. As long as he does his best to be a parent, his feelings will surely reach the child. Her words, meant to be reassuring, send Yannis into a spiral of self-doubt. His eyes widen in panic as he internally questions his own worth. If she's doing so much better than him, he wonders, does that make him trash? The thought is jarring, especially since he recalls her recently claiming she wasn't suitable to be a mother at all. Unaware of his turmoil, Urza continues, turning her attention to the infant. She asks young Ars if her guess is correct, that he's trying to make Yannis happy because he must truly love him. Overhearing this, Yannis lunges forward, grabbing the child and shouting his name, desperately demanding to know if it's true. In response to the desperate plea, Ars lets out a small, affirmative-sounding cry. Following this confirmation, several days pass. Yannis observes that Urza's guess was indeed correct. Since he changed how he treated Ars, following her suggestion, the boy has completely stopped having magical outbursts and now seems content. But this success with the child brings Yannis no peace. He stands alone outside, dazed, berating himself for his foolishness. A chilling question forms in his mind. Is he really needed in this family? His thoughts drift to the wheat he planted. He had believed it would be a source of profit, a way to ensure they wouldn't struggle for food. Recalling the agricultural skills he learned in Jolm village, he had been confident that he was the only one who could manage the fields and livestock. He had felt needed. The vast field of wheat stretches out before him, a testament to his hard labor. His solitary brooding is interrupted by Urza's arrival. She explains that the local climate, with its distinct rainy and dry seasons, is unsuitable for the crops grown in the north. With regret, she informs him that the staple foods here are potatoes and rice, and that the wheat he planted will not grow. The realization hits Yannis with the force of a physical blow. His entire project was annihilated by his own ignorance. The news shatters him. He collapses, realizing that everything he tries to do backfires because he failed to do even basic research. To compound his misery, he sees that Ars is now attached solely to Urza, leaving him to wonder what, if anything, he is even doing here. His despair curdles into a raw, burning jealousy. A demonic visage twists his features, black tears streaking down his face as he clenches his teeth in a silent, furious scream. The thought echoes in his mind, a tormenting refrain. Ars is attached solely to Urza. The overwhelming feeling erupts, and he clutches his head in anguish, much to Urza's surprise. After a moment, he turns to leave, shouldering a bag. He apologizes to Urza, informing her that he will be away for a few days. Startled, she calls out, asking where he is going. As he walks, he internally scolds himself for his immaturity, reminding himself that a 2,000-year-old being should be more mature. He forces himself to remember the contract he made with Urza and that he has his own role to fulfill. At the merchant guild in the holy city of Astraga, Yannis declares his new objective. With his field ruined, he needs to earn money and intends to do so by opening a business and gathering information on potential buyers. He presents a letter of introduction, which the guild officials recognize as genuinely from the great merchant Seabass. Surprised, but satisfied, they confirm he can register immediately. Yannis internally steels himself, vowing he will not fail again. He had been prepared to wait a week for the review, but having connections proved to be the best route. Relieved by the swift process, he decides to make some new connections while he is here. His attention is drawn to two other merchants discussing their own troubles. A man named Ryurin explains that in this country, the rainy season causes the Elbit River to flood, closing roads and ferries. His companion, a young woman named Shurin, adds that their usual detour through the Vokili Great Forest is also impossible. The news is a serious complication. Yannis overhears another conversation detailing that the roads to the city are sealed. Apparently, after a dragon appeared in Pomola, rival dark guilds fought over its corpse, and the winner, a figure known as Vridra, has blocked all access, which is seriously annoying for commerce. Shurin elaborates for her partner, explaining that during the rainy season, aquatic magic beasts also move inland, but all the knights and hunters are too busy to deal with them. Yannis interjects, asking about sea routes or requesting a subjugation mission. Shurin snaps back that they don't have nearly enough money for such options. The next day, a massive, severed leg of the magic beast slams down in front of the two despairing Lawrence merchants. They stare in utter shock, recognizing the limb for what it is. Shurin immediately confronts Yannis, finding it impossible that he could have accomplished this since yesterday, and declaring his face untrustworthy. Yannis smirks, claiming he hired powerful mercenaries to clear the path and that their results just arrived. As Ryurin examines the limb and confirms its origin, Yannis' confident explanation hangs in the air. His confident act continues as Shurin presses him, asking if he's suggesting he exterminated them himself. With a sly grin, Yannis admits there were no mercenaries. He hunted them himself, coolly stating that a lie can be a means to an end. Stunned by this revelation, the two merchants immediately grow wary. Shurin voices their fear, asking if he's going to demand money for the information. She quickly clarifies that they have none. Yannis lays out his terms. In exchange for his help, he wants them to tell him the market prices and sales channels for their products. Furthermore, he demands an introduction to their business partners. He sat on the edge of his bed, recounting the day's events. The two merchants he had leveraged were siblings, dealing in salt. After what had happened, they agreed to introduce him to a shipping company they did business with, an introduction scheduled for the very next day. A small golem, a portable mini Urza styled after her and functioning like a telephone, chimed in with congratulations on the big haul he'd secured in just 2 days. Yannis grinned with sharp-toothed glee, boasting that Urza should praise and worship him, for he was definitely not useless. He laughed, adding they would see if it was something to celebrate tomorrow. Continuing the conversation through the golem, he warned her that he would be busy the next day and might not be able to answer if she called. The mini Urza relayed her understanding. With that, he sighed and fell back into bed. The golem on his nightstand offered a final prayer to the goddess for his fortune and asked him to take care of Ars. He simply agreed. He turned his head, looking at the sleeping infant beside him. "Just you wait, Ars," he whispered. "I'll show you that even I can be a reliable father." The next day, the meeting was a resounding success. A man named Silga, from the Elverant Shipping Company, boomed with enthusiasm, declaring his desire to do business with Yannis. He was massively impressed by Yannis' ability to secure goods and powerful mercenaries during the dangerous rainy season. As Yannis and his hooded companion looked on, they quickly moved on to business, honored to begin right away. In the middle of the negotiations, however, a persistent ringing began. Yannis' face contorted in annoyance. He had explicitly told her he wouldn't be able to pick up, so why was the golem ringing now? The ringing was a symptom of Urza's own turmoil. Back in their room, she paced, feeling utterly useless. Having failed so much at home, she couldn't bear the thought of Yannis' work ending in failure as well. Despite the interruption, the day concluded with a celebratory meal. Yannis shook hands with his new partners, thanking them for a fulfilling meeting. As Silga laughed, Shure and Riley noted that Yannis really couldn't handle his alcohol, having drunk it like water. He finally returned to the room and collapsed onto the bed with an exhausted sigh. It had been a great harvest, and he smiled, anticipating the praise he'd receive at home. It was then he remembered. The golem had been ringing all day. He picked it up, wondering if something had happened, deciding to call her back and share the day's results. He finally answers the call, and the miniature golem of Urza shouts with panic. She exclaims that they are in trouble and that it is about young Master Ars. Alarmed by her words, Yannis bursts out of his room and sprints down the hall, calling out Ars's name as he throws open the door to the child's quarters. He is immediately struck by a wave of intense heat. Inside, Urza is already by the infant's side and turns to him with a desperate cry. The heat radiates from Ars himself, who is visibly burning up. Urza explains that the child contracted a fever at noon, but began to spike dangerously just half an hour ago. She admits she doesn't know the cause, having never seen such a fever before. There is no rash, and his breathing is normal. Yannis stares, horrified, realizing this was the urgent matter she had been calling about. His mind races with frantic thoughts. He wonders what could be causing it, whether he should get a doctor, or how he could possibly create a medicine. He curses his inability to use healing magic, fearing that Ars's dragon attribute might be the source of the problem. Desperate to act, Yannis declares he will go out to collect herbs for the fever. As he turns to leave, Urza grabs his arm, shouting his name. She tells him it's too dangerous. It's midnight and raining heavily outside. She insists that she should be the one to go, as she can see well at night and knows about the local plants. Telling him to stay with Ars, she leaves. The door clicks shut, and Yannis stands alone, muttering about how utterly useless he is. A moment later, a small, feverish hand reaches out from the crib towards him. Despite his illness, Ars makes a soft sound, as if trying to say dada and comfort him. The gesture breaks him, gritting his teeth in anguish. Yannis questions how Ars can be comforting him, when he feels like such a useless father, completely powerless to help. He remains kneeling, consumed by guilt as he apologizes to the ailing Ars. The door suddenly bursts open, revealing Urza, who has returned with a look of alarm on her face. His head snaps up in surprise at her early return, and he immediately asks about the herbs. Urza explains that she was on her way to get them, but found something else at the forest's entrance, which sparked a memory. She holds up a strange, gnarled branch for Yannis to see, asking if he knows what it is. She identifies it as a devil's walking stick, a type of magic tree that grows by consuming large amounts of magic power. She then places a small piece of it on Ars's forehead. The cutting instantly sprouts, growing into a large, luminous tree that fills the room with its branches and glowing fruit. Urza sighs in relief, stating that it worked just as she'd thought. A bewildered Yannis, caught within the magical foliage, asks what she means. Her words trigger a memory of her own. A village elder explaining to her, as a child, that infants of magically powerful races can sometimes suffer a condition where their bodies can't keep up with their growing magic, causing it to go out of control. The realization dawns on Yannis. A magic rampage, he says aloud. Urza confirms it, explaining that the devil's walking stick has absorbed Ars's excess magic power, and that his fever should now subside. The infant now rests peacefully beneath the magical plant. Overwhelmed with relief, he thanks Urza, calling her amazing and himself a fool. He admits that he was so focused on himself that he failed to notice what was truly happening around him. Urza watches him, her expression softening. His confession continues as he laments his choices. He made a contract with her because he knew he couldn't do things alone, yet he allowed jealousy to consume him. In his attempt to compensate with work, he ended up neglecting Ars. Urza gently interrupts him, revealing that when he was away, Ars would cry so much that she couldn't handle it, especially after the fever began. She looks at him with empathy and calls him dear. Her word stops his spiraling thoughts. She explains that for ours, having Yanni's near is the most calming thing possible. As if to confirm this, the sleeping infant clutches his father's finger. Urza looks on with a gentle smile, admitting that the resolution was for her sake as well. Overwhelmed with relief, tears stream down Yanni's face as he manages to utter a simple, heartfelt thank you. To prevent a recurrence, they established a new routine. The Devil's Walking Stick would be used regularly to absorb Arz's excess magic. It became clear that his occasional, smaller outbursts had been the only thing preventing a catastrophic magic rampage from happening sooner. With the crisis averted, Urza cheerfully announces that she has prepared breakfast, presenting a steaming bowl. She encourages a stunned Yanni's, who is holding Arz, to take a bite, but his expression is one of pure horror. He stares at the dish, internally recoiling and wondering what this cursed thing could possibly be. It is a grotesque medley of sautéed goat hoof and bear paw, served with an undercooked mushroom sauce. Despite its horrifying appearance, he tries to rally his courage, reasoning that since Urza made it, it must be good. With a strained bon appetit, he takes a bite. The taste is apparently so overwhelming that Yanni's collapses face first into the bowl. Urza calmly remarks that while she knows it's delicious, he shouldn't be so enthusiastic. As Yanni's feels his life fading, a new household rule is silently established. From now on, Keikaku would be in charge of the cooking. An elderly merchant, his monocle nearly popping from his eye, recoils in shock. "You want to become a slave?" he exclaims, his voice trembling with disbelief as he stands on a village path. Inside, the merchant explains to Yanni's that such an act would be considered illegal without a legitimate reason. Yanni's, affirming he has his own motives, listens before a sharp, predatory grin spreads across his face. He understands the issue and proposes an alternative. He elaborates on his bizarre plan. He wants to buy Urza but lacks the legal tender. Therefore, he will borrow the money from the merchant, effectively becoming a debt slave. The merchant, considering the offer, confirms that he accepts Euro currency. Urza, who has been listening, is completely bewildered by this development. She questions how Yanni's, who just admitted to having no money, plans to buy her after he himself becomes a slave. He turns to her with a reassuring look, telling her not to worry. He pats a large, white magic bag at his side, a special item enchanted with spatial expansion magic. With a flourish, Yanni's upends the bag, pouring out a mountain of magic beast materials. He declares that he has plenty of these and will give them all as payment. Urza stares, aghast, her mind reeling at the thought that such a hoard might be illegal if discovered. The merchant is ecstatic, exclaiming that the materials are wonderful and more than enough. Meanwhile, Urza turns to Yanni's, her confusion mounting. She asks why he would resort to such a roundabout method, questioning if it was to become her equal. He looks at her, his intense gaze softening into a gentle smile. He explains his reasoning. "I think this is the best way to tell you that I trust you." His earnest declaration leaves Urza completely flustered. Her face flushes a deep red in embarrassment as she struggles to comprehend his logic, wondering what is wrong with this person. The scene shifts. Now dressed in a crisp maid's uniform, Urza stands with a stern and resolute expression. The interlude begins as she announces, "Today, I want to complain to you about something." She stirs in her bed under the night sky, the word teleportation a question on her lips. From beside her, Yanni's confirms her suspicion with a weary groan, still feeling the effects of their arrival. His pained response does little to soothe her. Now fully awake and dressed, she confronts him directly, demanding to know why their teleportations always begin with a perilous drop from the sky. Yanni's can only offer a shouted apology in his defense. He then explains the technical limitations of his ability. When teleporting without preset coordinate markers, he can only aim for a general vicinity. This method is fraught with danger. A miscalculation could result in them materializing inside solid ground or deep underwater. A marker, however, guarantees a precise and safe arrival. Listening to his explanation, her expression remains unimpressed. She concludes aloud that he chooses the sky as a destination simply to avoid those catastrophic failures. She continues her interrogation, her gaze sharp. She points out that just a moment ago, he specifically mentioned the option of teleporting without setting coordinate markers. Her logic closes in on him as she asks the pointed question, why, then, did he not set any markers for their journey? Cornered, Yanni sweats, finally admitting that he finds the process too troublesome. With no room for argument left, Urza simply commands him to set one. Defeated, he agrees, and a marker is immediately set. In what seems to be a memory or a dream, Yanni sits at a bar with Arnaud. He explains that he feels a responsibility to protect children, and that this feeling helps him grow as a parent. He muses that living for Arz's sake has become his proof of existence, a sentiment the bartender overhears, remarking that he's already becoming a proper father. The bartender continues, suggesting that all that's left is for him to become a good husband. As Yanni's insists he's already trying his best, Arnaud leans in close, bluntly asking if he has kissed Urza yet. Yanni's becomes flustered, dismissing his arrangement with Urza as a mere contract and lamenting his own unmanly hesitation. Arnaud chides him, telling him to pull himself together. He quickly tries to clarify that it's not that he dislikes Urza, but that his demonic nature makes things complicated. Arnaud ignores his excuses and presses further, asking if he's ever even kissed a woman before. When Yanni's silence confirms his inexperience, Arnaud declares that he'll have to provide an example, causing Yanni's to panic and yell for him to stop. The dream shatters as Yanni's is jolted awake in his bed by a sudden kiss. His eyes fly open in shock to see Urza leaning over him. He can only manage to utter her name in disbelief. She pulls back, turning her head away in silence for a moment, her own expression unreadable. Yanni's, his face flushed, confronts her about what just happened. Urza, also blushing and avoiding his gaze, explains that it's already morning and she was simply trying to wake him up. Their new life is established. According to the holy calendar, it is July of the year 1014. They reside in the Vauclé Great Forest within the Elverant Federal Kingdom, at what appears to be a large, self-sufficient farmstead. Within a barn on the property, Yanni's gently pets a goat. From behind a wooden post, the young boy Ars peeks out, watching him intently. He notices the boy and greets him, asking if he came out by himself again and playfully warning that his mom will scold him. But Ars, bursting from his hiding spot, points excitedly and shouts, "Who dat?" Ars's question is clarified as he asks if he is the big brother. A wide, fanged grin spreads across Yanni's face. He confirms it, then lifts a newborn goat towards the boy. He explains the kid was born that morning and tells Ars that as the big brother, he must treat the cute animal gently. Ars squeals with delight. He watches with a warm smile as Urza claps her hands, joyfully announcing to a wide-eyed Ars that today is his birthday. Before the young boy sits a large cake, its single candle flickering brightly. As Ars stares at the cake, Yanni's explains his decision. Since he doesn't know when the boy was born, he decided to use the anniversary of the day he found him as his birthday. He then announces that both he and Urza have presents for him. With a proud smile, Urza reveals her gift first, a towering stack of heavy tomes. She presents them as guidebooks for 2 major languages, a historical compendium and an encyclopedia of magical creatures. Yanni stares, aghast at the scholarly present. He protests that it's too early for a 1-year-old, but Urza retorts that his view is harsh. She explains that in her village, education for the gifted begins as soon as a baby can stand. She continues, telling him not to apply human standards and that age and race don't matter. What's important is what Ars is interested in. She accuses Yanni's of making assumptions based on his own dislike for studying. As their debate intensifies, Ars's expression crumbles, believing they are fighting. The boy's lip quivers as he tearfully asks if they are really not fighting. The innocent question immediately disarms both Yanni's and Urza, who are simultaneously struck by how incredibly cute he is. Overcome, Yanni's kneels down and apologizes to Ars for being narrow-minded. He opens the encyclopedia of magical creatures, suggesting that the boy won't know if he likes it until he tries it, and points to an illustration of a dragon. The image of the creature instantly captures Ars's imagination, his face lighting up with excitement. Seeing his joy, Yanni's admits he didn't know what presents would make a child happy. Urza agrees, confessing that she is also at fault for saying unnecessary things. A moment later, Ars reappears, now equipped with a bug-catching net and a jar, excitedly asking about bug catching. Urza is bewildered, but Yanni's clarifies that Ars wants to find the creatures he saw in the encyclopedia for entertainment. Seeing the boy's enthusiasm, they head outside into the surrounding forest. With a triumphant tada, Ars runs ahead into the dense foliage. Yanni's watches him go from a short distance, calling out a gentle reminder for him not to wander too far. He watches Ars with a fond smile, remarking that the child's fascination with bugs is typical for a boy. When Urza asks if that's so, Yanni's adds that he also used to catch bugs as a kid, though the memories are now faint. Her soft reply, wishing she could have seen him as a child, is accompanied by a slight blush. The unexpected intimacy of the moment catches Yanni's off guard, his expression turning flustered as his mind races. The tender atmosphere is abruptly broken as a bat flits through the air. Urza lets out a startled cry and instinctively throws herself against Yanni's for protection. He looks down, surprised, as she remains pressed tightly against his chest, trembling slightly. Their personal moment is interrupted again, this time by a loud, joyful shout echoing from deeper in the woods. Startled, both Yanni's and Urza turn to see Ars running ahead with his net. The boy comes to a stop, pointing excitedly into the foliage. His eyes are wide with discovery as he shouts a new, garbled word. Bo. The unfamiliar term leaves both Yanni's and Urza looking at one another, completely baffled by what the child could mean. Deeper in the brush, the object of Ars's excitement is revealed. A small, juvenile dragon, resting peacefully in the tall grass with its eyes closed. Yanni's quickly deciphers the babble. Ars is calling the fire dragon his brother. Believing himself to be the older sibling, Ars begins to walk toward the creature. A wave of panic hits Yanni's as he lunges, shouting for Ars to get away from there immediately. While Yanni's tries to pull Ars away from a small, juvenile fire dragon, Urza urges him to calm down. She questions his actions, warning that the creature could bite the child or that its parents might be nearby, reminding him of the past incident in Pomola. Yanni's reluctantly concedes her point. As he is pulled away, Ars begins to wail loudly. The sudden noise startles the small dragon, which lets out a cry of its own before scurrying away, causing Urza to flinch. After the dragon disappears, Ars remains inconsolable for the rest of the day, often looking toward the forest with a sad expression until he finally cries himself to sleep. The next morning arrives. A commotion wakes Urza, who asks why there is so much noise. Yanni shouts in a panic that he has overslept. He explains that there's a major auction in Pomola that day, and he must leave immediately, as he doesn't know when the item he seeks will be put up for sale. In his haste, his eyes fall upon his hand, and he lets out a cry of anguish. The glove he received from Alma is badly ripped. He laments that he has no time to fix it and decides to leave it behind, promising to repair it upon his return. He apologizes to Urza for the messy room, but she simply tells him to leave it. Flustered, Yannis frets that this is what happens from wearing the glove daily, wondering what to do now that he can't wear it in its current state. As he leaves, Urza's attention shifts to Ars, who has put something in his mouth. After telling him to stop, she sighs, realizing she can't just ignore the messy house with a child present. She glares at the disheveled room, questioning if Yannis really expected her to leave it that way. Her gaze then lands on the candelabra where Yannis left his glove. She realizes it's ripped and understands that this is why he left behind the pair he treasures so much. With a sigh, she mutters that she's always telling him to keep his things tidy. Meanwhile, at the bustling auction hall in Port Town Pomola, the bidding reaches a fever pitch as the auctioneer calls for 40 million. Amidst the chaotic crowd of merchants and rough-looking characters, Ryurin and Shuren spot Kakyu and call out to him. He joins them, and Shuren remarks that the event feels more suited for mercenaries. Ryurin explains that a bounty has been placed on a guild executive's head. Kakyu surveys the crowd, noting the rough demeanor of the attendees, and musing that things have been this way since Vridera took control, even though slavery is illegal. As he wonders if the place is safe, he overhears someone else in the crowd utter his name, Kakyu. He stands amidst the murmuring crowd of the auction house, his presence a beacon for gossip. Whispers circulate about the mysterious merchant with powerful, unseen mercenaries at his disposal, who completes jobs faster than any hunter or adventurer. The man who recognized him approaches with a laugh, addressing him as Kakyu. He notes that Yannis' fabricated stories about mercenaries have become a popular topic, musing that for a fledgling merchant, such gossip is a fine way to cultivate business opportunities. As the auction proceeds, the auctioneer announces the next item, a 20-year-old wine from the Kalamira Church Nation, with a starting price of 20,000. Yannis and Urza watch as the bids immediately begin to climb. Without hesitation, Yannis thrusts 2 fingers into the air, shouting a bid of 200,000. Beside him, a stunned Urza looks on, shocked that he would offer 10 times the initial price and questioning if he truly desires the wine that desperately. Later, the merchant Silga approaches Yannis, remarking that it has been nearly a year since he met his wife. Yannis agrees, explaining that she is a deeply religious woman. Urza, overhearing them, smirks and comments that Yannis is surprisingly considerate. Yannis continues, telling Silga that because she often wishes to visit the sacred lands of the Church Nation, he wanted to at least let her taste the wine from there. Yannis brushes it off as nothing special, but Silga insists on giving the admirable husband a gift as a token of daily gratitude, handing him a small pouch. Alone for a moment, Yannis inspects the gift. It's a stunningly crafted ring. He scoffs internally, recalling that Silga had also given them couples rings, and cynically dismisses the man's flashy gesture and claims of it being nothing special. He reflects on the past year, admitting to himself that he believes he has fallen for Urza. Yet, this thought is immediately followed by memories of others questioning him, urging him to become a good husband, highlighting a deep, unspoken conflict within him. The source of his conflict is his very essence. He is a demon. His life force exists within his soul, his body a mere vessel for magical energy. He is fundamentally different from normal creatures, a truth that wars with his burgeoning human emotions. He reflects on the fundamental nature of his existence. Demons cannot leave behind offspring. They lack the reproductive instincts of normal living creatures. Instead, they increase their numbers by forming contracts with the souls of the deceased, turning them into new demons, the very same way he was created by Satan. His thoughts turn to Urza. He realizes he has become aware of her feelings for him without even needing to peer into her soul. He tries to dismiss his own reciprocal feelings as a mere illusion, a remnant from his time as a human. He then considers the ring he won, questioning if he truly has the right to give it to her. A memory of Alma surfaces, her saying her own ring was for her future husband. He concludes that his situation is different, that it has nothing to do with him now. Meanwhile, inside the house, Urza and a concerned-looking Ars watch the heavy rain fall outside the window. Moments later, Yannis bursts through the door, announcing his return. Urza welcomes him home, but he immediately looks around in a panic, demanding to know where his things are. She calmly reassures Ars that the rain is no issue for his father's teleportation magic. Turning to Yannis, she announces that she has fixed the glove and stored it properly, before smiling and adding that she was just kidding. It seemed he didn't need them, so she disposed of them. As she watches him, Urza thinks to herself that Yannis is sharp, so he will probably figure out her true meaning right away. She hopes he will learn from this experience. Her test misfires catastrophically. Yannis erupts in a blind rage, grabbing her by the shoulders. "What have you done?" he roars, his voice trembling with fury. I told you to leave it as it is. His voice cracks with desperation as he shakes her, demanding to know how she couldn't tell how much he treasures that glove. Urza can only stare back, stunned into silence by his violent outburst. Regaining her composure, Urza looks him directly in the eyes and states calmly, "There's no way I wouldn't be able to tell." Her quiet confirmation did nothing to soothe him. Yanni's voice rose in disbelief and fury, his hand clenching tightly as he demanded to know why she would throw the item away if she knew its value. Urza could only stammer in surprise. The escalating tension drew the attention of young Ars, who looked on with wide, worried eyes. He tried to explain, his small voice trembling, that it was impossible to tell the item apart from trash, especially since it was already damaged. He continued his reasoning, adding that something so precious shouldn't have been left lying around. Urza then interjected with a curious, almost mocking smile, asking Yanni's if it was a custom in his homeland for dark elves to offer damaged items to a goddess in a ritual. The bizarre question left Yanni's utterly bewildered. Her strange question hung in the air, leaving Yanni's scowling in confusion. He turned away, unable to comprehend her meaning, while Urza watched him with a wide-eyed, inscrutable expression. Without another word, she turned and walked away, leaving Yanni's and Ars standing alone in the quiet room. He then knelt down, placing a gentle hand on Ars's head. Apologizing to the boy, Yanni's explained that he needed some time to be alone. Ars could only look up at him, his concern evident as he softly called out his name. With that, he strode away, his footsteps echoing as he quickly exited the building. He found solitude in another room, slumping onto a couch with a bottle of wine on the table before him, the weight of the confrontation settling heavily upon him. Separated, their thoughts ran in parallel. Urza, alone with a glass of wine, was certain of her own perception, knowing there was no way she wouldn't be able to tell the item's worth. Meanwhile, Yanni's wrestled with his own disbelief, unable to accept that she would actually throw the gloves out after he had searched for so long without finding them. His frustration mounted. He took a swig directly from the bottle before pouring a glass, cursing under his breath. The memory of Urza's strange question about a goddess ritual replayed in his mind, leaving him completely baffled as to her true intentions. He sits in anguish, clutching his head as a wave of guilt washes over him. His face is a mask of pain as he whispers an apology to a memory of Alma, who appears distant and ephemeral in his mind. A sharp knock on the door breaks his reverie. Urza peers in, her expression hesitant. She calls out to him, asking if he has seen Ars. The question jolts him. His head snaps up, eyes wide with sudden alarm at the news of the child's disappearance. Meanwhile, somewhere in the dense, rain-soaked woods, the infant Ars stands alone, looking around in bewildered confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Yanni's bursts out into the stormy weather, splashing through the downpour in a desperate search. As they run through the forest, Yanni's turns to Urza and apologizes, admitting it was he who made her mad by ridiculing her customs. He tells her that despite the rain, he can still see traces of Ars's soul, confirming the child came this way. Urza simply affirms his finding. The trail leads them to the base of a massive tree, where they find Ars nestled safely within the gnarled roots. Urza dismisses Yanni's apology, stating she wasn't angry. She points out that Ars is with the young dragon from before, concluding that the boy came to save it. Yanni's observes the peaceful scene. Ars is fast asleep, cuddling the small dragon. He turns to Urza with a gentle smile, asking if she would truly scold the boy for such an improper act after seeing this tender display. With the tension gone, Urza reveals the truth about their earlier conflict. She holds up the glove, now perfectly repaired, and confirms that she never threw it away. She fixed it. Yanni stares, finally understanding. He asks her why she lied. Averting her gaze, Urza quietly admits that she just wanted to tease him. He looked at Urza, explaining that while there are times she could see into his mind, he had never been able to imagine her being genuinely angry. After all, he had seen her sloppy and pathetic sides ever since they began living together. Her face flushed as she admitted that it was her fault for relying too much on her devil's eye. She confessed that she had become dependent on him, believing he understood her so well that he would never say anything to hurt her, and that she had struck him out of pure dismay. Bowing her head deeply, Urza apologized once more for what she did. Yanni's quickly waved his hands, insisting she shouldn't, and apologized in turn for not being able to live up to the faith she had placed in him. He went on to admit that his attention had been drawn only to her otherworldly side, putting her on a pedestal. Urza wryly pointed out that, first and foremost, the whole incident happened because he didn't keep his things tidy, and that he should reflect on that. A gentle smile formed on her face. She told him that, though it might sound strange, she was now relieved because she saw that he was also just a human being. She explained that things were different now. In the past, she had refused to acknowledge her own feelings, dismissing them as an illusion and escaping from them. Because of that, she had lost an opportunity forever. Her confession seemed to strike a chord within him. He knelt before her in the forest clearing, declaring that he didn't want to run from his feelings anymore. He then presented a small, open box. As Urza watched, stunned, he corrected himself, dropping the formal suffix from her name and simply saying, Urza. Taking her hand gently in his, he clarified that his next words were not about their contract, but were meant in the truest sense. With a look of complete sincerity, he asked, "Would you marry me?" He watched as Urza's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. The question hung in the air between them, and for a moment, she was utterly stunned, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. Then, as a single tear traced a path down her face, her expression softened into a gentle, radiant smile. Her answer was clear and joyful. "Yes," she affirmed, adding, "gladly." With her acceptance, he gently took her hand and slid the ring onto her finger. At that moment, their makeshift marriage became a true marriage. Under the light of a full moon, the infant Ars sleeps soundly on a cushion, nestled beside a small, juvenile dragon. A question is posed from off-panel, asking if Ars is the speaker's real son. The question was directed at Giannis, who relaxes on a couch with his hands behind his head. Beside him, Urza listens as he calmly clarifies that Ars is the son of his late friend. Urza then questions him, wondering if his claimed memory loss is the reason he excels at magic and why he fled to such a remote place. Giannis confirms this is the story he's sticking to, adding that he acted boldly against what he calls bandits and ran away, just in case. His mind flashes back to his time with Alma. He remembers proposing to her and the subsequent decision to tell her everything, except for two crucial facts, that he was a demon from another world, and that the bandits he'd fought were actually the Holy Knights. He concealed these truths, not wanting to upset her. Returning to the present, Giannis recalls Urza's own confession. She had admitted to an assassination attempt on the king of Lurence, a deed she referred to as her sin. He continues to reflect on their conversation. Urza had told him about her past as an intelligence operative, her betrayal by the first prince, and the history of her hometown. Looking at her directly, Giannis reassures Urza that he was merely surprised by her story, not disappointed. He reminds her of the promise he made when they formed their contract, that he believes in the Urza he has come to know. A soft, relieved smile touches Urza's lips as she looks away for a moment. She then turns back to him, her gaze earnest, and asks what he feels. In response, Giannis reaches out and gently takes her hand in his. He looks at her and quietly affirms, "I feel the same." The tender moment is interrupted by a shout of pure joy. Ars, now wide awake, points excitedly at the juvenile dragon, which lets out a happy squawk. The boy has given a name. Come, Bourse. 3 things have changed since the Great Rain. The first is the arrival of the young dragon, who now soars through the air with a happy cry. The dragon has found a playmate in the young child, Ars, who laughs with delight as the creature licks his face. For the first time, Ars has made a friend. The second change is the official naming of the dragon. By combining the sounds Bo and Ars, the child has named him Bourse. Following Ars's wishes, the dragon has officially become a part of their family. It seems the third change is the most surprising of all. Ars can use healing magic. He notices a wound on Bourse's wing and summons glowing butterflies of light to mend it. Urza watches, astonished, realizing that if his other magical attributes came from the dragon meat, this healing ability must be a latent talent. She proudly declares him a prodigy, noting that healing magic is so rare it's considered a divine blessing. Later, inside their home, Giannis turns the conversation to a more serious matter, their next course of action. The third change he alludes to is his startling ambition. He is thinking of obtaining nobility. Urza, taken aback by this difficult path, asks him why he wants to do this and how he plans to achieve it. He explains his first reason. To safely raise their child, they need a decent status, something more secure than that of a small merchant and his wife, which could be easily swept away. Furthermore, he reminds her that they both have criminal records, and the consequences would be severe if they were ever exposed. This leads to his second reason. With a sharp, determined glint in his eyes, he declares that he wants enough power to crush the bastard who set her up. Urza is stunned by his declaration, exclaiming that it's too reckless since their opponent is Lurence. Giannis calmly asks her if she truly believes the first prince was the one who set her up. He explains that as intelligence operatives, their contract magic allows them to discern the orders of the royal family. Even if someone transformed using magic or tools, they would be able to tell if they weren't a true member of the royal family. Urza confirms this is true. He continues his reasoning, pointing out that there is no motive for the first prince to kill the king, as he is already first in line for succession. It would make more sense, he posits, if it were the work of the second prince or someone further down the line trying to eliminate the first prince. This implies that another member of the royal family must have assumed the first prince's form. Urza is shocked by the implication. Giannis then reminds her of his promise to help her atone for her sins, asking why she thinks he would go to such lengths to become a noble just to find their identity. He reveals that if her atonement involves inheriting the king's will, then they cannot ignore the king's peril. This is also part of his promise. He takes her hands, looking at her with unwavering resolve. "I always thoroughly fulfill the promises I make, you see," he states. Their serious moment is suddenly interrupted by Ars, who brandishes a wooden stick like a sword, shouting Seiya. He declares himself Ars, the strongest hero, who will deliver justice to evil demons. The evil demon is, of course, the little dragon, Bourse, who plays along, roaring back as Ars charges at him with a triumphant Torya. He is tossed playfully into the air by the juvenile dragon, Bourse. The game continues as the boy flips end over end before the dragon catches him on its snout. The dragon gently nudges him upwards again, sending the boy soaring through the air once more. He lands on his feet, crying out, "Ow!" and "Whoa," before turning back to the dragon with a grin, declaring, "Now you've gone and done it." He crouches down, gathering energy with a playful zap, zap, before charging headfirst into the dragon's side. The small boy's tackle against the much larger creature results in a surprisingly large explosion of dust and dirt. The boom catches the attention of Urza, who is nearby doing laundry. She calls out, "Ars, I'm washing clothes, so please play without kicking up any dust." From within the massive, billowing cloud, a cheerful voice replies, "Okay." As Yannis prepares to depart, he confirms to Urza that he will be busy with preparations. She bids him to be careful, her attention divided between him and the infant Ars, who is completely engrossed in a hero game with the small dragon, Boris. Just as Yannis turns to leave, Ars rushes towards Urza, calling her mother. With the help of Boris, he excitedly presents a large picture book, demanding that she read it. Urza looks taken aback at being addressed so maternally. The book tells a simple tale. A hero who saved the world returned to his village, married his fiancée, and lived happily ever after. Ars excitedly points out that the hero in the story shares part of his name, Buru, and comes from a long, historical lineage, gesturing to an illustration of a wedding. The image of the wedding startles Urza. She leans in close to Ars, her expression one of utter shock, and blurts out, "Did you have a wedding, mother?" Confused by the question, Ars looks up at Urza, who clarifies that she was asking about herself. She dismisses the idea, stating that things are busy and weddings are for nobles. Ars, however, simply asks, "You didn't?" His question hanging in the air, Ars suddenly changes the subject, calling out to the small dragon. He shouts, "Let's go, Boris," and dashes off with his companion. As the two run off, a flustered Urza shouts after them, her face flushed with alarm. Don't leave my sight," she pleads. Her outburst catches Yannis' attention. He asks about the wedding talk, and Urza becomes even more flustered. Yannis muses that it would be a lot of work, then reveals his plan is to become a noble, more or less, which will keep them busy for the next few years. Overwhelmed, Urza slaps her own cheeks to compose herself, insisting it's nothing. With a gentle expression, Urza stands in the doorway, watching Ars and Boris play together in the yard. The earlier conversation seems to have left her in a thoughtful, slightly dazed state. The day unfolds in a series of quiet moments. Ars and Boris continue their games outside, while Urza watches them from a window. Unseen by them, a large, mature dragon takes flight in the distance, clutching a bundle in its talons as it soars away from the area. As dusk begins to settle, Urza calls out to young Ars, who stand alone in a field. She tells him it's getting dark and that he should head inside. He turns suddenly, his face streaked with tears as he lets out a choked sob, clearly distressed. His wails echo as Urza rushes to his side, asking what's wrong. Ars continues to cry beside a crude structure of sticks, prompting her to ask if he's been hurt. Her concern shifts to suspicion as she notices the small dragon, Boris, looking flustered nearby. She sternly demands to know if Boris did something to upset Ars. Drawn by the commotion, Yannis arrives and asks what's happening. Through his sobs, Ars manages to cry out that it wasn't Boris's fault. He takes in the scene, the crying child, the concerned Urza, the small dragon, and a bizarre pile of sticks, and demands to know what on earth is going on. Urza, having pieced it together, explains with a nod that Ars had wanted to create a wedding ceremony for his mother, but his attempt didn't go as planned. Deeply touched, she looks at Ars with tears welling in her own eyes. Yannis, flustered, thanks Urza for Ars's efforts on her behalf, but dismisses it, saying they don't have time for such things. Urza misinterprets this as a declaration that they weren't going to have a wedding at all, prompting Yannis to quickly deny he meant it that way as she stares, confused. The details of Ars's heartfelt attempt become clear. A heart-shaped arrangement of flowers, a simple wooden arch, and small stones arranged as seats for guests. Finally understanding, Yannis beams with pride, praising both Ars and Boris for their amazing work. Inspired by their effort, he clenches his fist with a wide grin, declaring that now he, as the father, will also put in extra effort. He puts his plan into motion. With a surge of power, the very landscape begins to shift and reform under his will. Chairs and stone pillars burst from the ground as raw magic takes shape. The magical construction continues, weaving together an intricate archway crowned with a glowing, heart-shaped centerpiece. Flowers bloom instantly from the conjured earth. This spectacular display of power catches the attention of Urza, Ars, and the small dragon, Boris. They stare in wide-eyed amazement at the scene unfolding before them. With the creation complete, Yannis stands proudly beside a fully realized wedding aisle under the night sky. He gestures to his handiwork and turns to the young boy, asking, "What do you think, Ars?" Ars's face lights up with pure delight. He excitedly tugs on Urza's sleeve, exclaiming how amazing it all looks. She can only agree, a soft blush gracing her cheeks. Her awe gives way to a flicker of concern. Urza asks Yannis if it was really okay to use so much flashy magic. He reassures her it's fine for just one night, then takes her hand, a new idea striking him as he realizes he almost forgot something. In a brilliant flash of light, her attire transforms into a magnificent wedding dress. Yanni's, now in a white tuxedo, explains that while Ars beat him to the punch, he had been secretly preparing this wedding since the day he proposed. He then asks for her opinion. Tears of pure joy stream down Urza's face as she looks at him. Yes, she answers, her voice thick with emotion. I'm blissfully happy. Nearby, Ars and Bors watch the scene, completely captivated. From the sidelines, Ars and Bors look on as Yanni's leads Urza, now in her wedding gown, down the candlelit aisle he created for her. The young boy reaches a hand out toward the couple as they stand together beneath the glowing, heart-shaped altar, a silent gesture of blessing for their union. The grand display of magic culminates in a brilliant burst of fireworks, illuminating the night sky. Urza, now in a beautiful wedding gown, looks on with wide-eyed wonder, while the infant Ars and the young dragon Bors watch with unrestrained delight. As the magical lights cascade around them, Yanni stands before Urza at the altar he created. He looks at her tenderly and speaks her name, reaffirming his commitment and his eagerness to build a future with her. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy stream down Urza's face. After a moment of stunned silence, she manages a simple yes, her voice thick with feeling as she calls out his name, Kakusama. He gently cups her face, a warm smile on his own as they gaze at each other. A silent, profound understanding passes between them in the dreamlike atmosphere of their impromptu wedding. The tender moment is observed by their small companions. From a safe vantage point, the infant Ars and the young dragon Bors peek out from under the dragon's wing, watching the ceremony unfold. However, their private celebration is not unobserved. From a hidden position in the jungle overlooking the estate, the sinister Prince Eliud Lawrence peers through spyglass. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he declares that he has found his target, casting a shadow over the night of blessings. On the Elbet River, a fleet of ships belonging to the Elvert Magic Knights comes under attack. An officer screams for archers to prepare their bows, shouting that the honor of the knights is on the line. As flaming arrows rain down from the sky, soldiers on deck scramble, calling for water and raising their shields against the fiery onslaught. Inside a command cabin, an elven officer reports to his commander, a long-haired elf he addresses as Your Excellency. The officer explains their predicament. A headwind prevents their own arrows from reaching the enemy, yet a tailwind allows the foe to shower them with fire from the forest. The commander remains calm, advising they have plenty of water and should let the enemy waste their signal fires. Their strategic discussion is interrupted when a messenger bursts in. He outlines their plan for another unit to land upstream while the main force is under fire. If they can establish a beachhead, they can flank the enemy and gain the advantage. A map illustrates the elf army's position on the river, facing the enemy entrenched in the Vauclay Great Forest. However, the messenger delivers grim news from the survivors of that upstream unit. The moment they landed, they were ambushed by hidden demon beasts. The attacking force included a variety of creatures from C to A class, and was even led by a powerful S-class demon ape, resulting in utter devastation. Reacting to the report, the elven officer notes that the enemy leader was designated as an A-class threat. Shuren counters, arguing that given their level of organization, the threat level should be immediately increased to S-class. She further assesses that the organization itself constitutes a special S-class threat. The commander absorbs this new assessment. He concludes that this enemy poses a great threat, one potentially capable of destroying the entire kingdom. With grim determination, he orders a retreat, stating he will report the situation to His Majesty as his fleet begins to turn away from the battle. Meanwhile, in the victor's camp, Vridra, the leonine leader of the Dark Guild Lion King's resurgence, laughs uproariously. He sits on a throne with the captive Urza on his lap, mocking the famed elven magic knights for running away. Nearby, a figure in a spade-marked mask remarks that this victory belongs to the tamer. His laughter subsides as he roars a declaration to his followers. He vows that one day he will build his own kingdom and become its king. He challenges them to prove their worth, promising that when he achieves his goal, he will reward them with all the land, women, and glory they could ever desire. Vridra's impassioned speech ignites his followers. The crowd of beastmen and other monstrous beings erupts into a thunderous cheer, chanting his name and hailing the Lion King's resurgence. Long live Vridra, they cry out in unison. In the midst of the celebration, a cat-like beast woman rushes to Vridra with urgent news, announcing that the one they have been searching for has been found. Vridra gruffly corrects her for calling him boss, telling her to call him Inu instead, his attention immediately seized by her report. From within a crude cell, Urza watches as the turbaned man approaches the bars, his porter standing behind him. He addresses her with a mocking tone, calling her kid and announcing that it seems they have found her friend. He leans closer, a cruel laugh escaping his lips as he taunts her further, asking if she agrees. Urza remains silent, her face smudged with dirt, her gaze defiant despite her capture. The man continues his gloating, remarking that it's a shame all the trouble she went through to help the creature escape was for nothing. Elsewhere, the small fire dragon is ensnared in a net. The captor declares he won't let it escape again, revealing it was the egg he worked so hard to acquire and hatch. From a vantage point in the woods, the turban man peers through a spyglass at a signal flare rising above a distant town. He bellows impatiently at his men, ordering the fools to hurry and bring his prize to him. The commotion draws the attention of young Ars, who watches in horror. A cry of disbelief escapes him as he realizes the truth. Their target is his friend, his very own fire dragon. About half a year has passed since Yanni's and Urza's wedding in the forest. They now travel by carriage along a dusty road, heading towards a distant, grand city. Inside the carriage, Yanni's, disguised in a turban, confirms their objective. They are heading to meet Sebastian in order to formally cancel Urza's slave contract. Their destination is the main branch of the Sebasta company, located within the Lawrence Magic Kingdom, a place that is, for Urza, her former home. As they enter the magnificent city, Yanni's gasps in awe. The sky is filled with flying carpets, and the streets bustle with activity, including magical performances. It is October of the year 1015, 2 years and 3 months since he began his journey of raising Ars. His open excitement prompts Urza, impeccably disguised, to gently ask him not to get too excited, as it is embarrassing for her. Yanni's quickly apologizes. Her disguise is flawless, a testament to her past as a top spy, concealing her identity as an exiled royal. Walking through a vibrant market, Yanni's continues to marvel, remarking that it's an impressive city, unlike Pomola. Urza concurs, stating that it is, after all, the oldest existing kingdom with a 5,000-year history. Their path leads them to Conduit Plaza, where Yanni's is stunned by 2 colossal statues. Urza explains their identities. The one on the left is the magic god Oldemir, who first gave magic to humans, while the one on the right is the dragon god Regazian, founder of the Dragonkin and the first hero. This reverence for multiple deities stands in stark contrast to the Calamira church nation, which strictly worships only the goddess of creation. Lawrence, however, shows great tolerance by worshipping the magic god, the dragon god, and the goddess of creation equally. Yanni's notes that Urza seems to respect strict nations like Calamira. She explains that their strictness is necessary, as the church nation has produced the most heroes in history and is led by a pope who receives divine messages directly from the goddess. Yanni's reflects that for believers, a pilgrimage there would be a natural desire. They arrive at their destination and are greeted by a portly man with a monocle. He welcomes Kaku-sama and compliments Madame on her dress. Urza dismisses it as a disguise, but the man is thoroughly impressed, admitting he never would have seen through it without their advance letter. He then leads them inside, stating that all preparations are complete. Inside, the prepared location, the conversation turned to family. Yanni's, disguised in a turban, asked about young Ars. Urza, her face hidden by her hood, confirmed the boy was staying home, quietly adding that it is better he remains unaware that both his parents are slaves. He reassured her, explaining that he had erected a barrier to keep Ars from leaving the premises and to clear the area of any dangers. Yanni's added that they could teleport back instantly if needed, confident the clever child would be fine. Still, Urza's expression remained fraught with worry as she wondered if Ars would truly be all right on his own. Their discussion was overseen by the merchant, who stood with them on a large magical sigil. He informed them that, because it was a special mutual contract, the nullification process would take 4 to 5 hours. Yanni smiled confidently, remarking that since the contract was made instantly, it should be quick to lift as well, seeking a rhetorical confirmation regarding Seabass. Meanwhile, far away at Kaku's base, Ars, now 2 years and 4 months old, stood alone, looking out with wide, curious eyes. There, the large fire dragon grumbled in frustration. He complained loudly to the smaller dragon, Bors, about the unfairness of being stuck on guard duty simply because he was too large for the house, while Bors was allowed to go outside. The young boy responded to this complaint not with words, but by puffing out his cheeks and making a silly face at the massive creature. He continued his efforts, pulling the corners of his mouth into a grotesque, wide grin. The dragon watched, then opened its own toothy maw in a matching expression of surprise. His antics earned a shocked reaction from the dragon, but Ars himself was unimpressed. With a sigh, he declared that the big dragon, whom he called Bors, was no fun at all. The dragon irritably told him to be quiet, but Ars's attention had already shifted. He pointed to a plant, identifying it as a devil's walking stick and reciting another piece of Victor's wisdom, that it only grows near creatures with strong magic, making it a useful landmark. Following the boy's logic, the dragon looked out from their vantage point. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw a nearby settlement, exclaiming at how much it had grown. It growls menacingly as it faces a group of intruders. Among them, Prince Eliad Lawrence smirks, remarking that it has been a year. As the confrontation begins outside, inside the dwelling, the young dragon, Bors, is startled. The infant Ars looks on with wide, concerned eyes as Bors rushes towards the commotion. He bursts outside only to be confronted by the turban man, who leaps down from above. The man reassures his companions that while Bors is a dragon, he's still just a child, and that he didn't bring anyone who could be easily defeated. The turban man lands squarely on the young dragon's back. Prince Eliad shouts an order, declaring that he has seized Bors's legs and for the others to tie him up. Their attempt is met with a sudden blast of fire from Bors, engulfing one of the attackers. The man screams in agony. Prince Eliud looks on in surprise, admitting he didn't know the young dragon could already breathe fire, a sentiment shared by ours. The fiery outburst sends the attackers reeling. As Bors thrashes, one of Eliud's men, Vrimus, tells the prince that he supposes they will have to use that. He pulls a device, preparing for their next move. Suddenly, a massive figure, the Lion King Vridra, crashes down into the middle of the settlement, shattering the ground. From inside the building, Ars looks out, calling Bors's name in concern. His arrival throws the attackers into confusion. The turban man questions why a child is present when they were told the place was empty. Vridra roars for them to restrain Bors. One of the men lunges at Ars, but slams into an invisible barrier, crying out in surprise. Eliud and his companion watch in shock, noting the strength of the barrier that wasn't even scratched. Observing the powerful barrier and the presence of a pet dragon, Prince Eliud muses on the strange hobbies of the villa's owner, who must have hired a powerful magician. He warns his group not to stray from their objective, noting that while messing with the pet is one thing, hurting the child could cause trouble. Despite his warning, the chaos continues. Vridra shouts for Bors, who is being restrained. Ars, seeing his friend in danger, bangs on the barrier, shouting for them to wait. Annoyed, Eliud clicks his tongue and orders his forces to move. Inside the protective barrier, the infant Ars pounds his tiny fists against the invisible wall, his cries echoing his desperation. He screams to be let through as the young dragon, Bors, wails in terror nearby. His pleas turn into a desperate wail, tears streaming down his face as he continues to push against the unyielding magic, begging to be let out. He watches in horror as Bors is dragged away, the small dragon's own cries of protest fading. The realization that Bors is being taken fills him with a sense of helpless rage. Overwhelmed by this powerlessness, a surge of energy erupts from within him. His eyes blaze with golden fire as he screams, a raw denial of the reality unfolding before him. He does not want this. The sound of his cry carries outside. Vrimus, startled, looks around, asking his companion if he heard something. The turban man dismisses it, shaking his head and attributing the sound to his own imagination. Their dismissal is premature. Back at the barrier, a tremendous force shatters the hexagonal magic field from the inside. Ars stands amidst the dissipating energy, panting heavily from the exertion. Though he wobbles on his feet, drained and unsteady, his resolve is absolute. He takes a determined step forward, sweat dripping from his brow, knowing he must go after his friend. He calls out to the captured dragon, his voice filled with urgency. Bors, wait for me. The remnants of the shattered barrier lie around him, a testament to his newfound power. Elsewhere, events are in motion. A slave trader celebrates a successful deal. Yanis and Vrimus are seen together, perhaps planning their next move. All this unfolds as the narrative focus shifts to a location identified as the ruins of the ancient city Eifer, hidden deep within a forest. Within those ruins, Prince Eliud laughs triumphantly. He looks upon a massive, caged creature and congratulates a man named Victor on his success, promising rewards for him and his men. He stands amidst the revelry as the Lion King, Vridra, roars for celebration, urging his men to drink as much as they like. Nearby, chained to the massive, subdued dragon, Urza sits silently, a clicking sound echoing from her restraints. The prince turns his attention to the captive girl, his expression unreadable. He tells her he has a favor to ask, holding out a cloth and instructing her to use it to tend to the dragon's wounds. Urza flinches, her face a mixture of defiance and apprehension. As she walks away, the metal of her shackles clatters against the stone floor. Two small beast children, a boy and a girl with cat-like features, watch her pass from behind the bars of a nearby cell. From behind her, Eliud offers a hollow apology. She stops before the colossal beast, her apology still hanging in the air. She looks up, addressing the dragon directly, calling it the brat with the ancestor's trait. Her words are cut short by Vridra's booming laughter. The Lion King warns her not to get any ideas about freeing the dragon again, reminding her that her ability to communicate with him is the only reason she's still alive. He mockingly compares her to that other one. Ignoring the beastman's taunts, she sits before the dragon, who makes a low, rumbling sound. She asks why it is apologizing, questioning if it was for all the trouble it took to let her escape. She gently places a hand on the dragon's snout, wiping away blood with the cloth. She reassures the beast, saying the wound is not its fault. The dragon responds by licking her face, causing her to let out a small, surprised laugh. From the cell, the two beast children watch the interaction, chattering that she is talking to the dragon. Vridra observes as well, laughing and noting that she has met a good friend. He overhears the name Bors and asks if that is the dragon's name, musing aloud if her friend's father gave it that name. He then turns his attention fully to Urza, a cruel grin on his face, and asks if her friend is coming to rescue her. Panicked, she insists that it's reckless, that he doesn't even know where they are. Despite her fear, a small, sad smile touches her lips. She tells the dragon, Bors, that it has a wonderful friend. The dragon rumbles in agreement, remembering the small, horned boy who stood with it on that rainy day. Her face streaked with tears. Urza thinks of ours. She doesn't want such a good kid to die for her sake. From outside the cell, Vridra's voice mocks her thoughts, stating that is precisely why he doesn't want the boy to come. Inside, Urza sits beside the massive, chained form of the dragon boars. Nearby, Prince Eliud stands silently with the two small beast children. He lifts his head slightly, sniffing the air as if detecting an unfamiliar scent. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupts in the courtyard, blasting guards away. Amidst the chaos, shouts of confusion ring out, questioning who the intruder is and how they breach security. From her cell, Urza looks on in wide-eyed shock. The explosion alerts Vridra and Prince Eliud. As Vridra takes a defensive stance, Eliud calmly identifies the phenomenon as lightning magic, both realizing they are under attack. The source of the attack stands defiantly in the dungeon's entrance. It is Ars, who unleashes his power with a furious roar, screaming the name of his captured friend, Bors. The powerful shout echoes through the stone halls. Urza covers her ears at the sheer volume, while Vridra and his subordinate grimace in annoyance. He stands his ground amidst the panicked guards, his voice booming through the facility as he calls out for the dragon once more. At the sound of his name, Bors's head jerks up. Urza covers her mouth, realizing with disbelief that Ars has come. In the courtyard, Ars's face lights up with joy and relief as he spots the dragon, shouting, Bors, there you are. Prince Eliud glares, annoyed, remarking that they were followed. Nearby, Vridra grips the head of another man, identified as Victor, and coldly tells him that he slipped up. Seeing the intruder is just a child, the elf commander orders his beastmen subordinates to capture him. As they lunge forward, the boy, Ars, unleashes a crackling wave of raw lightning that zaps the attacker's head on. The electrical energy erupts into a searing inferno, engulfing the beastmen and the blindfolded man in an instant. Their pained screams echo as they are consumed by the flames. The sudden, devastating display leaves Urza speechless, her hand covering her mouth in shock. In stark contrast, Vridra throws his head back and lets out a booming, maniacal laugh, while Prince Eliud looks on, stunned. Undeterred, Ars beams a wide, confident smile and announces that he has come pick them up. He calls out to the small dragon, telling Boris it's time to go home, his actions fueled by his devotion to his friend. Before them rests a large, cracked object nestled in a bed of straw within a wooden crate. It is unmistakably an egg. Looking at the egg, Urza hears a proposition. She, a dragonkin with the ancestral trait, is being asked to become the dragon's parent. A nearby researcher, witnessing the specimen, can barely contain his excitement before sheepishly apologizing for his outburst. The man making the request introduces himself as Set, a magical creature specialist hired by Vridra for his expertise. He smiles, telling the stunned Urza not to worry, as he will assist her in this parental role she has been assigned. Her shock is interrupted as the egg hatches. Urza's focus immediately shifts, her scientific curiosity taking over. She marvels at the metallic shell and the lack of records on artificial hatching, realizing they must experiment to determine the fire dragon's needs. The tiny, newly hatched dragon emerges from its shell. As it looks around, Urza wonders aloud what they should feed it, noting that all available information is on adult dragons. Set chuckles, admitting they haven't bathed in a week. The hatchling lets out a chirp, which Urza, blushing, translates. It said they smell bad. Set expresses his surprise, confirming that dragonkin with the ancestral trait can indeed communicate with dragons. He praises Urza, whom he addresses as Yurikun, for her talent. He notes her keen eye for detail and excellent memory, stating that she has been a great help. She looks back at him, the small dragon now perched on her shoulder, and asks what he means by this situation. Set begins to explain. He states that he had heard the guild's activities were to protect refugees and the homeless, providing them with work. He confirms that most members are indeed people like that, but admits his primary motivation was the irresistible chance to research dragons. His tone darkens as Yannis listens from nearby. Set reveals the grim reality. The guild's core members are bandits. They monopolize trade routes to fund a growing army of thugs, kidnap refugees, force men into labor, making weapons, and sell the women as slaves. He turns to Urza, his expression serious, and confirms what he has pieced together. He asks if it's true that her mother is being held hostage. Urza looks away, her voice trailing off as she admits her mother is somewhere else, implying the truth in his words. Set then reveals the unfortunate truth. The reason Vridra values her is not out of kindness. This triggers a memory for Urza, recalling her mother's words to be grateful to Vridra, who had saved them from magic beasts and demons when their hometown was attacked. He continues, explaining Vridra's true, monstrous ambition. He wants Urza to form a contract with the newly hatched fire dragon and transform it into a devastating killing machine, capable of laying waste to entire cities. The scholar clarifies that Vridra's ultimate goal is to conquer a nation, and he desires a weapon on par with an entire military. Urza stares in horror, looking from Set to the tiny, innocent dragon in her arms, unable to reconcile the two realities. Her immediate concern is for the creature. She asks Set if there's any chance for at least the dragon to escape. Set looks at her, surprised, questioning why she is prioritizing the dragon over her own safety. With newfound resolve, Urza declares she will secure the dragon's cooperation. Yannis places a reassuring hand on her head, telling her not to worry. He reveals that he learned everything from Vridra's brother, who took a great risk to inform him, and that he believes this brother can be trusted. He tells her to simply rest and wait. Urza is left wide-eyed and speechless, stunned by his confidence and the existence of a secret ally. The scene shifts violently. Set is now chained to a wooden post, bloodied and brutalized, as vultures circle above. Vridra, the lion beast man, sits before him with a cold smirk, watching the scholar's slow demise. Vridra scoffs, calling Set a hypocrite. He muses that the scholar must have become emotionally attached to let the dragon escape. He notes that while Set is still breathing, he will be dead soon enough. Standing beside him, Urza listens as Vridra speaks. He remarks that it is a shame to see a talented person die, but crimes must be punished. He then declares his decision. He will assign his younger brother as the new caretaker. The lion-like beast man, Vridra, leans in close to Urza, his voice a low growl. He introduces his brother, Vrimus, as her new handler, promising to retrieve the escaped dragon. He warns her that if she becomes his loyal weapon, he won't treat her poorly, a threat veiled as a promise. Urza, terrified, internally clings to the belief that this brother can be trusted. To punctuate his threat, Vridra crushes Set's broken spectacles under his hand. He coldly reminds Urza not to forget that her mother will be next. The weight of this final threat shatters Urza's composure. Tears and saliva stream down her face as she breaks into ragged, desperate sobs, realizing she has gambled everything and lost. Amidst her weeping, a faint but distinct cry echoes. The small, hidden dragon calls out, as if to confirm what Urza had hoped for, that help had arrived. Suddenly, Yannis appears in the doorway, his face alight with fierce resolve. He shouts to the stunned Urza, "I've come to pick you up." His sudden arrival doesn't anger Vridra, it fascinates him. The beastman laughs, seeing not an obstacle, but a prize. He muses that the boy would fetch a high price if sold, or could be raised into a great weapon. From a balcony overlooking the hall, an order rings out, "Capture him alive." Immediately, guards swarm towards Yannis from all directions. He responds without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfs the charging soldiers, sending them reeling back in agony and surprise. Taking command, Vrimus coolly orders his men to deploy defensive magic and corner the boy, aiming for his tendons. He confidently dismisses Yannis' power, stating that besides his lightning, his other magic is nothing special. His words are immediately proven wrong. Yannis conjures another element entirely, launching a barrage of water projectiles that slam into the guards. Vrimus can only stare in shock, questioning how many attributes the boy can possibly wield as his soldiers are violently thrown back. He strains against the magical torrent, shouting in disbelief as his efforts prove futile. The water magic Yannis summoned is too powerful, and Vrimus can only command his men to push back against a force that is already overwhelming them. The deluge intensifies, washing the guards away in a chaotic surge. They cry out in pain and surprise as they are swept off their feet, leaving Vrimus momentarily stunned by the raw power on display. Bursting from the water, Yannis becomes a blur of motion. He launches himself into the air, delivering a series of swift, powerful kicks to the remaining guards, his movements too fast for them to counter. He continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of strikes and kicks. The guards fall before him, unable to land a single blow as he single-handedly dismantles their formation with ferocious energy. Landing lightly amidst the fallen man, Yannis looks up at Vridra and Vrimus with a triumphant grin, boasting about his amazing performance. Vridra, unimpressed, retorts that the brat is merely darting around like a wild animal. He explains that, after all, his strength comes from pretending to be a hero with the young dragonborns every day. Nearby, Urza listens, her mind reeling. She can hardly believe he became so powerful just from playing around. As the remaining guards and a stunned Vrimus look on, Yannis' demeanor turns serious. He announces that something is coming, his ultimate move, and declares his intention to take out all the bad guys right now. With a cry, he unleashes his power. A massive discharge of electricity erupts from his body, a technique he calls the Thunder Cannon, shattering the stone floor and walls in a devastating explosion. From his vantage point, Vridra watches with a smirk as the blast tears a massive hole in the fortress wall. Below, Vrimus and his men are sent flying by the sheer force of the shockwave. Vridra turns to his brother, who is just picking himself up from the rubble. He orders his idiot brother to go deal with Yannis. Vrimus, aghast, calls him a coward, but Vridra simply notes that this child is clearly not someone their half-baked troops can handle. The scene shifts to a memory, a vast, desolate landscape under a pale sky. A much younger Vrimus stands alone, water dripping from his trousers. An imposing figure, a swordsman with pointed ears and a fur-collared cape, approaches him through the shallow water. "Hey there, kid," the man calls out, his voice calm. "What's your name?" A man with pointed ears and a fur-collared cape introduces himself as Victor, a former magic knight of Lawrence. He regards the small, horned boy before him, commenting that his name, Ars, is a good and strong one. In response, Ars shouts his name defiantly. Victor's expression turns grim as he remarks that the situation is unfortunate. Unwilling to back down, Ars clenches his fists and declares that he doesn't want to fight, demanding that Victor simply surrender. As he makes his plea, the ground beneath Ars suddenly liquefies into a thick mire, trapping his legs. He struggles, realizing he cannot escape. Victor watches coolly, admitting that while he didn't expect the boy to fall for it so easily, he has already been caught. The former knight declares his intention to cut the boy's tendons and encase him in mud, warning him to stay still. A powerful surge of earth magic erupts, but Ars, having anticipated the move, seems to counter it just as it explodes. Victor appears surprised. Despite his efforts, the mud overwhelms Ars, pulling him under as he gasps for air. From a nearby cell, Urza watches in horror, calling out his name. Victor calmly identifies his technique, Stratus. As she watches Ars struggle, a memory of her teacher, Set, flashes through Urza's mind, reminding her of a lesson. The thought galvanizes her. Gripping the bars of her cell, she screams a single, crucial instruction to Ars. Use water. Victor grunts in annoyance at her interference. Heeding Urza's cry, Ars summons his power, unleashing a massive geyser of water that erupts from the mud pit, blasting him free. From her cell, Urza gives a small, relieved nod. Now standing on solid ground, Ars turns to her with a beaming, grateful smile and shouts his thanks. Without hesitation, he splashes through the remaining puddles and charges directly at Victor. The former knight moves to intercept, lunging forward to meet the boy's assault. Victor's experience shows as he moves with superior speed. In a fluid, arcing motion, he strikes, sending Ars tumbling through the air. The blow is so swift that it leaves only a small nick on Ars's cheek as he is thrown completely off balance. He recovers his balance in mid-air, twisting to launch himself back toward Victor. With a determined shout, he closes the distance, fist cocked back for a powerful strike. Before he can land the blow, Victor counters. Chanting an incantation, he unleashes a volley of rock bullets from the ground. One projectile slams into Ars, sending him flying backward as Victor remarks on the height of his trajectory. Refusing to be stopped, Ars roars and unleashes a torrent of wind magic, forcefully shattering the remaining projectiles. Victor watches in astonishment, shocked that the boy could break through his attacks so forcefully. The exertion proves too much. Ars collapses to the stone floor, coughing and gasping for air. Victor stands over him, the clear victor of their exchange. From a nearby cell, other prisoners watch the spectacle. One man questions if the kid is insane for charging headfirst into a barrage of bullets, while another calls him a nutjob, finding the entire display unbelievable. As Ars lies defeated, Urza looks on from her own confinement. A look of pure amazement crosses her face as she recognizes the incredible potential within him. Her moment of awe is brutally interrupted. A hulking, gorilla-like beastman suddenly steps into the arena and delivers a devastating punch to the downed Ars, sending his small body flying across the floor. Urza watches in wide-eyed horror. A flash of a reptilian eye, filled with fury, appears as Ars's body is slammed violently against the ground. A voice cuts through her shock. The beastman's leader, a lion man, mockingly addresses her as boss. He laughs, asking if Ars's futile struggle sparked hope in her, only to declare that he's now bored with the show. He refers to her as Dragonkin. The scene pulls back to reveal the lion man, Vridra, lounging on a balcony with his entire entourage. They have been watching the fight as entertainment. As they comment on the outcome, with one lamenting that Victor's victory means he won't get to fight, Ars lies motionless and defeated on the arena floor below. As the boy lies defeated, Urza watches from behind prison bars, tears streaming down her face. Behind her, Set observes with a grim expression, thinking that Ars shouldn't have come. He fears that at this rate, the boy will end up just like him. He reminds a distraught Urza not to forget. Her distress triggers a memory of Set speaking to her as a child. He kneels before her in a stone room, gently placing a hand on her head and telling her to keep holding onto her dream, no matter what happens. In a memory, a younger, tearful Urza asks what a dream is. Set explains that it is something one wants to become or achieve in the future. He tells her that dreams provide hope, regardless of how dark things may seem. His lesson continues, explaining that when a small opportunity arises to change a harsh reality, the courage to seize it comes from the hope and dreams one holds on to. Back in the present, Urza's internal monologue reveals her past despair. She confesses that she once thought Set's words were a lie and that there was no hope in reality, believing she would have to give up on everything. She asked herself if Yuusha understands. She had thought the hope Set spoke of was just an abstract idea, but then Ars appeared, a sudden, explosive arrival that changed everything. She realizes now that it's not right to always leave everything to someone else. It wouldn't be fair to them. Another memory surfaces, a plea from a past tragedy, begging for a child to be saved. The voice insists that the child, Ars, cannot die, for he will surely help many people in the future. This realization galvanizes her. With newfound determination burning in her eyes, Urza clenches her fist and screams toward the arena. Ars-kun, please give me strength. Her desperate cry cuts through the air, startling Vridra. Victor flinches, shocked. They both turn towards the unconscious Ars, shouting his name, urging him to wake up and run. As he lay unconscious, Urza's desperate cries for Ars-kun echoed in the chamber. Her plea triggered a memory from his past, Set's grave warning that he would eventually perish, a fate he must remember. Set's words were a prophecy of doom, a belief that no matter how great and evil once was, the trigger for its downfall always came from a single source. The thought seemed to resonate with Arza's current, helpless state, his face bloodied and still. But that trigger was not one of despair. It was a small spark of courage, now igniting within Urza. Her eyes flare with a golden, fiery light as her resolve hardens. A sudden flash of energy erupts, striking the gorilla-like beastman squarely in the head. The impact is sharp and unexpected, stunning the creature and catching Vridra's attention. The fiery blast tears through the air, shattering one of the beastman's massive fangs upon impact. The onlookers are stunned into silence. Vridra and his companions stare in disbelief, one of them stammering that someone had broken the demon ape's fangs. Even Urza, watching from behind the bars with a small dragon, is shocked by the sudden turn of events, whispering Ars's name. The display of power triggers another, deeper memory within Ars. He recalls a dark time when he and others stood before a colossal, shadowy demon, a voice echoing the cold command. Kill him. Despite being just a child, bloodied and facing overwhelming odds, he had stood firm. With defiance in his eyes, he declared that he was there to save his friend. He had then charged forward, vowing to be like the strong and kind heroes from his picture books and shouting that he would never give up. As this memory surfaces, Urza watches him, realization dawning on her. In the past, Set's voice had approved, well said, Ars. Fueled by this memory and Urza's desperate hope, Ars surges with power. He launches himself through the air, his fist glowing with fiery energy, and smashes it into the gorilla man's jaw. At the same moment, Yannis moves in, ready to join the fray. His leap into the fray did not go unnoticed. From the sidelines, Urza watched with a mixture of worry and exasperation, declaring that Ars would be getting a stern lecture when they returned home. The Lion King Vridra echoed her sentiment with a growl, demanding if the boy knew how worried they had been. The distant scolding was of no concern to the man now standing before Ars. A confident smile spread across his face as his voice cut through the tension, directed at the small, battered child. But, he continued, placing a reassuring hand on Ars's head. The boy, his face smeared with grime, looked up at him with wide, trusting eyes. His voice was full of pride as he praised the child. Good job, Ars. You really worked hard for the sake of your friend. Having reassured the boy, he straightened up, his focus shifting back to the enemy. At his side, a new ally appeared, a woman with flowing light hair. Now, she began, her voice steady. Yannis finished the declaration, his gaze fixed on the remaining foes. It's judgment time. Just leave the rest to us. A few hours prior, outside a large, fortified building. In the present, two figures stand before a shattered hexagonal energy field. One of them observes in disbelief that the barrier has been broken. Yannis, holding a magical token, realizes the immense power that shattered the barrier came from within, identifying the source as Ars. Beside him, Urza expresses her shock, unable to comprehend how someone could possess the power to break her barrier. Kneeling, Yannis is overwhelmed by the sheer volume of magical energy he senses, questioning if such an immense power could truly belong to the infant, Ars. At the scene, Urza points out her findings on the ground. 26 footprints, a single large demon beast footprint, and what appears to be one of Bors's scales, all amidst traces of a magical battle. Yannis exclaims in alarm as he feels his own magic being slightly neutralized by the residual energy. She continues her analysis, noting that while there are footprints belonging to Ars, there are none from Bors. She theorizes that someone must have taken Bors, and that Ars chased after them. Yannis agrees with her assessment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Urza becomes frantic, insisting they must hurry. The faint, glowing tracks they are following begin to fade into the distance, threatening to disappear completely. Elsewhere, a powerful, lion-like beast man with a full mane and sharp teeth roars with conviction. He declares himself Vridra, the Lion King, a descendant of the beast folk king from a once prosperous land. He continues his impassioned speech, vowing to lead his people to a truly equal and free country. He proclaims that he will take revenge on the wretched elves who stole their nation, branded them as barbarians, and cast them out. In a separate location, the turban man holds up a cage containing the small dragon, Bors. He explains to his companion, Shurin, that they hatched the dragon themselves and intend to use it as a weapon to build their foundation. The man's declaration is met with defiance. The Lion King, Vridra, roars for them to shut up, his voice booming with rage. He snarls that he will not hand the creature over to the likes of them, while Shurin glares back, unintimidated. As Vridra's knuckles crack in anger, his attention is suddenly drawn elsewhere. Yannis, sitting calmly amidst the rubble with the infant Rs, addresses Urza. He notes that their leader seems quite strong and asks if she will be all right, instructing her to handle the others while he deals with Vridra. He reaffirms his plan, but then considers the reality of the situation. He realizes that he won't be able to protect Rs while fighting a large group of enemies. By a process of elimination, he concludes that splitting the fight is their only option. Urza's face twists with a mixture of pain and resolve. With gritted teeth, she looks towards Yannis and pleads, "Please, let me do this." She accepts her role in the battle, determined to prevent Rs from being harmed. The Lion King sneers at her intervention. He mocks her for interrupting his speech and then blabbering on, but ultimately accepts her challenge. "Fine," he growls, "I shall take you on." He adds a final taunt, telling her she can try, assuming she can even make it that far. With a determined glare, Urza ignores the words and leaps into action, vaulting over one beastman and charging headfirst into the enemy ranks. She activates an ability, Strama, cloaking herself in an aura of power. In a flash, she unleashes a flurry of attacks. A wind claw slash followed by a leaping, chaotic slash, carving through the beastfolk warriors with blinding speed. The devastating display leaves Vridra momentarily stunned. He recognizes her as a rare dark elf from the infamous Heranoido clan, noting her impressive skill. Urza retorts that she is a cursed outcast from a clan of traitors, even among the vile elves. Vridra laughs, amused by her admission. Before the exchange can continue, Yannis, now wreathed in a powerful, fiery aura, cuts in. "For a filthy beast, you sure talk a lot," he says, his voice cold. The Lion King turns, his face a mask of shock at this sudden, immense display of power. He leaps into the fray, hurling a volley of weighted blades at the Lion King. He taunts the Beastman, telling him the stench from his mouth is unbearable and that he should keep it shut. Vridra seethes with rage at the insult. Enraged, Vridra bellows for his opponent to die and unleashes a devastating counterattack. A sweeping slash of force he calls the Lion King's fawn. Observing the clash from a distance, Urza analyzes the situation. She realizes her own attacks are too light to be truly effective against such a foe, but she also notes that Vridra's wide, powerful assault leaves him open. Deciding on a new strategy, she declares her intent to take away the Lion King's vision first. As Yannis narrowly evades the Beastman's claws, Urza begins to cast a spell, whispering its name, Dusk. The spell, however, seems to affect Yannis instead, as a dark energy swirls around his head, obscuring his vision. Shocked, he cries out Urza's true name, Refaya, his own teeth momentarily appearing sharp and demonic as Vridra looks on in confusion. A powerful shockwave erupts from the ground, shattering the stone floor into a spray of debris and dust. From the settling dust, Urza stands, her clothes slightly tattered. She faces the Beastman Vridra, acknowledging that he is an intelligent opponent, not just a brute. She notes that he managed to draw her in and even reflect her magic back at her. Her expression hardens, blood trickling from a new cut on her forehead. She concludes that it seems she will have to sharpen her own dulled senses for this fight. As she steels herself, the quiet drip of water echoes from a nearby, arched corridor, a stark, silent moment after the explosion. The perspective shifts, revealing Urza trapped behind bars, watching with wide-eyed disbelief. She thinks it's impossible. Nearby, the turbaned man curses as a massive stone fist erupts from the floor, wondering about the source of this power. Atop the newly formed stone platform stands Yannis, holding the infant Rs within a protective hexagonal barrier. All around them, Vridra's beastmen lie defeated. The Lion King himself can only stare up, realizing his opponent is far too strong. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, his dark hair flaring with power. Yannis turns to the turbaned man, calmly asking him to disclose the structure, numbers, and positions of his organization. From the side, Vridra groans out, calling for the tamer. The tamer, however, merely laughs. He boasts that it's over, as multiple demonic beasts materialize around him. He questions if Yannis is capable of simultaneous summons and beast manipulation, then declares these monsters are their ultimate weapon, a force that repelled even the elven army. He taunts Yannis, telling him to come back with a whole battalion if he wants to win. In response to the challenge, Yannis simply extends one hand. A blinding, overwhelming torrent of dark energy erupts forward, instantly engulfing the tamer's summoned army. The turbaned man smiles calmly, telling the others to surrender. But Vridra and his men are utterly terrified. Screaming that Yannis is a monster, they turn and flee for their lives. As the tamer vanishes, Yannis is left alone, muttering about their rudeness for running away just after seeing his face. He surveyed the mass of captured beastmen, a temporary solution. While the infant Rs cheered at his dad's amazing power, Yannis remained focused, troubled by the escape of the troublesome man in the turban. His thoughts raced. A large enemy force was still waiting outside. He considered his next move, mentally commanding his forces to surround the castle and ensure no one escaped. He weighed his options. He could forcibly erase the memories of those he'd captured, but he hesitated, realizing that if too many people learned of his true power, the situation could spiral out of his control. Meanwhile, inside a cell, the lock clicked open. The defeated Lion King, Vridra, surrendered completely, pleading for the kids to be spared. His eyes fell upon the small dragon, relieved to see that Boris was unharmed. Having made a decision, Giannis declared that he would let someone else handle the outside force. He pointed towards the cage, ordering its occupant to go wild. From within, Urza cried out, begging him to wait. She quickly introduced herself to Giannis and Ars as Yura. She explained that she had been entrusted with the dragon's care, possessing a heaven's blessing that allows her to speak with them. At this, Ars became ecstatic. He exclaimed that Yura had saved him when he was on the verge of defeat, giving him crucial advice. He thanked her profusely, promising to repay her someday, much to her flustered surprise. Giannis processed this new information. He confirmed with Yura that she couldn't let Boris rampage on his own. She affirmed, her expression turning serious as she explained that many slaves and craftsmen were being forced to work nearby and would be caught in the crossfire. Her demeanor shifted. A look of firm resolve settled on her face as she declared that she would no longer leave things to others. Seeing her determination, Giannis placed a hand on her head. He entrusted the mission to her, telling her to go with Boris and give him commands. He places a reassuring hand on Urza's head, a gesture of trust. Beside them, the infant Ars cries out a happy yes, as Urza herself looks up, her eyes shining with newfound determination. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, the battle rages. A woman with flowing light hair clashes with the Lion King, Vridra. His powerful blow shatters the stone beneath her feet, but she deftly evades, brandishing a small blade. The beastman roars, bellowing her names with fury. Refaya, Dusk. The woman's expression hardens, a flicker of shock crossing her face as she hears him. In response, she thrusts her palm forward, unleashing a blast of pure concussive force directly at the charging Lion King. Vridra dodges with surprising agility, a manic grin spreading across his face. Seizing the opening, Refaya sprints along the top of the high stone wall as he gives chase. She leaps from the rampart, crashing down into the courtyard below and shattering the flagstones. Vridra lands heavily moments later, surveying the destruction for any sign of his quarry. Smoke curls from the Lion King's mouth as he stands amidst the rubble. He wonders aloud if he managed to hit her, but he quickly realizes his opponent is still present. He inwardly curses, acknowledging her skill at blending into the dark, even if he can't pinpoint her exact location. From the deep shadows of an archway, Refaya watches, her expression grim. Frustrated, Vridra decides on a new strategy. If he can't find her, he will simply blow everything away. He gathers energy into his clawed hand, roaring the name of his attack, Rudzam Strorik. He unleashes the Tyrant Hurricane, a massive, swirling vortex of wind and debris that tears through the courtyard, threatening to annihilate everything in its path. He surveys the devastation, noting with grim satisfaction that everything has been reduced to rubble. The Lion King smirks, confident that his opponent has been shredded by the force of the tornado. But as he savors his presumed victory, a sharp pain pierces his shoulder. He looks down in disbelief to see a blade embedded in his flesh, wielded by the very woman he thought was dead. He roars in confusion, demanding to know how she survived and what she has done. He realizes with dawning horror that she must have turned invisible without any incantation. The truth of her strategy becomes clear. She hid at his feet, just outside the spell's range, while completely erasing her presence. She had deliberately projected a strong killing intent from the darkness, while chanting a meaningless spell, creating a perfect diversion. He understands now that her hiding in a confined space and her lack of a decisive attack were all part of a larger scheme to lure him into using a massive, indiscriminate spell. Then, at the precise moment he let his guard down, assured of his victory, she closed the distance silently and at high speed to deliver her strike. The full weight of the deception crashes down on him. He stumbles, groaning in agony, as he understands it was all a bluff. Refaya explains that she used a poison that paralyzes the semicircular canals and heightens all five senses. She elaborates that while the poison won't kill him, it will cause the boundary between dream and reality to collapse. Soon, he won't even be able to lie down, as every sensation, light, sound, and even smell, will become a source of excruciating pain. Elsewhere, Urza speaks with Giannis, noting that her husband dislikes unnecessary killing. She then changes the subject, asking Giannis if he remembers the children they rescued in the city of Pomola 2 years prior. Giannis confirms that he does, as an investigation report from the Holy City has identified the organization that sold them. He continues, explaining that the report identifies a merchant guild that seized control of Pomola. They used the Lion King's resurgence, Vridra's recent appearance, as an opportunity, building their wealth by selling weapons made from fire dragon materials and engaging in illegal slave trading. He continues his explanation, revealing that while the group presents itself as a merchant organization, it is, in reality, a dark syndicate. Their true leader's name is Vridra. At that very moment, the beastman Vridra is helpless, his mane gripped tightly by Refaya. As he chokes out pleas for her to stop, she looks down on him with cold intensity, informing him that she has a lot of questions. The scene had been one of utter chaos. The turbaned man, Vrimus, and others had fled in terror, shouting that they couldn't possibly win against the rampaging dragon that laid waste to their stronghold. During the pandemonium, the captors had turned on their own slaves, ordering them out of the way and threatening their lives if they dared to resist the boss. But that threat now rings hollow. An elderly man, one of the former captives, confronts Yannis and the turbaned man, his voice booming with newfound defiance. He tells them to look around, declaring that they are slaves no longer. The turbaned man and Vrimus stare in disbelief. Before them stands Refaya, one foot planted firmly on the back of their defeated leader, Vridra, a clear symbol of the power shift. Their shock is compounded by the sight of Urza, who has evidently tamed the very dragon that caused the initial destruction, now calmly riding upon its back. From a high vantage point, she reports her assessment to Yannis. Based on her observations, there are about 180 combatants and 500 relatives and laborers. She has also heard the organization has branches throughout the region, with a total number of subordinates, including slaves, close to 2,000. The turbaned man, now standing near Urza, panics aloud. He realizes the disastrous implications if word gets out that their entire headquarters was wiped out by just 2 people. He overhears this and contemplates the next move. Urza jokingly asks if they should just kill everyone, calling them trash. Yannis dismisses the joke, stating that while they can't just leave the situation unreported, the captured group contains many wanted criminals. He watched as one of the captured slavers, a man with a turban, pleaded for calm, pointing out that they were already tied up. Beside him, Urza looked on him passively. The captive continued to plead, apologizing and mentioning he had a family. His words were cut short by the furious shout of a freed slave, who demanded to know what difference it would make if he were to kill the slaver on the spot. The freed slave roared that he would never forgive the man who sold his wife and child into slavery, declaring they would all be executed anyway. He raised an axe for a killing blow, but just as it was about to descend, Ars leaped into its path, shouting for him to stop. Yannis cried out in alarm. The axe having been stayed, Ars turned around with a bright, bandaged face and a wide, innocent grin. He cheerfully declared that they should all make up, leaving both the vengeful freed slave and a stunned Yannis utterly bewildered. The child's innocent suggestion sparked something in Yannis. A wide, predatory grin stretched across his face, revealing his demonic fangs as he announced he had just gotten a brilliant idea. Urza, startled by his sudden change in demeanor, could only utter a small sound of surprise. She continued to watch him, her expression hardening with suspicion. She recognized the look on his face. It was a nasty, scheming grin, and she couldn't help but wonder what terrible plan was forming behind it. Within the Vokle Great Forest, Urza is held captive behind bars. She learns from an armor guard that the location, an old fortress, serves as a communication post, a lookout against external threats, and a holding facility. She asks if they are keeping hostages. The guard confirms her suspicions, explaining that the relatives of the workers are held there as leverage, a cruel method to prevent the workers from escaping. Elsewhere, Yannis, holding a small vial, flashes a sharp-toothed grin. He decides they need to be quick about their next move. His plan takes them to the trade city of Pomola, the central hub for the Lion King's commercial dealings. Inside a bustling office, Yannis dismisses the official story, telling Urza he is far more interested in the secret dealings happening behind the scenes. She listens as Prince Elliot explains that the underground headquarters of the intelligence unit gathers information on royalty and nobility, using slush funds to exert influence. A confident smile spreads across Urza's face, just as she thought. This is well within her area of expertise. Later, Yannis stands before a group of rough-looking men in what appears to be a guild hall. Raising a gloved hand, he calls for their attention. He triumphantly holds up a drawing of the Lion King's face, announcing to the stunned crowd that their boss has been captured and, therefore, their guild is now disbanded. With Urza at his side, he clarifies that while their work will remain the same, they must now follow his group's policies. The guild members immediately erupt in defiance, shouting that they will never listen and ordering their comrades to kill the intruders. Their defiance is met with a cold, shared glare from both Yannis and Urza. She calmly states the consequence. If they resist, they will be dealt with accordingly. The warning is punctuated by the sight of the defiant guild members instantly and brutally incapacitated, their bodies strewn across the floor as Urza finishes her warning to tread carefully. She stood before Yannis a few days after their victory, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. She questioned his plan to use the Dark Guild to acquire a noble title, pointing out that he had just claimed such a thing was impossible. With a confident smirk, Yannis clarified his true intention. They would offer the captured Vridra and his underlings as tribute to the king, demanding a title in return. He then reminded her of the long-term strategy he had previously outlined. The problem, he explained, was never about their ability to win, but the implausibility of only 2 people taking down an entire guild. To cover this up, they would follow his original plan. Use rumors of a personal mercenary group to attract clients, build financial strength, and eventually rise to the status of a privileged merchant. Urza scoffed, recalling that he himself had said this would take 5 years and that the mercenaries didn't even exist yet. In response to her doubt, Yanni's grin widened as he revealed the linchpin of his revised plan. He gestured toward the masses of captured guild members, declaring with triumphant certainty that they already had an army. The captured Lion King, Vridra, let out a booming laugh from where he sat among his defeated men. The audacity of his scheme was not lost on him. Urza stood speechless, finally grasping Yanni's true, audacious goal, to absorb the entire Dark Guild and make them his own force. Yanni's explained that by positioning themselves as heroes who took down the villainous leadership, they would earn massive prestige. Many within the guild, who were not there by choice, would gladly join them, drawn by the promise of wealth, food, and status. He laid out the spoils of their conquest: 2,000 personnel, substantial funding, an intelligence network, and a developing territory. By adding the achievement of capturing an S-class criminal and freeing slaves, they had effectively seized de facto control of the land. It was, as he put it, a complete reversal, flipping the dark pieces of the board to their side. As they walked through the subdued crowd, Urza verbalized her understanding of the grand strategy. He was turning this crisis into a massive opportunity. The king, when presented with such a formidable force, would much rather grant Yanni's a title to bring them under his control than risk making an enemy of them. She looked at him, observing that he was far too kind, helping criminals on top of the refugees they had already taken in. Yanni's merely smirked, correcting her. He insisted it wasn't kindness. He was simply using whatever and whoever proved to be useful. Within a large medical tent, Yanni surveyed the scene of organized care. He stated his guiding principle to Urza: it is far more efficient to increase the number of allies than to waste resources reducing the number of enemies. He approached one of the men overseeing the work, a figure in a turban and face mask, to inquire about the progress of the treatments. The man reported that things were going well, despite his initial concern over their limited number of healers. The process of integration had begun. As Urza tends to the wounded Lion King, Vridra, she channels a powerful healing aura. Her technique is far from refined, brute-forcing recovery through sheer magical power. Vridra, his head and arm bandaged, looks on with a mix of gratitude and suspicion, asking about the identity of this young master, orchestrating everything. Yanni's himself approaches the recovering beastman. Vridra expresses his appreciation for the healing, but questions Yanni's motives. With a confident smirk, Yanni's reminds him of his defeat, asking if he has forgotten what was done to him. Nearby, Yanni's subordinates marvel at his seemingly bottomless reserves of mana. The tense atmosphere is broken by ours. The small boy approaches Vridra and declares that since they are making up, he must also take away the pain, as he was the one who hurt him. He adds that Boris is back. The surrounding beastmen are first stunned, then erupt in laughter, impressed by the child's courage. One even invites Ars to touch his horn. Urza gently steps in, telling Ars he has done enough and needs to rest. The beastmen, now thoroughly charmed, eagerly offer to let the boy touch their horns and tails any time. As Urza holds him, Ars looks at the diverse crowd and innocently asks his mother why everyone looks so different from one another. In response to his question, she begins to explain a philosophy. She speaks of a merciful goddess of creation who made the world and all its inhabitants, considering them her beloved treasures. She suggests that treasures are beautiful precisely because they come in different colors and shapes. Ars listens, his expression one of pure confusion. Continuing her lesson as they walk, Urza points to a nearby area. She explains that the place serves as a temporary shelter for children and that making friends is also an important part of learning. She concludes by telling Ars that these are questions he must one day answer for himself by experiencing the world. A spark of understanding lights up in the boy. Shouting his acceptance, he runs off to play. Yanni's remarks on how much more expressive Ars has become, prompting Urza to turn the question back to him. How would he have answered? A group of beast children, led by a boy with spiky hair and a girl with cat ears, approaches the young Ars with expressions of awe. One of them calls out, inviting him to play. They murmur amongst themselves, acknowledging that he is the son of Kaku-sama. One notes that it's both amazing and scary that he took down one of the executives. Ars listens, a question mark appearing above his head, seemingly confused by their talk. Ars watches as the children, intimidated, suddenly make excuses to leave. One clutches his stomach, feigning a sudden ache, while another claims he must go help his father. They quickly scatter, leaving Ars alone. As he stands alone, Yura steps in front of him protectively. The spiky-haired boy immediately confronts her, demanding to know why she is defending Ars, insisting that they hadn't done anything wrong. His voice rises in anger as he accuses her of being swayed by Ars's ancestral trait and pampered status. He yells that they're Vridra's children and did nothing to warrant her interference. Enraged, the boy calls her a monster woman and hurls a rock, which strikes her head. Ars watches in shock. From a distance, Vrimus observes the scene, his hand clenching into a fist as he silently vows that he won't forgive this. The sight of his friend being hurt ignites a furious power within Ars. An aura erupts around him as he lunges forward, screaming that he will punish the bad people who bully his friends. Yura, startled by his transformation, cries out his name in alarm. Before he can attack, Yura drops to her knees and wraps her arms around him from behind. She holds him tightly, pleading for him to forgive them and assuring him that there are no bad people here. His rage subsides into confusion. He looks up, questioning what is happening, just as Yura's strength gives out. Her body goes limp, and she collapses to the ground as he cries out her name. The scene shifts. Yura is lying down, weakly telling the small dragon boars to stop. Suddenly, she jolts awake with a cry. Beside her, a relieved Ars exclaims that she has finally woken up, revealing the previous events to have been a dream. Her dream continues, taking her back to the moment after the confrontation. Lying on the ground, she apologizes to the concerned children for the zappy zap and explains she has cast healing magic, asking if the pain has subsided. Getting to her feet, her mood shifts to pure joy. She declares that she likes Ars, and that she, Ars, and the two beast children, Imachan and Machikan, have all become friends. In her excitement, she gives a startled Ars a kiss on the cheek, laughing heartily at his surprised reaction. Her laughter subsides as she leaps onto a nearby wall. She apologizes again for the earlier incident, explaining with some embarrassment that it damaged her clothes. From below, Ars hesitantly asks about the things on his back. Urza looks, surprised he noticed, and enthusiastically confirms she saw them, pointing out the small, scaly wings now sprouting from his back. Urza's eyes widen with excitement. She wonders aloud if he'll be able to fly when they get bigger, and then, with a hopeful expression, asks if she can grow wings too, though she seems to remember that humans cannot. She continues to pepper him with questions, asking if he can fly with them now. Ars quietly states they're too small. Urza insists they're cool, but he dejectedly disagrees. Puzzled, she asks why he isn't scared, reasoning the things one doesn't understand are usually frightening. His expression shifts from dejection to one of clear-eyed conviction. He looks up and declares that it's fun to learn about things he doesn't understand. The memory fades, and in the present, Urza recounts the story to Set. She marvels at how amazing Ars is, noting that his way of thinking is just like Set's. She then admits that she envies Set, and when he asks why, she confesses a wish to have been born more normally. She explains that while some call her a descendant blessed by a dragon god, the reality is different. When people actually see her wings and scales, they are surprised and fearful. She can always hear the whispers behind her back, labeling her a half-demon, a monster. She listened as Set offered his perspective, explaining that humans are creatures who fear what they do not know, be it magical beasts, demons, or even other humans. He elaborated that to avoid conflict, one must first understand the other party. This philosophy, he revealed, was one of the reasons he became a scholar of magical creatures. Once people understand something, they no longer fear it. He then presented a paradox with a laugh, suggesting that if there were no differences between people, no one would bother trying to understand anyone else. It is precisely because everyone is different, he argued, that the desire to learn about one another exists. He confessed, however, that while he chose his job to avoid conflict, his original reason was far simpler, a memory sparked by the sight of a bird flying overhead. In that memory, he had simply found it fun to learn about people's differences. The thought resonated with Urza, who wished that if only everyone felt that way, her own troubles would be solved. Her quiet contemplation was shattered by Ars's sudden shout. He turned to her, eyes wide with realization, exclaiming that he finally understood the answer to a question he had once asked his mother. He beamed with innocent clarity, declaring his conclusion. Differences exist so that people can learn about each other, and the reason they're different is so they can have fun conversations. He then moved closer, shouting with pure conviction directly at a stunned Urza. The differences, he insisted, were there so that everyone could learn a lot about her and get along with her. As Ars finished with a hopeful smile, Urza looked at him, her expression softening. She saw the absolute sincerity in his face and understood that this child was truly pure-hearted. The boy's words brought back a memory. A younger Urza had once thanked a younger Ars, confiding in him her dream to become a scholar, to study the unknown and share that knowledge with the world. When she had asked him about his own dream, Ars had declared with unwavering enthusiasm that he wanted to be a hero. He clenches his small fists, a wide, determined grin on his face. In a memory from his childhood, Ars declares that he wants to become much stronger, not just like his dad and mom, but even more. Kneeling before him, a kind young woman with horns and braided hair, named Yura, encourages his dream. She tells him it sounds great and that she is sure he can achieve it, adding that in doing so, he will gain not only power, but the strength of heart necessary to save others. Her words are interrupted as a carriage pulls up. Ars's attention snaps to a large man in armor disembarking, and the boy shouts with glee, "Uncle!" He runs to the man, hugging his leg as other children look on. The man, Arnaud, looks down in surprise as he is greeted by the small crowd of children, including a young Urza, who have gathered to welcome him home. The happy commotion draws more attention. Young Ars calls out for his mother. At his cry, Yura looks startled, and her daughter, young Urza, looks up at her with a questioning gaze. Arnaud shouts Yura's name, and with a choked cry, she runs and leaps into his arms in a powerful, soaring embrace as the children watch the emotional reunion. As the memory plays out, young Ars beams at the sight of the happy couple. Yura weeps with joy, holding Arnaud tightly. From the periphery of the memory, the adult Urza watches the scene with a somber, distant expression. The vision fades, returning to the present where Set observes Yannis. Set remarks that, as he suspected, Yannis is a truly kind person. Yannis looks away, attempting to deflect the praise by saying it's not really like that. Set continues, explaining his own motivations. He reveals that there was a debt he couldn't repay in the past, and so he is simply passing that kindness on to Urza now. He looks towards Urza, defining his philosophy. Kindness, he explains, is a debt owed to a precious family. On the 10th of December in the Holy Calendar, the Elverent Federal Kingdom's Astanafa holy city bustles with activity. Gondolas and boats navigate the wide river that flows under grand stone bridges, connecting the sprawling urban landscape built into the cliffside. Inside the Magic Knight's garrison, an elven officer reports to his king. He announces that a mid-tier merchant named Keikaku is requesting an imperial petition. The king, seated on his throne, muses that this must be the man who sent the letter he had previously received, a letter with contents so outlandish he had thought it couldn't possibly be true. Atop the ancient holy dragon tree in Asta Castle, the merchant Keikaku stands before the king. He gestures to a group of bound captives, announcing his presentation. The S-rank bounty Vridra, the Lion King, along with 35 members of the Dark Guild and 12 other wanted criminals. His presentation concluded, Keikaku reveals his price. With a sharp, predatory grin, he states that for his reward, he humbly seeks the honor of a noble title and a small parcel of land. Elsewhere, an influential woman with elven features, dressed in opulent robes and a large fur hat, considers the news. She finds it amusing that a mere merchant could defeat an S-rank bounty and then so boldly demand a noble title. Intrigued by his audacity, she gives a crisp order to her guards. Bring him in. Meanwhile, the captured Vridra is being his complaints cease as he turns his head, his expression twisting into a snarl. Vridra glares with pure hatred at the knight beside him and spits out a single, venomous word. Traitor. The knight freezes, his eyes wide with shock beneath his helmet. Nearby, a group of merchants whisper among themselves, one recognizing the man standing coolly in the crowd. It's Keikaku, the merchant who has been gaining so much attention among travelers lately. In another part of the kingdom, a group of travelers rests on a cliffside. They speak of the mysterious employer of the Windsong mercenaries, a faceless benefactor who takes down troublesome magic beasts and adventurers, ensuring safe passage for others. A bard with a lute adds that songs are already being sung about him. Listening from nearby, Vrimus smirks. He internally reflects that taking on requests and allowing rumors to circulate has worked to his advantage, and he should be grateful for the help. One of the other listeners, amazed by the tales, expresses disbelief that such a person could actually be real. Within the halls of power, an elven knight approaches, calling for the mid-tier merchant, Keikaku. The knight informs him that Her Majesty has granted him an audience and instructs him to follow. Keikaku steps forward, announcing his identity. He is led into an opulent room where a woman in a grand fur hat sits among towering shelves of books. She looks upon him with a confident smile, acknowledging that he has done a great deed. She then introduces herself as Yuruga Jorm Astanoido, the second queen of the Elverent Federal Kingdom. Before her, Keikaku kneels formally. The queen, Yuruga, chuckles softly, telling him there is no need to be so stiff. She candidly admits that she is merely a symbolic figure, a ruler in name only, meant to unite the Federation, while the real power lies with the provincial lords. He processes her words, his mind racing. He had asked for a petition, not an audience, a shocking development. He realizes that the Elven Knight's seizure of the enemy was a significant display of force. The advantage, he concludes, should be on his side. This is a favorable negotiation, and he must remain calm. Composing himself, he speaks, expressing his deep honor of being granted the opportunity to present his petition directly. Internally, he reaffirms his plan. If he can negotiate with the ruler and secure a title and land quickly, everything will be fine. He has already researched the old landowners and the relevant laws. In response to his petition, Queen Yuruga states that she has heard his request. With startling swiftness, she declares that she will recognize his achievements and grant him a noble title along with a reward. Keikaku's face registers pure shock. She watches his stunned reaction with an amused glint in her eye. What? Are you dissatisfied? She asks, a smirk playing on her lips. Quite the greedy man. Keikaku is left momentarily speechless. He quickly recovers from his surprise, exclaiming that her offer is more than enough. He is genuinely taken aback, having expected a lengthy process of background checks and discussions before any decision was made. With his gratitude expressed, the queen dismisses him. She informs him that the award ceremony will be in a month and that he should handle the refugees as he pleases. However, she adds a final, crucial detail. A governor will be dispatched to manage the land, and he is to follow their authority. The unexpected condition leaves Keikaku bewildered. The queen's final words echo as the view shifts to the refugee wagons traveling along a country road. The thought hangs in the air, a question born of Kaku's confusion and dawning concern. A governor? He is taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Inside the Pomola Chamber of Commerce, Shurin admonishes him, insisting he should be grateful for becoming a noble. Keikaku, with a wry grin, suggests she could return the favor with tax reductions, while Ryurin quietly tells Shurin to mind her manners. His request is immediately intercepted by a stern-looking elf who introduces herself as Marisa Balsafar, the Vauclay regional governor. She declares that such requests must be directed to her. She then reviews a proposal for redeveloping the old Vauclay highway, noting that while it will generate significant tax revenue, the budget will be temporarily reduced. Elsewhere, Ryurin and Shurin discuss the implications, realizing Keikaku has been made a landless, honorary noble with no real authority, much to Ryurin's dismay. The realization crashes down on him. Seated at a table, Keikaku fumes, understanding he has been completely played. Becoming a land-owning noble was a shortcut to influencing the Lawrence royal family, but the elf queen, by claiming to be a mere figurehead, had masterfully taken advantage of him. Shurin elaborates on the queen's history, explaining that she is a high elf, daughter of a hero king, and has lived for nearly 1,500 years. A millennium ago, she was a key figure in defeating the demon lord. As Keikaku sips his drink, he processes this, marveling that he has met someone in this world with more life experience than himself. When Shurin asks if he tried to negotiate, he confirms that he did. His mind flashes back to the audience with Queen Yuruga. He had argued his case, pointing out that the original duke's lineage had long since been absorbed into other families, leaving no direct heirs to the name. The queen had countered his point with precision. She acknowledged the land was abandoned 500 years ago after a dragon incursion and was never officially relinquished by the Vauclay duke's territory. However, she noted there were no records of it being managed for the past 120 years. With a sharp look, she asked if that was a problem, before declaring that the land now belonged to her. Continuing her assessment, the queen stated that she does not trust those who lack ambition. She surmised that Keikaku sought noble status merely as a means to an end, or perhaps he had yet to realize the grand ambitions that would truly necessitate the acquisition of land. With a cunning smile, she then issued her challenge. She gave Keikaku 1 month, until the award ceremony, to show her his ambition. If he could do so, she would reconsider his petition for the land. From the side, the newly appointed governor, Marisa, listened intently, her thoughts fixed on the word ambition. Back in the present, Shurin attempts to offer some consolation, but Keikaku sighs in resignation. He concludes that the queen likely never intended to grant him the land from the start, and that he must devise another plan. He reflects that he can still build influence over the royal family indirectly, much like Sebastian, even without the direct authority of noble, though it will take time. As he sits contemplating, Shurin gazes out at the bustling town below. Turning back to him, she begins to speak, addressing him as dear and admitting that what she is about to say may be presumptuous, but her thought is left unfinished. He stood on the balcony, lost in thought after his encounter with the queen. Shurin observed him, noting that he seemed lonely. She suggested that his goal was more than just needing land for his plans. It felt like an unconscious desire he himself didn't fully grasp. His mind briefly flashed back to a more celebratory time. The boisterous merchant Silga had burst in, congratulating him on some past success. Silga had then introduced his wife, Liana Sebasta, who politely thanked Keikaku for looking after her husband and mentioned their business was expanding to Pomola. Keikaku recalled his surprise at learning Silga was married, and Silga's own pragmatic view that boosting the economy took precedence over all else. He remembered Silga's bold declaration that in 100 years, it would be their kind laughing on the seas. Pulled back to the present, Keikaku internally mused that he was no longer surprised by the elf's peculiar sense of time. As he sighed, Shurin continued her thought from before, stating that Queen Yuruga had likely taken a liking to him. Unaware of his internal monologue, she asked what he was talking about. Leaning against the railing, Keikaku called the queen's challenge a peculiar proposal. He questioned the very meaning of ambition, wondering aloud if it wasn't the same as his desire to become a noble, a concept he still didn't fully grasp. Shurin agreed that her wife, the queen, had been right about his lingering attachment to owning land. Keikaku conceded it would be the fastest route, but claimed he could give it up, dismissing territory management as a hassle. Shurin pressed further, asking if becoming a land-owning noble was truly the only way to achieve his goal. His silence was telling. Shurin surmised that the queen must have also perceived this deep, unrealized desire for land within him. She clarified that it wasn't a lack of ambition that was the problem, but rather that he hadn't yet realized why he desired it so strongly. The conversation sparked another memory of Silga. After a moment of thought, the merchant had turned to him and asked a simple, direct question. Where did his ambition come from? In the memory, Keikaku had tried to deflect, but Silga insisted he wasn't changing the subject, shocking Keikaku by revealing that his 29th child had just been born. Back in the present, Shurin's voice cut through his thoughts. She explained that Silga's question had struck at the very core of the issue. Ambition, she declared, stems from having something irreplaceable, something you truly believe in. He found her answer obvious. Shurin, holding the infant ours, simply stated that her irreplaceable thing was her family. As he processed her words, Shurin's voice echoed in his mind, advising him to take a month to think it over. He watched a bird soar freely through the sky, lost in contemplation. She elaborated, explaining that it was the same for her and that he needed to consider what obtaining a territory truly meant for him and his own family. With his new understanding, she told him the rest was up to him. His thoughts led him to observe a group of children playing nearby. One boy, full of competitive spirit, shouted for the others to leave the game to him, determined not to let them get past. His attention then shifted to Ars, who was playing with two young beast children. He saw the infant attempting to use his hands for something forbidden and immediately chided him, while the other children looked on in fascination. Despite the momentary distraction, he slumped down in frustration, clutching his head. He felt so close to an answer, but couldn't quite grasp it, lamenting that he just needed one more push to figure it out, while envying the children's carefree lives. Seeing his distress, the children approached. Ars asked if he was okay or hungry, and one of the beast children, Ima-chan, offered him a special dumpling, hoping it would make him feel better. He accepted the offering. As he took a bite, a loud crash echoed from the nearby training grounds. A woman with him wondered about the noise, but Kaki was focused on the food. He thanked them, admitting it helped, and noted with surprise that it tasted like the earth. The commotion was caused by a furious Vrimus, who was being restrained. He struggled against the grip, shouting for them to stop and let him go, his patience clearly worn thin. He broke free and faced Vridra directly, his voice filled with defiance. He declared that he would never accept someone as cowardly as Vridra leading the mercenary band, nor would he accept him as the next chieftain, vowing to prove that he was the better choice. He reveals his method with a furious snarl, declaring that he will prove himself by undertaking the forbidden trial of the fangs. Vridra, caught off guard, can only question how he intends to do this. Vridra reacts instantly, seizing the front of Vrimus's tunic. He shouts that the trial is too dangerous and was banned decades ago, adding that there is no guarantee Saikyou would even accept him. Another mercenary scoffs, calling Vrimus the foolish little brother of a chieftain who gets no special treatment. Unfazed, Vrimus retorts that the trial will prove his strength and courage, accusing Vridra of being afraid he will take over. Releasing his grip, Vridra turns his back on the defiant youth. As he walks away from the gathered mercenaries, he calls out a dismissive insult. "See you around, Wimpus." The memory of that confrontation fades, returning to the present day. Saikyou, standing with Ars and Ima-chan, watches the adult Vrimus from a distance. A quiet understanding dawns on him. He realizes that everyone has their own walls to face and their own way to break through them. Amidst a snowy landscape dotted with simple buildings and a windmill, Arnaud and Saikyou work to clear a path. Arnaud, bundled against the cold, notes that Saikyou seems quite used to the weather. Saikyou, pausing from his shoveling, confirms with a breath of cold air that he was, after all, born in a country with snowy winters. He then turns to Arnaud with a sly grin, asking if it has ever occurred to him that he might be lying. A flustered Arnaud stammers that it has, just a little. Quickly changing the subject, Arnaud asks if this means Saikyou's memory has returned. Saikyou confirms it has, slightly, which Arnaud accepts as good news. As they continue their work, Saikyou poses a hypothetical question, asking what Arnaud would do if he were actually a murderer or some other kind of criminal. Arnaud's expression turns serious as he considers the question. He reveals that, in a way, he is a criminal himself. He confesses to being a former soldier who, during the last war, killed many people, stole from the battlefield to survive, and even killed deserters from his own side. He explains that if his side had won, he would have been a hero, but because it ended in a draw, his own townspeople branded him a murderer and an outcast. He gestures toward the village, explaining that most of the people living in a settlement like this have pasts that force them to leave their old homes. He looks at Saikyou knowingly, stating that it's clear he is the same, but that everyone here is now trying their best to live honestly instead of clinging to their dark histories. Arnaud declares that when they founded the village, everyone agreed on one thing. This place would not cast people out. They would make this village their true homeland. The conversation triggers a memory for Saikyou. He recalls a time by a river, where Urza asked him why he had made her the captain of the mercenaries when he didn't know any of them. A stone skips across the water as Urza, now calling him Saikyou-sama, looks up at him expectantly. His mind flashes back to the day he made his offer to the assembled refugees, promising not to turn them over to the authorities. Almost everyone hesitated, worried about the reactions of Vridra and his lieutenants. But amidst the sea of uncertain faces, Urza was the only one who raised her hand without hesitation. Back at the river, Saikyou turns the question around, asking Urza why she raised her hand. He explains his own reasoning. The person who steps up first always draws resentment and is held responsible, especially when betrayal is involved. He figured he could trust someone willing to take on such a role. As a dragonfly hovers nearby, Urza looks away, her expression troubled. She quietly confesses that she had always been afraid of her brother. She continues her story, recalling her brother's dark past. When he was only 10, and she was just 1, he slaughtered a group of passing elf adventurers. When they asked for his reason, his answer was simple and chilling. A memory flashes of her brother as a boy, his face smeared with blood and contorted into a savage grin. His only justification, because they were there. Urza explains that their father, the chieftain, feared the worsening oppression from the elven king and imprisoned his own son. However, at the age of 13, her brother escaped. She confesses that she never understood the fierce hatred her brother harbored for elves, which stemmed from a centuries-old conflict. After his escape, He murdered all their male siblings and their father, sparing only her before taking the title of chieftain for himself. Her story continues. One day, her brother had a child and entrusted Urza with its care. It was then she began to understand his ideals. Yannis listens intently as she admits that while her brother had the ambition to unite their people, his methods were wrong. She speaks of his vision for an ideal country free from persecution, a place of hope. But she was too afraid to stop him, living as he told her to. She feared that had it continued, the children would have followed his dark path of domination. Then, she says, something happened. The scene shifts abruptly. Set appears, frantic, hushing someone with a finger to his lips. Are you insane? He whispers fiercely. You want to let the fire dragon escape? He is speaking to Yannis in the dense foliage. Set questions why Yannis is telling him this, doubting he has the authority to allow such a thing. Yannis calmly states that he knows Set has the children, and that he simply wants him to let the dragon go. In another moment, Set confronts Urza, his voice strained. This is not funny. Are you planning to die? Urza looks back, stunned, asking what he means. She asks who else should do it, but Set insists it doesn't have to be her. He acknowledges that her goal is worth risking a life for, but warns that if she proceeds, many more people will suffer, a point she herself had made. He pleads with her to rethink her plan and not throw her life away. In response to Set's plea, Urza's expression becomes strained. She reveals that her own homeland was attacked by magic beasts, and that many of her friends, and even her daughter, were devoured. Set dismisses her motivation as idealistic foolishness. He recounts a past incident where a violent magic beast cub was mistakenly hunted, causing its parent to retaliate out of grief. It was an accident born of ignorance. He declares his own ambition is to foster mutual understanding to create a world free of such conflict. He closes his eyes, admitting that while he may not be strong enough to fight, he is willing to risk his life for this foolish ideal. He then appeals directly to Urza, reminding her that she is also a parent. He confesses that when he looks at the child they are protecting, he is reminded of his own lost daughter and considers his life a small price to pay for that child's future. As their debate unfolds, Yannis reflects on the past. He recalls the moment he realized he had been entrusted with something immensely powerful, something he would willingly bet his life on, as memories of a young Urza and a tearful almost surface in his mind. He considers the conflicting ideals of both Urza's brother and Professor Set, concluding that while they were each right in their own way, they were also both wrong somewhere. Urza raises her hand, explaining that it was for this very reason she stepped up back then. She feels that once you realize something, you gain a responsibility to act upon it. Her confidence wavers, however, as she admits she's too simple-minded to know what is truly right. Apologizing to Vrimus for rambling, she laments that she isn't cut out to be a captain, having changed nothing despite her grand talk. Vrimus, meanwhile, has successfully caught a fish. Vrimus holds up the flopping fish and insists that Urza must remain captain, as someone like her is best suited for the role. As he asks her to remove the hook, Yannis smiles, telling her that thanks to this exchange, he might finally have an answer to his own question. The moment is shattered by a furious roar. Vridra, the Lion King, appears with claws digging into the earth, bellowing that something is coming and vowing to kill his unseen target. The beastman's fury subsides, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Urza demands to know what is happening, while Set, in disbelief, realizes Vridra has initiated the trial of the fangs. He explains that this is an ancient tradition of the lion tribe. By using the method chosen by the chieftain, they select the strongest and bravest warrior to become the next leader. The trial itself is a perilous task. The challenger must steal a cub from a chimera's den and make it out alive. As the monstrous task is revealed, Yannis grits his teeth in frustration. He realizes the governor's eyes are on them, and he cannot afford any flashy, attention-drawing moves. Meanwhile, the trial is already underway. Vrimus finds himself overwhelmed, thrown to the ground by the sheer force of the enraged chimera. As he struggles beneath the beast, Vrimus's arm is caught in the chimera's jaws with a sickening snap. The cub, the object of the trial, stands nearby as Vridra, seeing his comrade's plight, roars for him to hurry. But it is Yannis who takes control of the chaotic scene. He apologizes to the enraged chimera, promising to return its child and asking it to calm down. Vridra looks on, stunned, as Vrimus takes responsibility for the mistake and apologizes to Yannis. He then turns to his chieftain, Vridra, and begs him to forgive Yannis for his sake, promising he won't let him cause such trouble again. Vrimus, now standing before Yannis, formally addresses him. As both chieftain and captain of the mercenaries, he swears he will get his people under control. Yannis accepts his vow with a sigh, stating that he will count on him. Vrimus, looking determined, realizes that because he now understands, this is a responsibility that only he can fulfill. Having secured his new ally's loyalty, Yannis laid out his immediate plan with a confident smile. He instructed Vrimus to join him as an attendant for an upcoming awards ceremony, telling him to watch closely as he was about to show him something only he could do. Meanwhile, within a grand chamber filled with books, the second queen of the Elverant Federal Kingdom, Yuruga Jorm Astanoido, sat expectantly. She acknowledged her guest's arrival, as Yanni's had come to demonstrate something unique to him. He strode down the long hall of the audience chamber, past rows of seated nobles, approaching the queen's throne. As he walked, her voice echoed, issuing a clear command to show her his ambition. His expression hardened as he considered her words. To him, ambition was not a simple desire. It was the unwavering will to see his ideals realized, even at the cost of his own life. And his most profound ideal was to have a homeland. His declaration sent a ripple of outrage through the assembled nobles, who muttered angrily about how he was the true outsider compared to them, the lords with lands and estates. Before the dissent could grow, the queen calmly gestured for silence, telling Yannis to continue. He went on, addressing the court. He stated that in Vauclay County, everyone is an outsider, the only difference being whether they have a home to return to. Without disrespecting her predecessors, he argued that for established lords, the development of such a remote, dangerous region held little value, requiring tremendous cost and risk. The queen, however, cut through his practical assessment. She acknowledged that she understood he was a merchant through and through, but reminded him that talk of reason and profit did not interest her. What she had asked to see was his ambition. In response, he shared his past. He and his son came from a newly settled village, a place where outcasts gathered. That village took him in, and because they had no other home, they poured everything into making it their own. But that ideal place, his homeland, was burned down by raiders and is now gone. His voice filled with raw determination, his eyes blazing with conviction. He declared that for this reason, this time, he would build a new home himself. To do that, he needed his own territory. He elaborated on his purpose: to give a new place called home to his son, who has never known one, and to his wife, who is exiled and has nowhere to return. As the queen listened, Vrimus watched, vowing to defend it. Yannis concluded with a promise that this new territory would not become a burden to the kingdom. He concludes his plea before Queen Yuruga, kneeling on the steps below her throne. He declares his intent to rebuild what he lost, to create a homeland not as a perfect nation, but simply as a place to belong for all those who, by a twist of fate, have been displaced. He asks this so that hers may grow up to be the happiest child in the world. The queen listens, a faint, amused smile playing on her lips. She chuckles softly, remarking that while she did ask him to show her his ambition, she hadn't expected him to lean so heavily on pure emotion. She finds the display intriguing. Her thoughts drift back through time. She recalls that 1,000 years ago, her own ancestors spoke with the very same passion as they worked to gather the disparate elven clans and found their nation. Her decision made, she rests her chin on her hand and looks down at the young man. With a genuine smile, she tells him, "I like you, Saikyou." She then declares that from this moment forward, he shall bear the name of Vauclay. Yannis looks up, his face a mask of stunned disbelief that slowly melts into overwhelming relief. The queen formally grants him the title and, with it, the right to hold the land itself. He can only manage a quiet, heartfelt yes in response. Following the royal decree, a celebratory procession departs from the capital. Yannis, now officially Saikyou of Vauclay, rides at the head of the carriage, waving with a broad smile to the cheering crowds. He shouts his gratitude to Her Majesty as his companions, including a beaming Urza and Vrimus, share in the joyous moment. Watching the parade, young Ars is filled with pure, unadulterated joy. His eyes sparkle as he clenches his fists in excitement, exclaiming how amazing his dad and everyone else are, and how happy they all look. He turns to Urza, who holds him securely. She smiles and agrees, adding that everyone is truly thankful to Saikyou-san. Ars beams, affirming that he is thankful too. His gaze follows the procession, a new resolve forming in his young mind. He declares his own desire to become more helpful to his dad and all the others in the days to come. Meanwhile, aboard a ship at sea, a different conversation unfolds. A man identified as Seabass notes that they will soon reach Elvrint. His companion, Gaius, agrees. A third man, marked by a bandage on his cheek and strange tattoos on his forehead, clenches a fist. He says he's looking forward to meeting this Saikyou, wondering what kind of man he is and what awaits in the new homeland. A note from the chronicler mentions that their finances are extremely low. A young boy, bundled in a thick, fur-lined winter coat, rides atop a massive red dragon, his arms raised in pure elation. He shouts with glee, urging his mount, Bors, to go faster, savoring the exhilarating feeling of flight. The dragon, Bors, lets out a mighty roar as the boy, Ars, suddenly looks panicked. He tries to let go, prompting an unseen guardian to shout at him to hold on, warning him of the danger. Despite the warning, Ars remains determined, declaring this to be his very first errand and vowing to do his best. The pair arrives, soaring over the port city of Pomola in the Vauclay territory. It has been 3 years and 7 months since Saikyou began raising the boy. The scene shifts to a few days earlier, overlooking the vast and orderly estate belonging to Saikyou. From an unseen vantage point, Saikyou speaks to Bors, philosophically questioning if the dragon doesn't think fate works in strange ways. Inside a stable, a young woman with horns named Yura sweeps the floor, reflecting on this very thought. She marvels at her current life, working as a servant in the household of a viscount. She recalls how, Just a year ago, she and her mother were treated like weapons by criminals. Her expression brightens as she continues her thoughts. She remembers how happy her benefactor, Urza-sama, was when she expressed a desire to become a scholar, even offering to teach her personally. Furthermore, she thinks of Kaku with immense gratitude, noting that he not only saved them, but also gave her and her mother employment and has shown them nothing but kindness. She turns to Boris, chiding him not to say such things. Internally, she admits that Urza-sama can be seriously frightening when angered. Boris, however, has his own thoughts, musing that everything Kaku does is surely part of some larger scheme. As she speaks, a cheerful voice calls out her name, Yura-chan. She looks up from her conversation with the dragon, startled by the sudden interruption. The voice belongs to a small, energetic Ars who bursts in with open arms, announcing that he has come to help and eagerly asking if there is anything he can do. Yura, holding a bucket and rag, looks down and tells him it's too bad, as she has just finished everything. Seeing his disappointment, she suggests that if he wants to be useful, he should go help Kaku and the others with their difficult work. She firmly states that taking care of Boris is her job, so she can't let him do it. In his stall, Boris thinks to himself that he wants to be useful too, pondering a task that even a child could handle. Yura listened as Ars voiced a bright idea. He suggested that if he watched his dad work, he might find something he could do to help. His excitement was immediate, asking if they could really do that. Leaning in with a mischievous grin, Yura agreed, proposing they sneak a peek. Their plan involved following Kaku to his place of work. Though he and his wife had a grand residence, they were rarely there during the day. Instead, they traveled to Eifer, the town where their subjects lived and the Lord's castle was located, to perform their duties. Knowing that Eifer was hours away on foot, Yura decided on a faster method. She produced the master key that Kaku had given to all his servants, unlocking a door that would serve as a shortcut. The key worked instantly, transporting them to the ramparts overlooking the ancient city of Eifer. Ars marveled at the speed of their arrival, exclaiming that Kaku's magic key was truly amazing. From their hiding spot, they peeked around a corner to see Kaku, who looked surprised. He was receiving a report from Liana Sebasta, who informed him that the Pomola intelligence unit had successfully uncovered the trade routes being used by Vridra and his group. She continued, specifying that the group was exporting goods as far as the kingdom of Ural, also known as Litgazaria. She added that there had apparently been a military clash with demons in that kingdom, news which visibly shocked Kaku. He processed the information, a memory of Arnaud's words flashing in his mind. This must be what he was talking about. Kaku then turned to Liana, confirming with her that the Ural kingdom was her homeland. Liana affirmed his question and elaborated, explaining that their intelligence gathering also served as market research. They had found records indicating that even the Sebasta company was being tracked by rival businesses, a detail that captured Kaku's full attention. She presented a massive stack of documents. Kaku asked if it was the latest report, and she confirmed it was from about 10 days prior. She explained they had records stretching back 4 years, but then specifically asked if there was any data from around 3 years ago, her expression turning serious. A sinister, toothy grin spreads across Kaku's face as he holds his stack of papers. He remarks on the nasty idea proposed by Seabass-san, clearly intrigued by the devious nature of the plan. This plan, it turns out, involves a shopping trip. As Kaku explains the premise with a confident smile, Yura looks on in disbelief, while the young Ars listens intently. From their vantage point, they overhear the conversation, with Yura muttering that this will be a very big trip indeed. Hearing the words shopping trip, Ars immediately and enthusiastically volunteers, shouting for them to let him do it. The scene then flashes forward to the present, where a bundled-up Yura recounts these events with a weary expression, explaining how that moment led to their current situation. Following his successful plea, Ars now prepares for his journey. He and the young dragon, Boris, are to fly to the destination for his errand. As Boris takes flight, Ars calls down a farewell to Yura, telling her he's leaving and reminding her to be careful. Below, Yura waves goodbye, her expression a mixture of worry and resignation. After he departs, Yura communicates with Kaku through a small, portable golem crafted in his likeness. She confirms that Ars has left. From the device, Kaku's voice simply acknowledges her report. With Ars on his way, Kaku dramatically announces the commencement of their own mission, a tailing operation to observe his beloved son's first assignment. He theatrically points forward, declaring for the Ars defense squad to move out. Yura, standing beside him with Arnaud, exasperatedly tells him to stop the dumb theatrics, calling him a nuisance. Meanwhile, Ars arrives at his destination, landing just outside the formidable stone walls of the Pomola Port Town Castle Gate. He approaches the gatekeeper, a hooded, elderly man, and announces brightly that he is there on an errand for Viscount Vauclay. The gatekeeper greets the young master, inquiring about his business. The gatekeeper then turns away, revealing himself to be Kaku in a rather unconvincing disguise. He thanks Arnaud for carrying out his part of the plan, handing him a coin. Yura, also disguised, chides him, stating that if he's going to disguise himself, he should at least do it with confidence, as he's making the whole affair look like a shady deal. Having successfully passed through the gate, Ars stands within the bustling marketplace. He proudly declares that Mission 01, entry into town, is complete, and points ahead, ready to begin Mission 02. Buy goods at the market. He confidently approaches a market stall, where the vendor is immediately charmed by the sight of such a small child running an errand. The man praises Ars for his responsibility and is further impressed that he has the exact change. Laughing, the vendor calls him a sweet child and adds a little extra to his purchase, prompting a delighted and loud thank you from Ars. Ars then clearly recites his shopping list: 3 haza potatoes, 10 gappa leaves, and 1 sack of elba wheat flour. The vendor's delight only grows, offering to give the boy everything for free. This charm proves infectious, as other merchants from nearby stalls begin calling out, captivated by the smart, cute child, and offering him free goods as well. Watching from a hidden vantage point, Keikaku is utterly dumbfounded. The sheer volume of bonuses and free items Ars receives is staggering. He recalls his own past market trips, where he had to haggle fiercely and was even charged 3 times the original price for damaged goods. The contrast in their experiences is almost painful for him to witness. Beside him, Yura quietly remarks that the vendors are acting like doting parents. Keikaku's shock quickly melts away, replaced by immense, smug pride. He declares that this outcome is only natural. With the elite education he provided, Ars is smarter than children 10 years older. Furthermore, he muses, since Ars is the most adorable child in the world, such treatment is to be expected. In a stone alleyway, Yannis, Urza, and Ars stand together. Yannis explains that their current problem is Mission 03, buying a slave from the Sebasta company. A surprised Ars asks if this is the big purchase Yannis had mentioned. With a confident smirk, Yannis confirms it, adding that his theory must be correct for this to work. He elaborates that by combining clues from the war between the Ural Kingdom and the demons, the Sebasta company's activity records, and a specific rumor, a certain possibility has emerged. Yannis concludes his theory. A certain big name he has been searching for is likely residing in Pomola, sold into slavery. Yannis throws his hands up in protest, exclaiming that this is a job for an adult. Urza calmly clarifies that Ars's mission is to confirm the individual's existence and recruit him if possible, questioning if Yannis understands the immense difficulty. She sternly reminds him that he spoils Ars too much, referencing a huge argument they had days prior where she insisted the boy wasn't ready for such a task. Her words leave Yannis momentarily speechless. He reflects internally on how this world's values are starkly different from those of Earth. Urza continues her justification, stating that since Ars is already the heir to a noble family, he must learn to understand his status from a young age. She adds that with his power, the poor local security poses no real threat. Her expression softens as she watches Ars walk ahead. Above all, she wants to respect his genuine desires. Yannis agrees, but confirms they're tailing him and that he will intervene the moment things become dangerous. Ars arrives at the Pomola branch of the Sebasta company. Taking a breath, the small boy announces his presence as he prepares to enter. He pushes open the heavy door with a clatter and steps inside, his small form dwarfed by the opulent entrance. With surprising confidence, he announces his purpose. He is here to buy a slave. A nearby employee, a man in a vest and kufi-style hat, stares in disbelief, questioning if a child has truly come alone. Another woman, kneeling on the floor, recognizes the boy, calling out his name, Ars Sama. The woman, Liana Sebasta, the Pomola branch manager for the Sebasta company, rises to her feet. A warm smile spreads across her face as she greets Ars, remarking on how much he has grown in the years since she last saw him. In response to her greeting, Ars excitedly calls out her name, Liana-san. He then asks what brings her here today before immediately stating his own request. He is here to buy a strong slave. He also inquires if Seabass-san is present. Liana pauses for a moment before explaining with a gentle smile that her husband, Seabass, is currently at their main store in Lawrence. Ars reacts with visible disappointment, exclaiming that his father had told him Seabass would be here. Despite his disappointment, he presses on with his mission. He declares that a strong person named Gaius-san is supposed to be here. The employee from before looks on, startled by the boy's specific knowledge. From the shadows of a nearby corridor, Yannis watches, a satisfied smirk on his face. He confirms to himself that the name sounds familiar. Gaius is a famous former S-rank adventurer from the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing Yannis' subtle signal, Ars pumps his fist and exclaims that he knew it. Gaius is here. The subject of their search is revealed. Gaius, the strongest warrior among humans, a war hero known as the Giant Slayer. He is a man of immense stature and muscle, now a debt slave, his eyes covered by a blindfold marked with strange symbols. Ars stares up at the man, utterly astounded by his size, exclaiming that he's never seen a human so huge and buff. Elsewhere, an older man with a turban chuckles, remarking that Gaius is the highlight of this new branch and was supposed to be kept secret. He seems impressed that Kaki-sama knew of him. Gaius himself hears the child's voice, a flicker of curiosity on his face. The scene flashes to a prior moment, with Urza explaining the significance of adventure ranks to Ars. She clarifies that while ranks aren't solely about power, they generally indicate that an adventurer can easily handle missions matching their rank. Ars, listening intently, asks if S rank is truly that amazing. Urza's explanation concludes with a stark comparison. She states that, in other words, Gaius possesses the strength to easily overpower an S-rank threat like the Lion King, Vridra. The image of Vridra's defeat flashes through Ars's mind, and the realization of Gaius's immense power leaves him utterly shocked. He concludes that Gaius's top-tier experience as an adventurer, combined with his inherent talent, makes him exactly the asset they need. As Yannis wonders aloud why such a powerful man would end up a slave, the turban man suggests it is likely because of his eyes. Addressing the child before him, Gaius apologizes, explaining that his eyes are cursed by demons and he cannot see a thing. To the giant's surprise, Ars erupts with joy, exclaiming that Gaius can indeed see. Amused, Gaius confirms he is worthless as a warrior and asks if the boy is still interested. He struggles to find the right words, stammering that it's not that Gaius is lying. It's more complicated. He can't see, but he can see. Gaius's grin widens at the confusing declaration. He proposes they fight to find out the truth, startling Ars. Seeing the boy's resolve, Gaius commends his guts and suggests they take it outside. Without another word, the massive warrior turns and strides out of the building, with the small, hooded child hurrying to keep pace. Inside, the onlookers are stunned. The turban man and Urza watch them go, with Urza exclaiming that they are starting a fight. As she moves to intervene, Yannis calmly tells her to wait. Outside, Ars's face is alight with excitement. He eagerly asks to practice with Gaius, who lets out a booming laugh, delighted by the young talent. He welcomes the challenge from the little rough diamond. As they face each other, a powerful energy erupts between them, a concussive force marking the start of their bout. He unleashes a crackling bolt of lightning from his fingertip, a self-taught technique. Gaius, however, is unfazed, meeting the electrical discharge with a bare fist technique of his own, his knuckles colliding directly with the energy. The impact does nothing to slow the giant warrior. With a roar of sky splitter, Gaius launches himself forward, his body a blur of motion as he tears through the air toward his small opponent. Watching from the sidelines, Urza and Liana gasp in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. They can't comprehend what they've just seen, questioning how he could have possibly cut through lightning. Ars, equally stunned, asks if Gaius used magic. Yannis, however, clarifies with a smirk that he senses no magic power. He explains that the lightning simply changed its course before reaching Gaius's hand, naturally drawn to the area of thinner air the warrior created, a path he calls the true sky. He elaborates that Gaius tears through the air with sheer speed and strength, guiding the lightning along this path. Gaius himself acknowledges the boy's impressive power, but dismisses the attack, stating it isn't sophisticated enough to be considered a true magic spell yet. With the explanation complete, Gaius continues his relentless charge. The stone ground cracks under his powerful strides as he closes the distance, and Ars can only cry out in alarm. The massive warrior looms over the small child, his fist raised as if to deliver a final, crushing blow. As the onlookers cry out in terror, Gaius's devastating attack culminates in a gentle tap on Ars's forehead. Noticing Urza's panic, the warrior calmly tells her not to worry. He then gently lifts the unharmed child. With a sigh of relief, Gaius remarks that it was a good warm-up, noting it was the first time he'd had a fight without holding back since losing his sight. The tension in the air dissipates as the others watch on. Yannis observes the outcome with a sharp, satisfied grin, his assessment proving correct. Meanwhile, Ars, far from being scared, is absolutely thrilled by the experience, proclaiming it the best fight ever and eagerly asking for another. He stood before Yannis, who explained the situation. The talent he'd been seeking was Gaius, a perfect candidate for a martial and swordsmanship instructor, despite his blindness. Yannis also needed him as a private tutor to ensure Ars wouldn't resort to reckless combat again. However, a man of Gaius's caliber was not cheap and reserved the right to refuse any unworthy buyer. With Urza and Liana watching, Yannis turned to the boy and posed a challenge. Now, Ars, how will you negotiate? In response, Ars took the most direct approach imaginable. He ran towards the towering, blindfolded warrior with his arms wide open, his face alight with earnestness, and shouted, Gaius-san, please be my friend. His plea was met with a moment of stunned silence before Gaius erupted in a booming laugh. Gahaha, a friend, huh? I like that, he roared. As Yannis facebombed in the background, Gaius asked for the boy's name. Ars proudly yelled his name in return. Hearing the name, Ars sobered the large man instantly. He grew quiet, internally remarking on the strange twist of fate. It was the same name as the previous hero. He decided it was a good omen. This small, seemingly inconsequential action was like the flapping of a butterfly's wings, an event with the potential to ripple outwards and shape destinies, eventually causing a storm across the sea. Watching the interaction, Urza smiled. All right, we're now friends, she declared softly, admitting to herself that for some reason she had been convinced this huge twist of fate was playing out just as it should. Following this acceptance, Gaius knelt down, a wide grin spreading across his face. Let's get along well, Ars, he said, extending his massive hand. The boy beamed and reached out to seal their new friendship. As their hands clasped, Yannis placed a steadying hand on Ars's shoulder. He watched the scene, recognizing it for what it was, a small decision made right in front of him that was leading to a great destiny. In the mountains near Isekai, within OVERPOWERED territory, a lone figure perches high in the trees, scouting the terrain below. The scout's sharp eyes spot their quarry. A report is made. 2 venom wolves confirmed on the mid-slope, in Sector 08. The scout, Leonie, captain of the Windsong Mercenary Scouts, notes their southeast movement with a confident smile. She contacts her superior, Garen, asking if he has eyes on them. Garen, the first Vanguard captain, replies that he does not yet, but his archers are ready. He issues a strict order. Fire only if they can eliminate both targets simultaneously. Otherwise, they're to avoid engagement and focus on securing the main route. Elsewhere, the rear guard encounters a problem. Their captain, Grim, stares grimly at an unreported venom wolf carcass. He notes that its poison sac has been ruptured, making it too dangerous to approach, and angrily demands to know which of his men acted so foolishly. In response, the boisterous second Vanguard captain, Gadrin, lets out a triumphant laugh. He proudly claims responsibility, boasting that the kill was a piece of cake. From off-panel, Grim furiously orders the fool to report properly. The mercenary commander, Vrimus, reviews a map with a serious expression. He orders everyone to be on guard and reprimands Gadrin for acting alone, reminding him that when a wolf's poison leaks, it becomes difficult to confirm if it's truly dead. Vrimus states that the main force will advance, as their mission is to reach the wolves' den at the center of the flat-top mountain without being detected. Meanwhile, Yannis confirms his understanding with Urza. He correctly deduces that she chose this day to travel because the strong downslope winds would prevent their scent from reaching the wolves. Urza, holding ours, affirms this and asks if venom wolves are truly bad creatures. She explains, citing notes from a professor, that they are. When venom wolves go into heat, they poison the surrounding soil and water sources. This tactic weakens their prey, allowing them to hunt more effectively, which is why any pack near human settlements must be exterminated. As she finishes her explanation, a distant howl cuts through the air. Yannis' head snaps toward the sound in alarm. Urza looks on, observing that it seems the mercenaries' targets have spotted them. The howl he heard was the pained cry of a venom wolf, one the mercenaries had mistakenly left for dead. From the tree-line, the rear-guard captain, Grim, realized with fury that the carcass was still alive. He cursed his comrade Gadrin for the blunder, shouting that his apology wouldn't be enough. As the wounded beast cried out, it began to expel its poison, which spread rapidly on the wind. The first Vanguard captain, Garen, yelled a warning to Vrimus to hold his breath. Perched in a tree above, the scout Leonie watched as a thick mist suddenly formed, completely obscuring her vision. The toxic fog quickly enveloped Yannis and his companions. Urza noted that the mist had grown so thick they couldn't see anything. Yannis observed grimly that the helpful wind had turned against them, carrying the danger directly to their position as the silhouette of a wolf appeared in the haze. Faced with the immediate threat, Vrimus asked if they should retreat. Urza considered the alternative. If the poison paralyzed the mercenaries, they could all be wiped out. Yannis, however, simply held up a hand, telling them to wait a moment. He then turned towards his powerful companion, a sharp, confident grin spreading across his face. "Can you handle this?" he asked. The question was for Gaius. The blindfolded giant responded with unwavering certainty. "Of course, master. You can count on me." To the utter confusion of Urza and Vrimus, Gaius then planted his feet and began to take a deep, powerful breath. He inhaled with impossible force, creating a powerful vortex that pulled the thick, poisonous mist from the air and drew it directly towards him. The sudden rush of wind created a strange sound that startled the mercenaries. Leonie asked what the noise was, but Garen dismissed it, declaring it the least of their worries. Just then, a nearby venom wolf let out a pained shriek. An updraft surged from below, rapidly dispersing the toxic fog. Leonie laughed in relief, celebrating their luck and wondering aloud if someone had used wind magic. Garen, however, could only stare in stunned silence as the air cleared. With the mist gone, the mercenaries saw Gaius kneeling on the ground. Having cleared the entire area of poison, he calmly relayed the enemy's position. Southeast, 100 paces. 2 wolves. Leonie and Garen were left utterly speechless by the incredible display of power. He turns to Vrimus, the apparent commander of the mercenaries, and offers his guidance, instructing the man to give the orders to drive the wolves back into their den. Taking charge, Vrimus begins shouting commands, directing Gadrin's squad to push from the left while Garen's unit takes the right flank, beginning the coordinated assault on the now exposed wolves. As his units move to flank the beasts, he bellows for the main force to spread wide through the center, forming a net to ensure none of the creatures can escape downward. He then tasks Leonie's squad with pursuing any runners and locating the den. Grim, the rearguard captain, acknowledges the order, promising his squad will eliminate any that slip past as they all charge forward. A short time later, Leonie's voice cuts through the chaos. She reports that she has located the den, a dark cave opening in a rock face where the remaining venom wolves have taken refuge. She clarifies to a concerned Vrimus and Garen that there is no need to storm the entrance. Acknowledging that fighting in the confined space would be disadvantageous, she explains that she is sending up a signal flare, as all that remains is for the final part of the plan to be executed. The signal is not for the mercenaries. Standing nearby, Yanni smirks, confirming that all that is left is for Gaius to finish the job. With a powerful push, the giant launches himself from his perch. He lands with the force of a meteor, shattering the ground and triggering a rock slide that completely buries the entrance to the wolf's den. Vrimus and Garen can only stare in utter disbelief, wondering who this impossibly powerful man could be. The man himself provides the answer. Turning to the stunned mercenaries, he apologizes for the late introduction, stating that he is a former adventurer, now appointed as the swordsmanship instructor of the Vauclais Windsong Knights. His name, he declares, is Gaius. The scene shifts, revealing the moment of his appointment at the Eifer training grounds in Vauclais territory. A crowd of mercenaries, including Leone, watches as Gaius stands opposite Gadrin, the lion-like captain, their sparring match about to begin. He stands ready as the flashback continues, facing the charging beastman, Gadrin. The lion man leaps through the air, sword raised for a powerful overhead strike, while the blindfolded swordsman waits calmly, his own blade held loosely at his side. Nearby, the scout Leone's ear twitches, sensing the shift in the air. As the beastman brings his sword down with a roar, Gaius grunts with effort, meeting the heavy blow with his own blade. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, but Gaius holds his ground, deflecting the attack and throwing Gadrin off balance. The force of the block sends Gadrin's sword flying from his grasp. In the same fluid motion, Gaius strikes the beastman, sending him tumbling away. Despite the defeat, Gadrin is impressed, acknowledging that Gaius read his moves well and has great potential, despite his rough form. He thanks him for the match. The flashback to the spar concludes, returning to the present where the mercenaries watch. Yannis turns to Ars and asks if he understood what just happened. The boy, wide-eyed, admits he didn't. From the crowd, Gadrin shouts that his father's display was amazing. The narrative then shifts to the moments just before the fight. Yannis tells Ars that observing is also part of learning and to watch the man who will become his master. Ars agrees enthusiastically. The scene then rewinds further to a few days prior at the Sebasta Trading Company's Pomola branch, where Yannis is greeted by a surprised Louis Sebasta. Sebasta remarks that Yannis really surprised him. Yannis apologizes, explaining that he was focused on watching Gaius' spar and didn't want Ars to find out about their discussion. Sebasta graciously tells him there is no need to apologize. As they talk, Liana Sebasta approaches with refreshments. She reassures Yannis that young Master Ars is resting safely in another room, so he shouldn't worry. Yannis thanks her for her hospitality. The conversation returns to the matter of Gaius. Yannis expresses his relief, stating he is glad he doesn't have to force a contract on two people he now considers friends. He reflects that even if he had delegated the task, as the master, he is the one who must ultimately sign the slave contract. Later, Yannis speaks with Gaius directly. Before proceeding with the contract, he wants to confirm something. He asks if Gaius is truly blind. Gaius affirms this, explaining that he perceives his surroundings through sound and presence, a sense he describes as something like a flow of energy. Intrigued by this claim, Yannis decides to put it to the test. He gestures to Urza and Leone, who stand beside him, and challenges Gaius. Describe the three of us in front of you. He agreed to the blind swordsman's request, finding it reasonable. Turning to his companion, he instructed Urza to walk around slowly, and she complied. Gaius, whose back was still turned to them, explained that it was difficult to perceive them without movement and asked that each of them move a bit. As they began to move, Gaius started his detailed assessment, focusing first on Urza. From her voice alone, he identified her as a woman in her mid-20s. The disturbance in the air told him she was slender, tall, and had a distinct short haircut. Her light footsteps revealed well-trained legs, and he perceived a strong, unusually composed magic power for her age, leading him to speculate she was from a long-lived race. He concluded his analysis of her with a comment on her well-endowed figure, which provoked a furious, unspoken threat from Urza. Turning his senses to Leone, he was unable to determine a gender, but estimated an age of about 10, with hair in a single braid. He noted a peculiar weight shift to the upper body while walking and a rustling sound from within her clothes, causing him to wonder if she had hidden wings. This observation left Leone flustered and embarrassed. With a wide, triumphant grin, Yannis declares that the candidate has passed. He laughs, finding the situation amazing. He internally assesses the man as being in his late 20s with an average build and plenty of magic power, but otherwise a typical human male. He then mockingly asks if this is truly the father of the superhuman boy, Ars. The man in question, the powerfully built and blindfolded Gaius, responds with a simple, "Yes, master." The broker overseeing the transaction instructs Yannis to mark the slave crest with his blood. Yannis pricks his finger and, as he prepares to complete the contract, tells Gaius he looks forward to working with him. Following the broker's instruction, Yannis presses his bloodied finger to Gaius's bare chest. A sharp, sizzling sound erupts as the slave crest is seared into his flesh, finalizing the bond. The searing pain triggers a flash of imagery within Gaius's mind. He sees himself standing small and alone before a colossal, nightmarish entity, a monstrous being of immense power, its single eye staring down at him from within a gaping maw. The vision causes him to shudder involuntarily, a cold sweat breaking out across his face. The newly formed slave crest glows faintly on his forehead, hidden beneath his blindfold. His reaction does not go unnoticed. The young boy, Ars, peeks out from behind him and asks what's wrong. Gaius quickly composes himself, dismissing the boy's concern by stating it was nothing. With the transaction complete, the broker announces their departure, telling Gaius that he has high hopes for him. Looking towards the city ahead, Gaius steels himself and declares with conviction, "I'll give it my all." He wipes the sweat from his brow, ready for what's next. Ars, filled with youthful energy, eagerly asks for guidance. From a distance, Yannis observes them, his demonic aura flaring. He realizes that Gaius is hiding his true nature exceptionally well, recognizing him as a being who is practically a demon lord in human form. A booming laugh escapes Gaius. He doesn't care if his new master is a demon lord or an angel. He believes this man might be the one to bring him closer to his own secret goal. He knows that first, he must prove his worth and earn Yannis' trust. Brandishing a massive sword, he turns to Ars and shouts for him to come. The boy, holding a smaller blade, enthusiastically agrees to the challenge. As Gaius and Ars train relentlessly in the background, the mercenaries Leone and Grem observe. Leone glances at Vrimus, who is also watching, and announces that it is time to conclude the session. Elsewhere, Yannis sits at the head of a long table, surrounded by his key subordinates, including Urza, Louis Sebasta, and the captains of the Windsong mercenaries. He formally begins their 10th regular report meeting. He addresses the room with a confident smile, instructing everyone to report on their progress and bring up any issues they have encountered. Back at the training grounds, the results of the intense session are clear. Several trainees lie collapsed on the ground, groaning in exhaustion. One complains about his back, while another begs for water, utterly spent. Despite the other's collapse, Ars pants heavily but begs for one more round. An onlooker marvels at the seemingly infinite stamina of both Ars and Gaius. However, Gaius, sweating but composed, calls an end to the day's training and tells everyone to take a break. After the session, a bearded man approaches the group, enthusiastically telling them he knows of a great restaurant that he thinks they will love. He seems eager for them all to go together. The group arrives at the recommended establishment. The owner greets Garen warmly, exclaiming that he heard about his great accomplishment involving the knights. Nearby, a small beast child accompanying them excitedly shouts for food. Garen laughs and thanks the owner, but humbly deflects the praise, indicating it was all thanks to Gaius. He introduces Gaius as a sword instructor, who then requests the restaurant's best stamina-boosting dish. As the mercenaries are seated, Gadrin boisterously offers a seat to two new arrivals. The woman, Liana Sebasta, stops short, her face filled with disgust as she recognizes the group and mutters, "It's the knights." Gadrin explodes in anger at her comment, shouting about crooks pretending to have changed. As Louis Sebasta curtly refuses the invitation and leads his daughter away, Gaius remains calm. He apologizes for the disruption, but quietly expresses his desire to understand the reason behind their animosity. While Yannis is occupied, a dispute arises during one of his administrative meetings. The head of agriculture, a woman with rabbit-like ears, reports that farmers are complaining about the security unit's slow response to beasts raiding their crops. The head of security and defense, a pointed-eared man, counters that he heard the farmers were turned away for using improper methods. The head of agriculture expresses shock, having been unaware of this detail. The head of handicrafts, an older, bearded man, angrily interjects, questioning if the security unit is expected to deliver the slain beasts from dangerous forests themselves, stating it's the farmer's job to retrieve them. Adding to the tension, the horned head of construction complains that it has been 3 days since his department requested additional tools, but nothing has arrived. The head of security retorts that the construction department should make the request themselves since they are the ones who need the tools. As the argument escalates, he yells for everyone to stop. Another voice points out that no one said they had to deliver the supplies personally. They simply needed to submit a request to the transport team. Yannis finally steps in, suggesting the issue is merely poor communication and that he will draft a solution. However, the head of civil affairs, a horned woman in a maid uniform, astutely notes that a simple plan won't suffice. She identifies the fundamental cause, the underlying conflict between the former slaves who now live there and the newly integrated Exdarch guild members. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Garen explains the history of this very tension. He recounts how Lord Keikaku dealt with the defeated. The truly defiant criminals were turned over to the kingdom's army for punishment, while the rest were given a choice to become part of his workforce and military. He continues, acknowledging that while many are genuinely trying to change, it's not an easy process. Leone adds her cynical take, suggesting some are only complying out of fear of punishment. Another mercenary clarifies that those who joined the Knights, construction, and transport divisions were among the latter group. Gadrin, stuffing his face, grumbles that some idiots still cause trouble. Wiping his mouth, Gaius soberly agrees, stating that it's naturally not easy. He reflects that after everything their group has done in the past, Earning trust will not come quickly. Vrimus, looking troubled by the conversation, mutters that they can't just leave things this way. Beside him, the young boy Ars listens intently, his expression filled with concern. The boy then looks up at Vrimus and speaks with startling clarity. He states that the core problem is simple. Nobody knows that they're all trying to be good people now. Vrimus looks down at the child, taken aback by the simple truth in his words. Inspired, Vrimus slams his hand on the table, his decision made. He declares he's going to tell their master. As he storms out, Ars shouts that he'll go too, while the restaurant owner and Leone try to stop them, protesting that the boss is in a meeting. Inside the meeting room, Yanni sits at the head of a long table, listening intently as his department heads continue their contentious debate. He lets out a thoughtful sound, considering the complex social friction within his domain. Urza, now identified as the head of intelligence and education, elaborates on the problem. She explains that it is a serious issue, one that affects the moral upbringing of the children. Yannis listens, internally acknowledging how troublesome the situation is. Even if people understand the logic, changing their feelings is another matter entirely. Meanwhile, Vrimus finalizes his own proposal. He explains to a colleague that what they need is for the former Dark Guild members to understand that they can feel pride in their new, honest jobs. Before he can continue, the doors to the meeting room burst open. Vrimus and Ars stand in the doorway, interrupting the tense discussion. The head of handicrafts mutters that achieving such understanding won't happen overnight, as Yannis and the others stare, startled by the intrusion. The interruption is itself interrupted as Gaius storms into the room, hoisting a struggling Garen under one arm and a cheerful Ars on his shoulder. He bellows his idea directly to Yannis. They should hold a festival. His booming suggestion leaves Yannis utterly bewildered and speechless. Around the table, the assembled department heads react with varying degrees of shock and disbelief. Gaius's idea conjures a vivid image, a bustling festival ground filled with people of all races. Children, including Ars, run through the crowds, enjoying treats and games under a celebratory sky. The vision continues, showing former adversaries and strangers bonding. People from different homelands laugh together, sharing drinks and stories, their old prejudices melting away in the shared joy of the celebration. Gaius imagines himself at the center of it all, presenting a magnificent platter of roasted meat. Leone, the scout captain, is amazed by the sight and smell. Gaius proudly explains he learned to cook for his many younger siblings. After a skeptical taste, Leone's eyes widen. It's delicious. Impressed by his skill, she earnestly asks him to teach her how to make it next time, poking his muscular arm. Gaius, caught completely off guard by the sincere request, can only stammer in surprise. His idea for a festival has become a reality. As the giant warrior cooks for the assembled community, Yannis observes the scene with satisfaction. This, he thinks, is what a festival should be: drinking, talking honestly, sharing food and culture. It's a perfect method for building mutual understanding, an idea he admits he never would have conceived on his own. His thoughts are interrupted by Ars, who excitedly calls out for his dad. He looks over at the source of the celebration. Gaius, the giant warrior, stands at the center of it all, serving a large pan of food to the diverse crowd of former slaves, mercenaries, and department heads, all gathered together. His gaze snaps back, his eyes wide with surprise. The surprise gives way to a warm smile as he hears Ars shouting that the food is here and that it's incredibly good. Urza, equally enthusiastic, confirms she's coming for some. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Vrimus approaches the large cook, his voice filled with awe. He asks if he is truly Gaius, the legendary giant slayer hero. The giant warrior brushes off the title as if it's nothing, stating it was from long ago and that after losing his sight, he became useless on the battlefield. Vrimus, however, is incredulous, questioning why he would quit being an adventurer when he could have made a fortune. He insists that Gaius is stronger than anyone, blind or not. The head of civil affairs, her curiosity piqued, leans in and asks if his eyes were cursed by demons. In response, Gaius simply lets out a hearty laugh, remarking that adventuring isn't just about strength. His booming laugh draws the attention of those nearby, their faces a mixture of surprise and curiosity at the public discussion of the hero's past. The woman immediately realizes her faux pas, her face flushing as she wonders if she said something she shouldn't have. Yannis, addressed as Kaku-sama, watches the exchange with a silent, serious expression. Before the awkwardness can linger, the beastman Gadrin steps forward, placing a hand on Gaius' shoulder. He declares that they need to talk somewhere private. Yannis, seeing the intervention, tells Gadrin he'll handle it and thanks him. The story behind the hero's title and the curse on his eyes is a matter for another time. The chronicle turns back 6 years, to the year 1011 of the Holy Calendar. At the Nagaraja fortress in the eastern region of the Lurance Magic Kingdom, the sounds of battle rumble as smoke billows from its besieged walls. This conflict was known as the Titan Extermination Campaign. On the ravaged battlefield, a small band of elite warriors, including the spiky-haired Vrimus and the cloaked mage Dusk, stood against the colossal, muscle-bound Titan and his orc-like subordinate. The monstrous foe, Titan General Gogma, a being with an estimated threat level of S+, let out a guttural laugh. He bellowed that no matter how many puny humans gathered, it would make no difference. In response to the Titan's taunt, a commander in a white cape rallied his soldiers, shouting for them not to falter as the enemy leader was right before them. Gogma merely grunted, hefting his massive club in preparation to strike. He brought the weapon down with devastating force. The stone ground shattered upon impact, the shockwave alone sending soldiers flying, their bodies broken and scattered amidst the debris. Amidst the chaos, the squad leader, Vrimus, calmly finalized their plan. He confirmed that he was counting on a man named Gaius, stating that the entire operation hinged on him. Gaius simply replied, "All right, leave it to me, leader." With the strategy confirmed, the elite team charged. Dusk yelled for everyone to advance as Vrimus and Gaius led the way. Gogma sneered, calling them idiots and proclaiming that nothing would change as he swung his club. At the same time, Dusk began to chant an incantation. Gaius surged forward, his body enveloped in the glowing aura of Saint Coat, an offensive and defensive enhancement magic. He struck the Titan's side with a powerful blow, but it landed with a dull thud, seemingly having no effect. Seeing the attack fail, Dusk cried out that it was impossible. But her spell was complete. She unleashed her magic, shouting Ludo, ban her Riker. The blast struck Gogma squarely, and the Titan roared in agony, his massive frame convulsing from the unexpected damage. The powerful spell forced the Titan general down to one knee. Seizing the moment, Vrimus yelled, "Go for it, Gaius!" "All right." With a determined grin, Gaius prepared to press the advantage. He brings his weapon down with devastating force, cleaving through the Titan General Gogma. The colossal being collapses, defeated. Nearby, one of Gogma's orc subordinates watches in horror, cursing the warriors who brought down his master. As the dust settles, a man with dark, tied-back hair approaches the kneeling Gaius. He places a hand on his shoulder, looking down at the fallen Titan and congratulating Gaius on the victory. Gaius looks up, his face bruised but determined, and tells the man, Walder, that at last he can stand beside him as an equal. Walder smiles, assuring him that this accomplishment will definitely see him promoted to S rank. In a firm gesture of mutual respect and partnership, the two men clasp hands. Walder then addresses Gaius as his beloved disciple, telling him he is leaving his back in his care. Gaius responds with youthful enthusiasm, calling him master and readily accepting the responsibility. The memory fades, shifting to the present day. Gaius, now older and wearing a blindfold, stands in a graveyard before a line of tombstones. He is accompanied by a young woman and another cloaked figure. The young woman observes a specific grave, remarking that it is a rather modest resting place for someone as flashy as Walder. She recalls that he was obsessed with standing out. The inscription on the stone reads, Walder Bryn rests here. She turns to Gaius, whose face is now visible with intricate black markings spreading across it. With a worried expression, she calls him by name and asks if he really has to go. He looks towards the horizon with a sad smile, explaining that his sight has deteriorated to the point where he can only see vague outlines. He fears that if he stays, the curse will make people too afraid to offer him work or support. Gaius tells her no, he doesn't want to hold her back. In response, the young woman, Emily, grabs him, tears streaming down her face. She desperately pleads with him to stay, promising to support him and find a way to break the curse. In a memory from the past, the warrior Walder Bryn places a reassuring hand on a younger Gaius' shoulder, telling him that he is already a first-rate adventurer and that many people need him. But in the present, he rejects those words. As a tearful Emily insists that he is the one they need, Gaius coldly states that he is no longer the same person. The scene shifts, beginning a new story. 3.5 years ago, at the Eiferlord's castle in the Vauclay territory, a chain of events was set in motion. In the western region of the Ural Kingdom, a massive explosion of unknown cause occurred, wiping out an entire unit of holy knights. The narrator is revealed to be Gaius, recounting the tale to Yannis and Urza. He explains that his party was summoned to investigate what became known as the Ural campaign. An accidental encounter with demons escalated into a large-scale battle, and it was there that he received his curse. He continues, explaining that the Church Nation and the Kingdom dispatched troops, taking the situation seriously. People's fear of curses runs deep, as it is believed they can spread or even attract demons. Yannis listens intently as Gaius clenches his bandaged hands. Gaius concludes his story, stating that because of the curse, he could no longer continue as an adventurer and left his party half a year ago. Yannis briefly wonders if the events are linked to his own magic before catching himself. He apologizes and asks Gaius to continue, while Urza looks on with concern. Following this, Urza begins her own explanation. She reveals that her family are poor farmers and that she has 5 younger siblings. To send them money, she relied on Sebastian and became a debt slave under a certain condition. She addresses Yannis as Master, stating she came to meet him. As Yannis questions her, Gaius clarifies the arrangement. The condition was an introduction to contacts who could track down the very demon that cast his curse. He stands on a wooden pier, his massive sword resting by his side as he gazes out at a large vessel sailing on the open water, a quiet determination settling over him. Inside a building, he addresses Louis Sebasta, questioning if the man called Keikaku is truly the one he should expect so much from, someone who might hold clues about the demon that cursed him. Sebasta responds with a knowing smile, explaining that while he cannot say for certain if Keikaku possesses the information itself, he believes the man has the highest chance of tracking the demon down among all possibilities. His reasoning is based on a chain of events. Keikaku-sama hired the mercenaries who subjugated the Dark Guild Resurgent in Elverant. That same guild exported weapons during the Euro campaign and was connected to demons, making it plausible that Keikaku would have access to demonic information. Sebasta continues his assessment, musing that Keikaku is a figure of great uncertainty and potential. Whether he becomes a source of hope or anxiety, he concludes, depends entirely on how one chooses to engage with him. Upon hearing this, Gaius erupts in a hearty laugh. He declares that if this is the conclusion reached by Sebasta's famed divine insight, he can trust it. It sounds perfect for someone like him, cornered on all sides. Elsewhere, aboard a ship, Sebasta speaks to an associate. He states that all that remains is to see if their target notices the clues he has scattered. If not, it would simply mean his own judgment was lacking, and they would find another person. The target of this scheme, Yannis, bears a fanged, demonic grin. He realizes with irritation that he has been masterfully manipulated, exclaiming that he took the bait and was reeled in with ease. He confronts Gaius directly, with Urza at his side. Gaius asks how Yannis knew he was at that particular shop. Yannis replies that it seems both Gaius and his father were the fish in this scenario, leaving Urza to question the metaphor. Yannis looks away, flustered, thinking to himself that it was Urza who had looked into it for him. Beside him, Urza simply nods in confirmation. He considered the recent history that had set the stage for their current predicament. The Euro campaign, though ultimately a victory for humanity against demonic forces, had been a protracted and costly war. Because the kingdom gained no land or financial compensation from their demonic foes, they were unable to properly pay their soldiers and the adventurers who had fought alongside them. This left countless veterans without a livelihood, forcing them to flood the port cities of neighboring nations like the Calamira Church Nation and the Rege Kingdom in a desperate search for work. As this context settled, Gaius spoke, his arms crossed over his massive chest. He mused that he had thought Louis Sebasta would never miss such an opportunity. He elaborated that many of those former soldiers, burdened with debt, would be desperate enough to consider selling themselves. Since slavery is banned in the northern regions, their only option would be to travel south, creating a predictable flow of desperate individuals for someone like Sebasta to exploit. With a sharp-toothed, triumphant grin, Yannis declares he has solved the puzzle. After examining the movement records of the Sebasta Trading Company, he found they dispatched a fleet immediately after the war. A move so precise it caught him by surprise. His investigation revealed a strange discrepancy. At a port, the company head, Sebastian, was seen with a large, blindfolded man. The fleet, filled with debt slaves, was set to return to Lurence, but for some unknown reason, one ship broke formation and entered a port in the Elverant Federal Kingdom. This detail was particularly odd because, according to the company's official records, Sebastian was supposed to be at the main branch in Lurence during that time. Then, it all clicked into place for Yannis. He questioned why the company head would need to hide his whereabouts. He recalled that 3 years prior, Sebastian had a similar record of escorting an important individual. The large, blindfolded man stood out, matching rumors of a renowned adventurer from Karamia who had gone missing. Yannis concluded Sebastian was once again escorting someone significant. He presents his theory, asking if he was right. Gaius, the blindfolded man himself, applauds impressed. He confirms Yannis is mostly correct, just as Sebastian had expected, a fact that Yannis finds somewhat frustrating. Despite his deductive success, Yannis admits a failure. He had pursued a masked, seemingly demonic man from the Dark Guild, but the target escaped. Unfortunately, he has no further information on demons. As he finishes, his companions, Urza, Ars, and Gaius, listen intently. Gaius acknowledges that the lack of information is indeed unfortunate, but Yannis leans back with a confident smirk, revealing he has another way. He declares that he can use magic to forcibly summon the very demon who placed the curse upon Gaius. The sudden declaration stuns the room. Gaius shouts in disbelief, asking if it's truly possible. Urza, alarmed, questions the wisdom of revealing such power so openly. Gaius quickly tells her to calm down, stating that as their instructor, Yannis should be fine. Yannis, however, simply gives a sly smile as Urza looks on, puzzled. He admits that beyond helping Gaius, there is something in this venture for him as well. He continued his explanation, noting that from what he could see, Gaius's curse was the type that would lift once the demon who cast it was slain. Stunned that Yannis could discern so much, Gaius could only ask who exactly he was. In response, Yannis revealed a personal connection. That same demon was also the target of his own revenge. Hearing this, Gaius's demeanor shifted. He declared that if possible, he wanted to confront the demon himself to break the curse. Bowing deeply, he pleaded with Yannis, begging for his help if what he said was true. The plea triggers a memory, casting Gaius's mind back to a brutal battlefield. In the holy calendar year of 1015, during the Euro campaign, a massive clash was underway. A commander on horseback rallied the royal army, shouting that victory was close and they must not falter. Amidst the chaos, a younger, armored Gaius fought on the front lines. His comrade, Walder, urged that they should go, as they would only be a hindrance. Ignoring the suggestion to flee, Gaius roared for the troops to fall back while the rear guard provided support. The retreat was a desperate struggle. He found himself surrounded, screaming in a mix of fury and pain as diminutive, grotesque demons swarmed him. From a short distance, Walder watched the desperate fight with a pained expression. Suddenly, a shout cut through the din of battle. A soldier cried out that the demon commander had been slain by the legendary Heaven Spear, Walderbrand. The tide of battle turned with the arrival of reinforcements. A cry announced that the Holy Knight Order had arrived, their polished armor gleaming amidst the carnage, with the warrior Emily among them. Seeing the knights, the demonic forces began to retreat. Enraged and unwilling to let them get away, Gaius bellowed an order, commanding his soldiers not to let the demons escape. As he prepared to charge, Walder lunged forward and grabbed his arm, shouting for him to wait and not pursue the fleeing enemy. Gaius turned, his face a mask of confusion and frustration at being held back. The memory fades, returning to the present moment where the ritual was already underway. With no further warning, Yanni seized Gaius by the head, forcefully pushing him down towards a complex, glowing magic circle inscribed on the floor. Urza and Walder could only look on in stunned silence. As the summoning ritual begins, Gaius finally reveals the source of his torment. His hand trembles over his blindfold as he explains that the hero Walder was struck by a death curse only because Gaius had pushed him, forcing Walder into a protective stance. He watched his friend perish, surviving only with cursed eyes. He declares that because of him, the world lost a great hero, and he has a duty to take responsibility. Yanni's, showing a faint, confident smile, cuts through the heavy confession. He agrees without hesitation, stating, "All right, then let's do it." The forced summoning. He then points a decisive finger towards Gaius, his expression hardening. "But I will be the one to kill the demon," he commands. "I won't let you fight it." Gaius is taken aback, questioning the command. Yannis explains the harsh reality. Gaius cannot defeat a demon in his current state. He looks the large warrior in the eye and asks directly, "Gaius, right now, your magic power is nearly depleted, isn't it?" A fundamental truth of their world is laid bare. All living things possess latent magic power, an energy used to wield magic that can be developed through training. This principle is further detailed. If the body is the engine that produces magic, then the mind is its gasoline. When a mind wears down, regardless of skill, the generation of magic power ceases. Yannis applies this logic to the warrior before him. He surmises that the trauma from Walder's death has worn down Gaius's mind to the point where he can no longer generate any magic power. Urza, holding ours, reacts with utter disbelief. She exclaims that it can't be true, as she heard Gaius had obliterated an entire hill during a recent poison wolf subjugation. Ars chimes in, adding that Gaius was also incredibly strong in Pomola. A knowing smirk crosses Yannis' face. He confirms that Gaius didn't use magic or even physical enhancement for that feat, acknowledging that the man's raw strength is, in itself, monstrous. He presses his point, asking Gaius for confirmation. However, no matter how strong you are, attacks without magic power can't easily kill demons. Am I right? As Gaius remains silent, Urza can only think that the entire situation is completely absurd. He continues his explanation, his voice low and serious as he holds Gaius. He informs the warrior that, at most, he has 2 weeks to live. As a magic power within Gaius's body continues to decrease, his resistance to the curse will also weaken, leading to his inevitable death. Gaius is visibly stunned by this grim prognosis. Gaius, desperate, dismisses the warning and demands that Yannis summon the demon immediately, believing there is still a chance. Yannis retorts, calling the idea foolish. He reminds Gaius that using magic power now would cause the curse to kill him instantly, and that it's impossible to defeat a demon without magic. This, he explains, is precisely why he must be the one to fight. His desperation boiling over, Gaius roars that it cannot be anyone else. He declares that Walder was his mentor and benefactor, the one who trained him as an adventurer. For that reason, he must be the one to avenge him, even if it means he will die in the attempt. As Gaius makes his impassioned plea, Urza, holding ours, begs Yannis to do something for him. Yannis sighs in resignation, looking down at the infant in his arms. He agrees to help, but firmly states that he will not allow Gaius to die. He then turns his attention back to Gaius, a slight smile on his face as he holds ours. He warns that the measure he has in mind is drastic and asks if Gaius is truly fine with it. With unwavering resolve, Gaius confirms that he wouldn't have it any other way. With the decision made, Yannis begins his preparations. He first asks Gaius to tell him his magic power attribute. Gaius seems momentarily confused before recalling that a party mage had checked it long ago. He remembers that his attribute is ice. Yannis notes that in that case, they will need some good winter clothes. In a flash, the world around them shifts. The air fills with the roar of colossal beasts as 2 massive, winged creatures, one light and one dark, clash violently in a flurry of claws and beaks. Gaius stares, his mouth agape in utter shock at the sudden and brutal scene. They are no longer in the room, but standing on a vast, icy precipice, watching the monstrous creatures battle in the sky above. He whirls around, demanding to know where they are. Yannis, now also clad in winter gear, calmly explains that they are in the mountains of Karamia, a continent to the north that is sealed by ice. Gaius stares at the rampaging beasts, realizing with dawning horror that they must be ice dragons. He recognizes the continent and the creatures from legends he has only ever heard of, struggling to comprehend that they are now standing in such a mythical place, witnessing a territorial battle between legendary monsters. He watched in horror as one of the colossal ice dragons tumbled into a deep crevasse. For a moment, it seemed the fight was over, but his relief was short-lived. The victorious dragon turned its attention toward them, its massive form charging across the ice. "It's coming this way," Gaius screamed at Yannis. The beast thundered forward, its feathered mane bristling as it closed the distance with terrifying speed, intent on crushing the two small figures in its path. As it lunged, Yannis calmly raised a hand, conjuring a shimmering, hexagonal barrier. The dragon slammed into the unseen wall with a deafening crash, its charge halted completely. The creature reeled back in disbelief, while Gaius could only stare, utterly dumbfounded. He held the barrier firm, casually brushing aside the dragon's assault. A shiver ran through him from the biting cold, but his mind was elsewhere, marveling at the existence of a mage capable of such casual teleportation and immense power. The world, he mused, is truly vast. Snapping out of his stupor, Gaius stammered, "So, master, what am I supposed to do here?" Yannis turned to him, his expression calm, and replied that he would now explain. He began by stating that generating magic power requires a balance between mind and body. He explained that right now, Gaius's mind is compromised, which is like trying to run an engine on poor quality fuel. His body, however, is perfectly healthy. Therefore, Yannis declared, they will improve the engine instead. With a sharp-toothed grin, he elaborated on his plan. Gaius will soak his entire body in the immense magical aura radiating from ultra-powerful beings like the dragons. This process will transform his body into a high-efficiency vessel, one capable of generating magic power, even when his mind is weakened. He looked at the terrified giant and reminded him with a smirk, "I told you, didn't I, that this would be a drastic measure." Gaius broke into a cold sweat, realizing with dawning horror that an ultra-high difficulty trial had just begun. He wondered if he could possibly survive it. In a memory from a past time, Yannis presents a fine sword to Gaius, congratulating him on his promotion to air rank. He insists that a first-rate adventurer must use a first-rate weapon. Nearby, their companion Walder looks on, a desperate plea on his face as he thinks, "Don't die, Walder." The memory continues with Walder turning his back to them, walking away into a desolate, snowy landscape. "Sorry, Gaius," he says over his shoulder, "I'll be going ahead first." Back in the present, Gaius clutches the hilt of that same sword, his expression somber. He reflects that ever since that day, he has been unable to draw the blade. He quietly resolves to wait for Walder in the afterlife. His somber moment is shattered by a joyous shout. Ars, bundled in a thick winter parka, throws his arms wide in sheer delight, exclaiming, "It's a silvery white world." He immediately dives into a snowbank, rolling around with glee. Urza, looking flustered, rushes over to scold him. She reminds him that even though he's fascinated by his first time seeing snow, as a noble son, he should carry himself with more grace. Ars and Urza laugh and play, their caution thrown to the wind. Watching them, Gaius observes their lack of inhibition with a hint of amusement. Yannis approaches him, bringing their attention back to the task at hand. He remarks that it's also Urza's first time seeing snow, so her excitement is understandable, unlike Gaius, who has suffered enough from snow in the highlands. "Now, let's get down to business," Yannis says, directing Gaius to look at something. Gaius holds up a massive, glistening scale. He explains that it came from an ice element dragon that was fighting in the area. Since this is its habitat, he suggests they might find more materials like fangs and bones nearby. Yannis then lays out the mission for Gaius. His job is to gather at least 5 large barrels worth of these ice element dragon materials. He gives a stark warning. Gaius stands no chance against one of the dragons alone and must not, under any circumstances, fight it. He elaborates on the purpose of this dangerous task. The materials are saturated with the dragon's magic. Using them, Yannis will craft special equipment designed to forcibly enhance Gaius's body's own magic power generation, a process that will require Gaius to synchronize his power with the items. He continues his explanation, detailing that the bodies of magical creatures like dragons are special. Their cells are fully fused with magic power, allowing them to generate it efficiently through their physical form, a process completely different from that of humans or ordinary beasts. Gaius confirms his understanding with a grim smile. He realizes Yannis' plan is to alter his body, bringing it closer to the state of a magical creature. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Yannis warns that the process will be incredibly painful. Unflinching, Gaius declares he is prepared, stating it is merely a matter of endurance until he can achieve his revenge. Yannis then lays out the terms of the mission. He presents a large hourglass, giving Gaius 5 days to complete his task. He provides a magic bag for tools and a magical fire starter, indicating a nearby cave with a teleportation circle to use as a base. With a final warning that failure means giving up on his revenge, he tells Gaius to begin. The giant slayer accepts with a determined shout. Gaius immediately sets off, scaling a sheer ice cliff with practiced skill. After reaching a plateau, he kneels, accepting a bundle from Yannis' gloved hand before continuing his trek into the desolate, snowy landscape. From a safe distance, Yannis, Urza, and a bundled-up Ars watch as Gaius reaches the edge of a massive, dark crevasse that splits the icy plains. He pauses his journey, taking out 2 long, flat pieces of material and strapping them to his boots, fashioning a pair of makeshift skis to better traverse the snowy terrain. As he continues, Urza wonders aloud what Gaius is planning. Her question is answered as he stops at the edge of the crevasse and begins hammering a series of anchors into the ice, preparing for a descent. With his gear secured, Gaius rappels down the sheer wall of the icy chasm. Watching from above, Yannis smirks, correctly deducing that Gaius must have figured he would find a dragon's corpse at the bottom. Deep within the crevasse, his boots touch down on the frozen ground. Before him lies his prize, the colossal, frozen corpse of an ice dragon, its massive fangs jutting from the ice. He has found it. He approaches the colossal dragon skeleton, only for a disembodied voice to emanate from the bones, laughing. The voice mockingly asks if he has come to finish off a dying old skeleton. The voice continues its taunt, questioning if he's even capable of the deed. Startled, Gaius instinctively reaches for the hilt of his weapon as the voice challenges him, asking why he doesn't draw it. His hand tightens on the weapon, but he hesitates. He realizes it is not fear of the skeletal beast that stops him, but a deeper fear from within himself. From a nearby passage in the ice, Yannis appears, apologizing for the misunderstanding. He explains that he didn't expect the skeleton to be alive, and, stating he has no intention of fighting, offers to retreat. The ancient dragon speaks again, observing that Gaius is not a warrior. It then offers a warning. The area above is the territory of a young dragon. It advises Gaius to be careful and points out an air passage he can use for his ascent. Following the strange encounter, Gaius works with astonishing speed, quickly harvesting a massive pile of dragon parts, scales, claws, and even a large horn. Yannis, Urza, and Ars look upon the collected materials. Yannis notes that it's almost 2 large barrels worth, while Urza expresses her amazement that he gathered so much in less than half a day. Urza cheerfully remarks that he'll be able to gather everything quickly at this pace. Yannis, however, tempers her optimism, explaining that they were merely lucky that a dragon fight had occurred just before their arrival. The real challenge, he states, starts now. As night falls over the polar region, the temperature drops. Yannis announces that he, Urza, and Ars will return to warmth, but he will keep the teleportation circle available. He then asks Gaius for his plan. Gaius resolutely declares that he will stay. Yannis accepts his decision, telling Ars to get some sleep. He then wishes Gaius good luck as he and the others prepare to depart through the glowing portal, leaving the giant slayer to his solitary work in the freezing darkness. He watched as Yannis accepted the daunting mission. All right, I guess I'll do it, Yannis stated with resolve, before taking a lantern and venturing into the dark, icy passage ahead. Their journey to this point had been an arduous one across the vast, frozen landscape. They traveled under the ethereal glow of the aurora borealis, witnessed strange penguin-like creatures, and even saw a dragon in flight before Yannis paused for a moment's rest in the biting cold. It was during this expedition that he had knelt, pressing a hand to the ground. He sensed a potent surge of magic from deep beneath the ice, wondering if he had finally found one of their objectives. His senses had not deceived him. Frozen within the glacier was the immense, complete skeleton of an ice element dragon, a breathtaking and valuable discovery. Yannis quickly analyzed the terrain. He perceived a large cavity and a river flowing beneath the ice sheet, realizing it was a fast-moving glacier. He could faintly hear the deep rumbling of the earth and the sound of rushing water. He considered the dangers. The noise of extraction could attract young water element dragons. A slow, quiet approach would take weeks. Yet, a forceful attempt to break the ice would be suicidal, plunging him and the precious bones into the freezing river to certain death. The memory shifts to a specific incident. Yannis lectures Gaius, who is apparently stuck or in trouble, calling his predicament a fine example of what not to do. He reminds him that for an adventurer, avoiding even the smallest dangers is a basic rule. But then Yannis' tone changes. He explains that this rule only applies if one isn't blessed with luck, skill, and comrades. With confidence, he tells Gaius to stay still as he prepares to cast a spell to assist him. He elaborates on his philosophy. Even a powerful S-rank adventurer is powerless when truly alone, without a mentor for courage, a swordsman for advice, a healer for wounds, or a mage for support. The narrative returns to the present, with Gaius alone in the crevasse. After a full day of work, he has only managed to gather a third of a barrel's worth of materials. He worries that he might have already collected everything available and that this entire location is now a dead end. He presses onward through the desolate, snowy landscape, his breath misting in the frigid air. Pulling the heavy sled, he grits his teeth, admitting to himself that this task is far more arduous than he had anticipated. His journey brings him to the edge of a hollow, where he observes a herd of large, shaggy beasts huddled together, seeking refuge from cold. As the wind begins to whip around him, he glances upward with concern, silently pleading that a blizzard is not on its way. Nearby, one of the large beasts trembles slightly in the cold. Having secured one of the beasts, he drags its considerable weight back into the icy cavern. A disembodied voice echoes from the skeletal remains, noting his arrival with a gift and remarking that his action is quite admirable. The offering is promptly put to use. The beast's carcass sizzles over a roaring fire, fueled by the dragon's own ancient bones, with its skeletal jaw repurposed as a makeshift stand for the spit. Inside the icy crevasse, Gaius offers a piece of meat to the colossal dragon skeleton. He apologizes for the intrusion, stating he'll be a bother until the blizzard subsides. The ancient skeleton, its voice echoing directly in Gaius's mind, tells him to suit himself. The skeletal dragon explains that it is sending its thoughts via magic, lamenting that the young ones of the current age seem to have forgotten their language. Surprised, Gaius asks how it's communicating, noting that he recently encountered a young fire element dragon that was unable to speak. When Gaius asks how long it has been alive, the ancient creature simply replies that it has forgotten. Taking a swig from a bottle, Gaius presses the question. He continues, asking why it was cursed and questioning why humans haven't been free from demons for a long time. The skeleton's attention is drawn to Gaius's eyes, recognizing an old, incomplete curse meant to kill elemental dragons. Seeing an opportunity to pass the time, the skeleton agrees to tell its long story. As the blizzard rages outside, days pass within the relative shelter of the crevasse. Gaius makes a small camp, surviving on his provisions while in the company of the immense, unmoving skeleton. On the fourth day of their shared confinement, Gaius laughs, teasing the old skeleton. He jokingly asks if it's losing its mind, accusing it of getting scared by its own reflection in the ice and blowing up a whole mountain in fright. After a moment of silence, the skeleton retorts indignantly, shouting that it did no such thing and telling the kid not to make fun of it. Gaius, amused, concedes, mentioning he was about 17 when a similar event occurred. The skeleton then turns the tables, declaring that it is now Gaius's turn to tell a story. The story begins in his past. A younger Gaius, his eyes uncovered, returns to his village. He explains to a boy who calls out to him that it was a cold summer, and as a result, his village had poor crops and little milk from their livestock. He approaches two small, hungry-looking children, offering them a piece of bread. He insists they eat, saying they must be tired from work. The children refuse, claiming that since they haven't been working, they aren't hungry. He begins his story, recalling a moment from his youth where he tried to laugh off the hunger he shared with the village children, whose stomachs growled audibly. To help them, he explains, he had his father find him a job. He pushed himself to work harder than ever, the memory of that day's desperate effort still sharp. The work was grueling. He was tasked with crushing iron ore into fine pieces, a supplement mixed into the food of wyverns to strengthen the scales of the mounts ridden by the Dragon Kingdom's knights. The job was dangerous, and during one incident, a wyvern lunged at him. He recounts that the one who saved his life was a man named Walder. The flashback fades as the ancient dragon's voice cuts into the present, asking where he is going. Gaius's expression hardens as he declares his intent to seek revenge, even at the cost of his own life. He continues, explaining that on the second night of his journey, he found a pile of bones beneath a glacier. He acknowledges the danger, but resolves to risk breaking the ice to retrieve them. The dragon scoffs at this, warning that a human without magic will surely die in the blizzard long before reaching the glacier, calling him an idiot. Gaius counters that if he succeeds, he'll acquire enough materials to complete his task. Dismissing his talk of revenge, the dragon falls silent. Gaius thanks it for the warning, but turns to leave, stating he must go, as he only has one day left. As he walks away into the icy cavern, the dragon's voice follows him, its tone shifting to one of sudden understanding. It asks if his true intention is to die. Elsewhere, Yannis confirms the grim truth to his stunned Urza. He states plainly that it is exactly as it sounds. Gaius intends to die. Urza, her eyes wide, struggles to comprehend what this could possibly mean. She struggles to accept the grim reality, finding it hard to believe. As she stands in the room, Yannis, kneeling nearby, notes that time is almost up. He surmises that if Gaius is going to do something reckless, it will be soon, and resolves to go check on him. As he prepares to leave, he explains that everything Gaius has done was for the sake of revenge. A memory surfaces of Gaius telling Yannis he went as far as becoming a slave and crossing the sea just to meet him. Urza listens, her expression clouded with concern. He continues, pointing out that Gaius prioritized this revenge even over lifting his own curse. Yannis reasons that any mage companion would have realized the curse was fatal, a fact that Gaius himself must have known. A sudden understanding dawns on Urza. Yannis, seeing her expression, confirms her unspoken thought. He states that, ironically, Gaius wasn't prioritizing revenge, but rather, he was prioritizing dying. Meanwhile, deep within the glacier, the ancient dragon skeleton presses Gaius for answers. It asks who the true target of his revenge is, the demon, or himself. Gaius denies that he is the target, arguing that if he were to die, he would be unable to take his revenge. His thoughts drift back to a memory. A young woman in a witch's hat, Emily, agrees to a request. A bandaged Walder asks her to perform a certain technique, which she clarifies is called image projection magic. At her confirmation, the memory of Walder shifts. He stands confidently, a wide grin on his face as he rests a massive axe on his shoulder, ready for action. The memory expands to show their whole party. Walder playfully chides Gaius for being too stiff, reminding him that they are adventurers. Emily adds that they aren't just sightseeing. As another companion calls out to Walder, Walder then launches into a passionate speech, declaring that adventure is freedom. He speaks of exploring the unknown, fighting alongside companions, and sharing hardships and joys. He urges Gaius to enjoy his one life, sharing his own grand dreams of visiting other realms, making new friends, and carousing with celestial maidens. In stark contrast, Gaius quietly responds. He admits he doesn't have dreams like that. For him, it is enough that his family lives in peace without hunger, a reality, he notes, that has already come true thanks to Walder. He reflects on his past, his thoughts drifting to a simple grave marker. Walder Bren, sleep here. The words echo in his mind as he admits to himself that he took his friend's dream away, and now he is dead. This memory is tied to the sword Walder gave him long ago. His hand trembles near its hilt as he confesses his fear. Since Walder's death, he hasn't been able to draw the blade, afraid of what he will remember. The memory surfaces regardless. A dying Walder apologizes to Gaius, saying he's going on ahead. Beside him, a younger, grievously wounded Yannis promises to wait for Walder in the afterlife. As his friend fades, Gaius can only scream his name in anguish, begging him not to die. Pulled from the painful recollection, Gaius addresses the ancient dragon skeleton. He concedes that the creature was right. The resentment he felt was just a part of it. He admits that he had unconsciously forgotten the truth. The one he truly hates is himself. His voice rises to a roar, his face contorted with fury and despair. He declares that the enemy he must kill is himself. He vows to kill the demon and then die, or if he fails, to die right then and there. In response, the skeletal dragon explains the nature of the curse afflicting Gaius. It notes that such a curse would instantly kill a normal human, as it is meant for elemental dragons. The curse amplifies hatred, causing allies to turn on one another. The dragon concludes that Gaius is fortunate, in a way, for channeling this immense hatred inward, toward himself. As Yannis listens nearby, the ancient dragon turns its gaze toward him. It remarks that seeing Yannis reminds it of an old partner, signing that the two are exactly alike. When Yannis asks if it had a partner, the dragon confirms it did, a human. It continues, revealing that this partner was a close friend named Bren. He was a dragonborn of the original line, and the one who taught the dragon the human language. An image forms of a man with a large, draconic wing tattooed across his back. Yannis is stunned. He exclaims that of course he knows of Bren. He describes him as a legendary warrior from 1,000 years ago, the founder of his own hometown, the Dragon Kingdom. This hero rode an elemental dragon, soared through the skies, and fought alongside the great hero to defeat the demon emperor. The ancient dragon laughs, dismissing the title of legendary as an exaggeration. As Yannis reels, asking if the old dragon was truly a companion of the legendary hero, the revelation hits Gaius. He stares in disbelief, demanding to know what the dragon meant when it said he and Yannis were exactly alike. He is suddenly jolted by a powerful tremor that shakes the icy cavern, his attention snapping towards the source of the disturbance. The ground continues to shake violently as he realizes with dawning horror that the skeletal dragon is moving. It seems the creature has sensed he is still alive and is now coming to finish him. The ancient dragon confirms his fears, letting out a deafening roar. Its mind is filled with a singular, vengeful thought. It remembers the insolent brat who defeated it. He stares, paralyzed by the sight. Faced with an overwhelmingly powerful foe and no way to fight back, a desperate question hangs in the air. Will he choose death, or is there another way out? Within the ice crevasse, the massive skeletal dragon lets out a guttural sound as the entire cavern begins to violently shake and crumble. Shards of ice and rock rain down, threatening to bury everything. As the collapse intensifies, Gaius stands firm amidst the chaos, though he shouts in alarm. The skeletal dragon grunts, noting that the ceiling is giving way. In response to the immediate danger, Gaius raises a hand and unleashes a powerful spell, crying out the incantation, Duldul and Veriza. His magic manifests as a colossal, branching pillar of ice that surges upward, bracing against the crumbling ceiling and halting the cavern's destruction. The skeletal dragon, observing the newly formed ice structure, wonders about the spell. It then addresses Gaius, identifying him as an ice warrior and stating that the magic won't last long. It urges him to hurry and run while it handles the fighting. Gaius, however, scoffs at the idea of fleeing. He declares that he cannot abandon a hero of his homeland, one who stands beside the legendary warrior Bran. He proclaims that if he is to fall, there is no finer stage than alongside such a hero. The dragon seems taken aback by his fervent loyalty. With a determined glare, Gaius's eyes glow as he states that the true enemy he must kill is himself. His words trigger a memory from the past. Long ago, the hero Ars and his companions, including a younger Bran, slayed the demon emperor and freed humanity. Bran recalls that while he was part of that group, many sacrifices were made and countless friends were lost. He muses that people call them heroes simply because they were the ones who didn't die. The skeletal dragon, now revealed to be that same hero, Bran, confesses to Giannis. He admits that he thought about dying many times, as living atop the corpses of his comrades felt like a sin. He adds, however, that Ars, Giannis, talked sense into him. Giannis, holding the infant Ars, corrects the old warrior. He tells Bran that he is wrong. Their fallen comrades live on inside them. They died entrusting the survivors with their will, their knowledge, and their strength. He looks upon the skeletal remains of the hero Bran, his own demonic horns visible, and lays out a stark choice. The responsibility to honor the fallen is now Bran's to bear. He can either carry their legacy forward or let it end here and now. He reminds the fallen hero that Bran himself once chose to carry that burden and give it meaning, building the Dragon Kingdom, training disciples, and guiding countless people in the process. The weight of this history settles upon Gaius, whose eyes widen in shock. He realizes with a jolt that the legendary warrior felt this same crushing pressure. His mind flashes back to a past conversation, seeing Bran's face, vibrant and alive, as he boisterously commanded him. "Enjoy life more, Gaius." The command had confused him then. Enjoy it? He fought for his family and his comrades. That was the only reason he was an adventurer. Such a carefree attitude seemed like a luxury only a true hero could afford. But Bran had dismissed the idea. He admitted that while he came from the Royal Dragon Kingdom's line of heroes, he had thrown that responsibility away for the dream of enjoying freedom on an adventure. He was not the hero Gaius thought him to be. He then looked at Gaius with a sharp, knowing grin, stating simply, "You're different, Gaius." The declaration left the large warrior momentarily speechless. Bran elaborated that most people fight for their families or simply to survive. He had never seen anyone motivated by those reasons alone become as strong as Gaius. He believed that people like Gaius, who work to the bone for others, are the ones who can become true heroes. It was for this reason, Bran declared, pointing directly at a stunned Gaius, that he was entrusting him with the entire legacy he had inherited. He vowed to make Gaius into the finest warrior there is, proclaiming that this would be how he honored his own responsibility. With a wild grin, Bran laid out his outrageous proposal. If Gaius had no dream of his own, he should become a hero in Bran's place and help his dream come true. Nearby, Giannis could only think that Bran was the absolute worst, while a tiny projection of Urza laughed, remarking that she thought Giannis was actually saying something nice for once. Within the hero's dying consciousness, Giannis perceives a central theme taking shape, the legacy of a sword, a symbol of power and responsibility passed down. This concept of legacy echoes in the memory as the skeletal dragon, Bran, asks Gaius if he has anyone to whom he would pass on his own legacy. The question causes Gaius to let out a cry of anguish before a castle wall. The memory then shifts to a different time. Bran, in his prime, trains a small, determined boy. As the child, Ars, swings a heavy axe and stumbles, Bran encourages him, shouting praise for his effort. He catches his breath, laughing at the boy's tenacity. Though Ars is exhausted, he wants another round. Bran notes the boy's rapid improvement, and Ars confirms his earnest desire to become strong, finding joy in the process. In another fragment of memory, Ars stands with other children, declaring that he doesn't just want to be strong. He wants to be a hero like Bran, someone who can heal people's hearts. The scene focuses on a direct promise from the young Ars to Gaius. He points with conviction, vowing that when his friends are suffering, he will be there for them. He tells Gaius to call on him in times of hardship, for he will be there for him, too. Gaius is visibly stunned by the boy's heartfelt declaration, his expression one of pure shock. Even Bran, observing from a nearby barrel, is taken completely by surprise at the exchange. Suddenly, the memory shatters. A different voice declares that an ice warrior has been defeated. The ground trembles as a new threat makes its approach. The vision ends, thrusting the perspective back to the present. In a frozen cavern, Bran stands over the remains of the defeated warrior as a massive, winged chimera emerges from the destruction, roaring its challenge. He stands firm as the colossal chimera looms before him, its sheer size casting a shadow over the icy cavern. From the shadows, the ancient skeletal dragon speaks, its voice echoing in Bran's mind. It observes that Bran has found a reason to live, someone to carry on his legacy, and urges the kid to survive. The words trigger a memory. A younger Bran kneels before the child, Ars, telling him that he has found someone to whom he can pass on his legacy. The memory sours into chaos. Bren screams desperately for someone to run and escape as the chimera rampages behind him. He reaches out, his expression one of pure anguish, trying to pull someone from the path of destruction. The vision shifts to a bloodied Bren apologizing to Gaius. As this memory plays, the skeletal dragon's voice cuts through from the present, declaring that Bren will go on ahead and wait for him in the afterlife. His past self seems to respond to the dragon's pronouncement, beginning his sentence with the words, "When you." Back in the present, Bren grits his teeth. He is certain that the rest of what the old skeleton said was just born of resentment. The memory returns to his final moments with Gaius. He tells his friend to come and see him once he has grown into an old man. Gaius, his face streaked with blood, but his eyes shining with tears and resolve, agrees. He asks for a gift in the afterlife, to hear a magnificent hero's tale from Bren. Bren, his partner, is visibly moved, affirming that he will look forward to it. The tip of Bren's sword is stopped cold, a sharp clang echoing as it meets the point of a monstrous black claw. A confident, almost predatory, smile spreads across Bren's face. "So," he says with dawning understanding, "that's what you were saying?" With his sword drawn, Gaius leaps toward the chimera, preparing to strike. The massive beast roars, its eyes locked on the warrior. As an observer notes with alarm that the boy has entered the fight, his face contorts with effort, muscles straining under the force of his own attack. A concerned onlooker realizes that if he is still unable to gather his magic power, his physical strength alone will not be enough. He lets out a frustrated roar, the attack failing to connect with the necessary force. In this moment of struggle, the words of his companion, Emily, echo in his mind. She had given him advice for just such a situation, though she doubted he would ever need it. "When your heart is worn down and you can't focus your magic power properly," she had explained, a gentle wisp of light dancing between her fingers. Emily's voice continued in his memory, advising him to think of a memory that matters, one that fills him with warmth and kindness. Her words trigger a scene from his youth, where a child's voice asks if he is going to become an adventurer. He recalls sitting with his childhood friends as a local man laughed at the idea. The man warned them that adventurers were just day laborers, and unless one was a genius, the pay wasn't worth the danger. He advised them to find quiet, consistent work instead. His friends immediately protested. One urged him to become a hero like in the stories, while the other insisted he had incredible talent and strength, reminding everyone that a normal person couldn't climb a mountain while carrying a cow. The enthusiastic friend continued, pointing out that Gaius always looked happiest when he was talking about the adventurer who had taken down a wyvern. A flustered young Gaius tried to deny it, looking away. His friends brushed off his modesty, telling him not to worry about them, and joking that he could send the money once he became famous. Despite their faith in him, the young Gaius insisted he wasn't cut out for that life, but they refused to accept his self-doubt. "That's not true," one of them shouted, and the others joined in, declaring with unwavering conviction that to all of them, he had always been their hero. Bolstered by the memory of his friends, he roars as power surges through him. Emily's words echo in his mind. If he focuses, his magic will answer. He successfully activates body-strengthening magic, his entire form crackling with energy. He unleashes the gathered energy, shouting the name of his technique. Ito Strama. The magic, a warrior's flowing armor, meets the chimera's snapping jaws in a brilliant flash of force. The force of the impact shatters the ground beneath them, sending debris flying as the massive beast is momentarily repelled. Its reptilian eye widens in surprise, the creature clearly taken aback by the sudden surge of power from its opponent. Watching from a safe distance, the restaurant owner gasps in awe. Emily, however, looks on with a knowing expression, confirming to herself that Gaius's magic power has finally returned. Wasting no time, he leaps high into the air, positioning himself above the stunned chimera for another assault. With another powerful cry, he unleashes a new spell. The ground instantly erupts, forming a forest of massive, sharp ice pillars that surge upward. The ice spikes find their mark, brutally impaling the chimera and hoisting its massive body into the air. Amidst the newly formed ice field, the restaurant owner dares to hope, asking if they have one. Gaius stands nearby, breathing heavily, the intricate magical patterns still glowing on his face as he recovered from the exertion. But Emily's expression remains grim. "Don't be ridiculous," she states flatly. "That probably didn't even faze it." The monstrous chimera struggles, impaled upon the massive spikes of ice that have erupted from the frozen ground. Its jaws clench in fury, teeth grinding together, but it remains pinned, its powerful body rendered immobile by the icy prison. As the beast thrashes, a voice calls out from the snow. On the ground nearby, the massive warrior Gaius begins to stir. His call goes unheeded as Yannis addresses the impaled chimera, apologizing for interrupting its rampage, but warning it not to retaliate. With a sharp, knowing look, he tells the creature to take the hint and return to its nest. To punctuate his command, Yannis pats the chimera's serpentine tail, calling it a good boy. The beast's main head looks on in stunned disbelief. Having asserted his dominance, Yannis steps back, observing the now completely ice-encased chimera. He calmly wonders aloud what will happen next. Sometime later, Gaius sits up, the area now quiet. He notes that the two figures have run off and remarks that they were one hell of a monster, expressing relief at their departure. But the stillness is broken as cracks begin to form across the ice, entombing the chimera. The beast, still conscious within, senses its end approaching. Hearing the sound, Gaius looks over. He addresses the absent Yannis, stating he is honored by the monster label. Then, with a determined look, he corrects himself, declaring that Yannis is not a monster, but a warrior. He watches as the ice encasing the chimera's head fractures further. The beast's eye glares at him, and it issues a challenge through the cracking ice, addressing Yannis as a warrior and demanding a fight. Yannis, however, calmly states that there is no reason to fight. He explains that he has regained his magic power, can draw his sword again, and no longer needs to gather materials from an ice dragon. Gaius, standing nearby, is perplexed by this declaration, questioning what Yannis could possibly mean. He continues, admitting that he has already used up all his strength and doesn't have much time left. Beyond those practical concerns, he confesses that he simply does not want to fight the chimera. As a final point, he adds his belief that the young dragon he once spared will one day return to kill him, implying he is saving what remains of his life for that fateful encounter. As the ice around it shatters further, the chimera rejects this reasoning. It declares that it does not want to simply wait for its life to end or be killed by that dragon. It wants to remain a warrior until the very end. The great beast then makes a formal plea to Yannis, whom it now addresses as my friend. It asks him to grant its wish and fight it as a fellow warrior. Hearing the creature's earnest request, Yannis looks up with a somber, understanding expression. After a moment of silent consideration, he quietly agrees to its terms. He then turns his gaze to Gaius, who stands ready with his colossal blade. With a faint smile, Yannis announces that the time is up, just as the last grains of sand fall through a nearby hourglass. Yannis offers a word of praise to the blindfolded giant, his expression one of grim satisfaction. Good job, Gaius. With a thunderous finality, the outcome is revealed. Gaius stands before the chimera, which is now completely encased in a tomb of solid ice, its warrior's wish granted in a frozen, silent tableau. He looks down at Yannis, who addresses him as master. With his eyes still closed, Yannis assures him that he understands, and that the chimera's sacrifice will not be wasted. The giant slayer resolves to use both the sword he acquired and the frozen dragon to forge the best possible equipment. As they arrive back at their settlement, Set rushes out to greet them, excitedly shouting that Tensei is back and asking where he's been. His attention then shifts, and he calls out to Gaius in surprise. He apologizes to Gaius for his behavior, admitting he was pathetically scared when he heard about the supposed curse. Set explains that after Yannis told him there was a way to break it, he went around and explained the situation to everyone, assuring Gaius that he can now rest easy. Visibly moved that Set went to such lengths for him, Gaius expresses his sincere appreciation. The Lion King, Vridra, claps a hand on his shoulder, proposing they continue working together. He insists that it is they who should be thanking Gaius. Vridra elaborates, explaining that most of the community members lack proper training or education. He indicates a group of refugees, recounting how their homeland was attacked by a giant army, forcing them to flee to this place. The refugees look toward him with reverence, calling him Gaius Soma. They remember the terror of the giants that destroyed their homes, and then recall that it was Gaius who single-handedly defeated those very same threats. On behalf of the entire community, Vridra leads the assembled crowd in a deep bow of gratitude, formally thanking the hero, Gaius. As they walk away from the grateful crowd, Yannis observes the scene and reflects internally that it is all connected. Gaius turns back to see the community waving, a new sense of belonging settling over him. He reflected on the words of Gaius, the giant slayer. Gaius explained that he himself had been saved by a man named Walder, and in turn, he had saved someone else, becoming their hero. This concept of inherited heroism resonated deeply. Yannis understood that Walder had carried the legacy of a hero from the past. Now, having been entrusted with a key by Gaius, Yannis felt that same legacy living within him. He now saw it as his duty to pass that legacy on. The image of young Ars in a classroom, eagerly raising his hand to accept this very duty, flashed in his mind. It reminded him of a recent conversation with Gaius, who, surrounded by adoring children, had called Yannis their hero and asked for a hero's tale as a final gift. The weight of these legacies, from his master, his friends, and now Gaius, solidified his resolve. Gazing at his sword, he decided he would once more pursue the ideal of the hero he had always envisioned. In April of the holy calendar year 1017, on the outskirts of the Ural Kingdom's royal capital, a sprawling port city rests against the sea, enclosed by formidable stone walls. From this vantage point, Yannis gives a sharp command, sending a squadron of miniature clay dolls, all crafted in his own image, scattering in every direction. He recalls a time 4 years from now, when a squad of holy knights attacked his home village. Letting his anger get the better of him, he wiped them out with an excessive magic attack, a display that he now recognizes as a testament to his abnormal power. It is believed that the subsequent investigation into this explosion by both human and demon armies was the very event that triggered the Ural War campaign. He considers the grim possibilities if he is ever discovered. The Holy Knights would give him only two options: confront them or be won over. In either scenario, the life he has carefully built would be utterly destroyed. To prevent that future, he devised a plan. He spread his mini Kakus across the land, positioning them near key locations like the Kingdom Army base and the Holy Knights base, ordering them to lie low and gather information. It was a necessary measure to gauge how much the humans truly knew. He reflects on his progress with a touch of pride. After 4 long years of struggle, he has become quite adept at remotely controlling the clay dolls, and he internally muses that he deserves some praise for it. He assesses his current security. Right now, no one knows he is a devil. The only humans aware of his abnormal power are his family and a few trusted individuals, like the former Dark Guild members now under his command. He also took the precaution of altering the memories of criminals with magic before turning them in, ensuring no information would leak. He feels this should be enough to keep things covered on the human side. However, the real problem lies with the demon side. The masked demon who witnessed his power was elusive, and he couldn't investigate until Gaius appeared. Now, Yanni's plans to use Gaius's curse to forcibly summon the demons involved in the war and extract the truth from them. Urza, listening, agrees with the plan, noting that it holds benefits for her as well. His mind made up, he stands resolute, adding that besides all these strategic considerations, there is another reason for his actions. He stands at the epicenter of the massive crater his magic created years ago. A smirk plays on his lips as he looks out over the devastation, acknowledging that, in a way, this is all just him cleaning up his own mess. He stands with Gaius at his residence in July of the holy calendar year 1017, observing the massive demonwood trees. Gaius expresses his astonishment, having never heard of them growing so fast. Yannis explains that ours was born with a naturally high magic generation rate, and his body's capacity has grown now that he is 4. If Yannis doesn't continuously draw out the excess magic, the boy still develops a fever. Gaius notes that he can sense this powerful magic without even seeing it. Confirming Gaius's perception, Yannis clarifies his request. He wants Gaius to teach Ars magic control, handling this aspect of his development alongside his sword training. Gaius doesn't mind, but questions why a mage like Yannis or the elf lady, Urza, wouldn't be better suited for the task. From nearby, Urza interjects that they have their reasons and are simply too busy. With a hearty laugh, Gaius accepts, noting that it will serve as good rehabilitation for him as well. His decision is a reflection of his own warrior's code. Yannis internally reflects on how his original plan has shifted. He had intended to use the Ice Dragon gear to restore his own magic, then use Gaius's curse to forcibly summon and kill demons for revenge. But that purpose is no longer necessary. Now, the gear has become something more, proof of the will he inherited from his master and his friend. As if sensing the weight of this history, Gaius declares that this is why he wants to fight demons while wearing the Ice Dragon gear. He looks to Yannis and vows to make it the best gear ever. He turns to Ars, affirming that it's a promise. Overjoyed, Ars cheers that it's time to practice magic control. The boy runs off with Yannis, eager to begin their training. From a window in the residence, Urza watches them go, her expression thoughtful as they disappear into the woods. Later, Yannis finds Urza inside and apologizes, acknowledging that their study time together will be even shorter now. He explains that he feels it's better to deal with Ars's training while the boy is still young. She smiles, replying that she understands humans grow quickly. However, she admits to feeling a bit lonely that the time they can spend together keeps getting shorter. She declined Yannis' suggestion that she take over Ars's training from Gaius. From his desk, Yannis looked up, conceding that he felt the same way. She explained that her skills, those of Master of Shadows, were not suitable for Ars, whom she described as one who walks in the sun. He countered her point, reminding her that while magic control is considered one of his specialties, he feels it's quite the opposite. Ultimately, he argued, whether a technique is light or dark is decided by the person using it. To illustrate his difficulty, he began to explain the nature of his own body. A devil's physical form, he detailed, is made from pseudo-elements whose very foundation is magic power. He then described how he had crammed that magical form into a human-shaped vessel to disguise himself, and then went even further, using normal matter to create something akin to a living body. He summarized the absurdity of his situation with an analogy. For him, explaining how to control magic is like a human trying to teach a robot how to breathe or move its heart. In practice, it's an impossible game, like being forced to demonstrate it while wearing a clumsy mascot suit. Having concluded his explanation, he stood up from his desk. Urza asked if he was heading out, and he confirmed, stating that he was going to Eiffel's Forge to inquire about the Ice Dragon gear. Inside the Eiffel Forge in Vauclay territory, the master smith Zeistem and his assistant stare in utter disbelief at a unique blade. Their faces contort with shock as Zeistem bellows, what the heck is this? The source of their astonishment is a sword crafted from the living tissue of an ice attribute dragon and steel, two materials that are completely fused together as if they were a single, seamless alloy. The very concept is unbelievable to the seasoned smiths. Holding the impossible blade, Zeistum, the head of the handcraft division, demands to know how it was created. He reasons that fusing steel, which requires intense heat, with living tissue, which is destroyed by heat, should be fundamentally impossible. Yannis, standing with his arms crossed and a confident smirk, provides a simple, two-word answer. With magic-based alchemy, he begins to elaborate. On Earth, alchemy was known as a mystical field for turning base metals into precious ones or seeking immortality. In reality, he explains, it was more akin to solid chemistry, using chemical reactions to obtain metals from compounds that were otherwise unusable due to their high melting points. He then contrasts this with his past life. In the hell he came from, normal elements and magical elements naturally combine to form complex matter. To fight the monsters and survive, he spent over 1,000 years in self-study, experimenting with a fusion of both chemistry and magic. Through this millennium of research, Yannis became able to create pseudo-living tissue. This breakthrough allowed him to craft poisons and weapons effective against even spiritual life forms like devils, as well as armor and traps that repel magic. He reveals that his current human disguise is also a product of this advanced science. Bringing the explanation to the present, Yannis notes that magical creatures in this world, like attribute dragons, are similar to the materials of hell, their bodies intrinsically fused with magic. He admits the sword is only a prototype, but the material itself should be first class. He then turns the question back to the smiths. So, how is it as a sword? Zeistum gives no immediate reply. He leans in, his eyes narrowed in intense concentration, scrutinizing the blade with the full weight of his expertise. The master smith's silence makes Yannis visibly anxious. But Zeistum's focus suddenly breaks, his expression transforming into one of fierce, burning determination as he clenches his fist. A decision has been made. The master smith's assistants, while admitting ignorance of magic, praise the quality of the material. Yannis, however, is aghast, exclaiming that he made the blade harder than an attribute dragon's bones, yet it still broke. In response, Zeistum calmly explains the sword's critical flaw. He points out that it lacks flexibility and uniform density, which causes it to shatter easily when force is applied in certain ways. A wide, sharp-toothed grin spreads across Yannis' face as he counters the critique. He explains that the alloy retains the living tissue of the attribute dragon, allowing a wielder to use magic to control its flexibility and even grant its self-repair capabilities. It is, in his words, a living weapon. Zeistum reacts instantly, flipping the young man over his shoulder and onto the floor. He bellows that it is foolish to neglect a weapon's fundamental durability and place the entire burden on the wielder. Sprawled on the ground, Yannis simply laughs and thanks the master. Zeistum, looking down, grumbles that Yannis has taken the words right out of his mouth. He realizes that he can now compensate for this oversight. His alchemy was a custom technique refined specifically for use against devils. He had never designed it with humans in mind, and therefore hadn't noticed the flaw himself. With this new understanding, Yannis eagerly proposes a partnership. If they combine his alchemy with Zeistum's smithing, he declares they can create the ultimate equipment. The idea clearly excites the old smith. The master smith is visibly invigorated by the proposal. He proclaims that the opportunity to challenge a new frontier with such a novel technique, even at his age, makes his blood pump and his muscles feel ready for the task. Shifting to logistics, Yannis asks for an estimated time frame to create a full set of gear. He then requests that they keep his alchemy a secret, a condition the apprentices readily accept, agreeing that such a revolutionary technique should remain exclusive. After a moment of consideration, Zeistum gives his definitive answer. Since this is their first time attempting such a fusion of techniques, it will take 2 years. The master smith is taken aback by the revised schedule, questioning the new 1-year timeline. Yannis confirms it, stating that all the necessary gear will be ready by then. Their goal is to fight the demons and break the curse on Ars's 5th birthday, exactly 1 year from this day. With the plan set, Yannis walks alongside Gaius, who carries the young Ars. Yannis admits that his revenge will have to wait, as he is no longer in such a rush. For the coming year, he declares their focus will be on investigating the human side of the conflict. As Yannis and Gaius walk away, Zeistum asks the small boy how his training is progressing. Ars enthusiastically replies that it's great and fun. The smith notes that for developing magic control, the best path is to learn body enhancement magic. This magic is broadly divided into 3 types. Power armor supplements muscle strength to boost power and explosiveness. Pillar armor supports the skeleton against impacts. Shield armor spreads a defensive spell over the body. The young Ars, remarkably, has already mastered both shield and pillar armor. The boy's proficiency is on full display as he unleashes a powerful lightning cannon spell. Zeistum observes this, realizing it makes sense. With magic that strong, Ars must be instinctively reinforcing himself with defensive arts just to avoid getting seriously hurt. Back with Yannis and Gaius, the former blushes at the praise. Gaius continues, remarking that at this rate, Ars will not only learn the 3rd basic type, power armor, but will likely pick up the advanced flow armor technique that combines all 3 in no time. He marvels at the boy's terrifying potential. Yannis, recovering his composure, tells Gaius to leave it to him and heads back to work. As Yannis walks away, Ars approaches Gaius, checking to see if his dad has already left. Gaius confirms that he has and asks the boy what he needs. The boy leans in and whispers a secret into Gaius's ear. He explains there is something he wants to do, but he doesn't want his dad or mom to find out about it. Gaius listens, his expression shifting to one of surprise. His surprise quickly turns to loud enthusiasm. What? A surprise for their wedding anniversary? That's a great idea, he exclaims, completely missing the point of secrecy. Ars frantically gestures for him to be quiet, but it is too late. In the distance, Yanni stops in his tracks, a bead of sweat on his face. He mutters an apology, realizing he has overheard their secret plan. He stood with his arms crossed, pondering the surprise he had just overheard. The idea of a surprise for Urza brought her smiling face to his mind. Meanwhile, in the servants' quarters, a group of his female staff were already discussing that very topic. What would make a good surprise gift? Deciding to act, he presented himself to the head of civil affairs, the head of agriculture, and the feline beast woman. He explained that since Ars was planning something for their wedding anniversary, he wanted to join in and surprise Urza as well, asking for their opinions on what would be a good gift. The women offered their suggestions. The head of civil affairs proposed that creating a special memory or simply giving them time together could be an option. The head of agriculture thought clothes would be nice, something that lasts. The feline beast woman, however, declared with gusto that for a man, the only real choice was the finest cut of meat. Following up on their ideas, the head of civil affairs cautiously asked Yannis a question for reference. What kinds of things had he given a Lady Urza before? His answer stunned them into silence. He had given her a wedding ring that he had received from someone else. The three women stared, their faces a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Their shock quickly turned to outrage. They shouted that his action was the worst possible thing he could have done, a complete no-go. They demanded he consider how Urza would feel if she ever found out. Flustered, Yannis tried to explain that he had simply handed it over in the heat of the moment. He conceded that they had a point. While he didn't regret giving her the ring, he realized that because he hadn't chosen it himself, it might not feel as meaningful. With a newfound resolve, he declared that the matter was settled. He would give her a new ring. His staff nodded in unanimous approval. In his workshop, the craftsman Zeistem asks Yannis if he intends to make a wedding ring for his wife, offering to use his special alchemy. Yannis declines, stating his desire to forge it with his own hands, without magic, to make it more special. Pleased by this sentiment, Zeistem agrees, noting that the more effort one puts into something, the more it means. He enthusiastically offers to teach Yannis the craft. The process begins. A rough, unfinished ring is held up, the starting point of the project. In the forge, Zeistem hammers glowing metal with expert blows while Yannis sits patiently in the background, observing his mentor. Meanwhile, the diverse and powerful residents of the growing settlement gather. The beastman Vridra stands with the blindfolded warrior Gaius, the determined Vrimus, the cat-eared woman, and the young, horned child Ars, all assembled as a formidable group. Time passes, marked by a flurry of activity. Yannis and Urza handle paperwork. Gaius and Vrimus train fiercely in the woods. The toddler Ars plays near a giant fruit. Vridra lets out a powerful roar, and Urza inspects a small vial. Through it all, Yannis is seen sweating, clearly exhausted by the immense workload. His bag slung over his shoulder, Yannis stands at the door, informing Urza that he is heading out again. She quietly wishes him well, telling him to take care. After he departs, Urza watches the closed door in silence. Her expression is pensive, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she gazes out the window. Later, while being attended to by the head of civil affairs, Urza confides in Liana Sebasta. She explains that while she understands how important her husband's work is, she's been feeling lonely. Lately, even on his days off, he spends all his time focused on making gear for Gaius. She continues, telling Liana that she just wishes they could have a little more time for just the two of them. She adds that Yannis Azuhalus has also been sneaking around and doing something with Gaius. Liana remarks that men can be clumsy about such things. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted as the door bursts open. The young boy, Ars, rushes in, excitedly holding up an envelope. "Mom," he shouts, "I brought you an invitation." Startled by his sudden entrance, Urza looks at the envelope, her previous melancholy replaced by confusion. An invitation, she murmurs to herself. She finds herself led by Yannis into the Demonwood Grove behind their mansion, the occasion being their wedding anniversary. Her attention is caught by strange, glowing pods hanging from the trees. She remarks on the nostalgic sight of what she assumes are Demonwood nuts, but Yannis is surprised she doesn't recognize them. As they observe the pods, one of the beast children explains that they aren't fruit, but the nests of lamp bugs. These creatures love magic and react to it by lighting up, which is why they were used for festival lanterns where the child is from. Hearing this, Yannis laughs, admitting he didn't know either, which causes Urza to tell him not to glare at her. Their attention is then drawn away by a new sight. Under the full moon, the beast children have gathered, and a hand firmly grips the hilt of a wooden sword. The hand belongs to Ars, who stands alone in the clearing. He is dressed in a ceremonial costume of leaves and fur, his face hidden behind a fierce-looking mask as he holds the wooden sword before him. From behind the mask, his eyes are wide and focused. He softly calls out Yanni's true name, Uhulus. His call hangs in the air for a moment before he and the other costumed children begin a synchronized, rhythmic dance with their wooden weapons. The dance builds in intensity, culminating in R's leaping high into the air, his wooden sword poised to strike. Watching the display, Yannis explains to a stunned Urza that this is a sword dance, a performance to demonstrate the results of R's training. He urges her to look closely, noting that the boy is also using enhancement magic. He demonstrates this by fluidly shifting between different magical enhancements, calling out each form. Re-armor for power, Dole armor for stability, and Atra armor for defense. His movements are seamless. Yannis proudly explains to an incredulous Urza that Rs is switching between all three kinds of enhancement magic as he dances, a feat of incredible skill. He watches, realizing the performance isn't over. It seems Rs has more planned, as small, glowing lamp bugs are released into the air. The boy then unleashes a new technique, flow armor, or strama. A vibrant, swirling torrent of magic erupts, guiding the lamp bugs into a breathtaking spectacle of light and color that fills the clearing. Both Yannis and Urza are left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment at the beautiful and complex display before them. Urza murmurs how beautiful it is, recognizing the cleverness of using flow armor magic to control the bugs. Yannis, however, is lost in a different thought, a gentle smile on his face as he reflects on how much Rs, his Uhulus, has grown. He feels overwhelmed, thinking how Rs was just a baby and is now already so capable. The rapid passage of time feels dizzying. Turning to Urza, he asks for her left hand. As he takes her hand, he looks at the ring she wears. He acknowledges that while it's an important gift from a friend, he wasn't the one who chose it for her. He continues, explaining that because the ring she has now holds meaning, he wants to be the one to give her a proper one this time. With gentle precision, he slides a new, delicate ring on her finger, revealing that he made it himself by hand. The new ring, small and intricately crafted into the shape of a flower, now rests on her finger. Watched by the smiling Beastmen and Liana, Urza looks down at her hand, a soft blush gracing her cheeks as she admires the gift. Her moment of quiet joy is shattered by a chorus of voices. The villagers, led by masked Vridra and Gaius, erupt in celebration, shouting out to their dad and mom and wishing them a happy wedding anniversary. Yannis looks on, a fond smile playing on his lips. He can't believe they managed to organize something so elaborate right under his nose without him noticing a thing. Beside him, Urza is completely overwhelmed. Tears of pure happiness stream down her face as she smiles radiantly, declaring that she's so happy, there's no way she could possibly hold back her tears. The joyous atmosphere is infectious. Laughter fills the air as Liana, Vrimus, and even Yannis himself are caught up in the celebration. The bonds of this newfound family grow ever deeper. His laughter rings out as Urza, beaming, tells him it will be her turn to surprise him next time. Yannis playfully chides her for revealing her plan, but she simply declares that she can't wait, her excitement palpable. A figure's determined footsteps echo across a stone courtyard, moving swiftly toward a large, stately residence. In the courtyard, on July 2nd of the holy calendar year, 1018, Uhulus stands within a massive, intricate magic circle he has just finished drawing. Wiping his brow, he sighs in satisfaction, his work complete. Nearby, Urza sits, looking small in comparison to the sprawling, arcane diagram. Urza gazes at the complex pattern with wide-eyed wonder, exclaiming over the big picture. Uhulus explains with a confident smirk that it is a magic circle, which he will use to summon the demon that cursed Gaius. Their conversation is cut short by a sudden, loud crash from within the residence. Both Uhulus and Urza whip their heads toward the sound, their expressions instantly turning to alarm. Reacting immediately, Uhulus bursts through a nearby door, shouting with concern for Gaius and Urza, asking if they are okay. He is met not by an answer, but by a scene of utter chaos. A huge, lumpy, dark brown substance has seemingly exploded, splattering across the walls and floor of the room. Uhulus confirms that Urza is safe behind him, his mind racing to identify the bizarre mess. Urza, peering past him, notes that it isn't a giant pile of poop, leaving Uhulus to wonder what on earth it could be. From within the splattered room, two figures emerge, drenched in the sticky substance. One is Gaius. The other, a cat-eared beast woman, stares blankly and states, "This is a cake." Her calm declaration is met with explosive rage. Uhulus lunges, grabbing the beast woman by her collar, his face a mask of fury. She recoils, her expression one of pure terror. The full scene is revealed, a kitchen utterly destroyed. As the beast woman repeats that it was a cake, Uhulus, standing in the ruined doorway, processes his mistake. He had thought a weapon had gone off. He watches as Urza praises him for his help with the disastrous baking attempt. The young boy, Rs, his face smeared with frosting, joyfully exclaims that the cake is delicious. Urza expresses her relief, glad that their efforts weren't a complete waste. Rs continues to devour the lopsided dessert. Urza explains that since the blind giant Gaius was helping, she was confident the taste would be fine, even if she had no idea what the final, monstrous-looking creation looked like. Sitting at the table with Ars, she elaborates that the cake was originally a surprise to repay Uhulus for their wedding anniversary. However, she reveals that today is a special day for another reason entirely. The reason is announced with a flourish. It is the 5th birthday of the boy they call Uhulus. The child, formerly known as Ars, triumphantly holds a new sword high in the air. The young Uhulus marvels at receiving a real sword. The elder Uhulus cautions his adoptive son not to swing it around carelessly. Gaius smiles, confirming it's a gift from him and the boy's father, before announcing it's time for the day's main event. The main event makes its grand entrance. A knight clad in magnificent, ornate white armor, holding a massive polearm, stands before them. The entire family, the elder Uhulus, the younger Uhulus, and Urza, stares in awe. The knight explains to the younger Uhulus that his father, the elder Uhulus, crafted this very set of ice dragon gear for him. The boy thinks it looks incredibly cool. Urza remarks to the elder Uhulus that while the armor is flashy, a top personal knight for a noble must look impressive. With a chuckle, the elder Uhulus suggests they proceed with the curse-breaking ritual. Gaius, his face covered in intricate markings, eagerly agrees, stating he can't wait to see the ice dragon gear in action with his own eyes. The setting for this ritual is a vast stone courtyard, upon which 2 enormous and complex summoning circles have been inscribed. A voice declares their intent. From this point on, they will forcibly summon demons and slay them. Standing with his arm raised, Uhulus explains the final preparations to Urza and his son. He has sealed the entire residence within a special barrier. No one can enter or leave, not even by teleportation, and an additional spell prevents anyone outside from witnessing the events about to unfold. He stands within the vast, intricate summoning circle, facing the knight clad in ice dragon gear. The knight, identifying himself as Boris, confirms that he has ordered the servants to remain on standby in a place called Eiffel, ensuring Uhulus can fight without holding back. Boris then adds a final instruction, forbidding Uhulus from using a certain, unspecified move. Uhulus calmly agrees, stating he had no intention of using it. With the safety briefing concluded, Boris takes a deep breath and asks if Uhulus is prepared for what is to come. In response, Boris himself lets out a tremendous, guttural roar, his body tensing and his armored fists clenching with raw power. The display of power elicits different reactions from the onlookers. Uhulus watches with a faint, knowing smile. Young Arza's eyes are wide with pure excitement, while Urza appears tense and slightly unnerved by the knight's intensity. His spirit ignited, Boris stares down the center of the summoning circle, his voice booming with a challenge. Bring it on any time. As he issues the challenge, the intricate runes of the massive circle on the floor begin to glow with an intense, ethereal light. Uhulus and Boris stand poised at opposite ends, the air crackling with anticipation for the ritual to commence. Standing beside Urza and a young Ars, Yannis explains his intentions. He scheduled this event on Aluz's birthday, believing it would be a fitting present for a boy who dreams of becoming a hero. The boy looks up with wide, eager eyes. Yannis internally reflects that an opportunity to safely observe a demon this closely, with such thorough preparations, is rare. He acknowledges that even if the opponent is a demon, they will be showing Ars something as extreme as taking a life. He steels his resolve, deciding this is for his own benefit as well. It has only been 5 years, but he muses that Uhulus has endured much in that short time and should now be capable of thinking for himself and making his own judgments. As his thoughts conclude, a knight clad in ornate armor announces, "Here they come." A swirling mass of dark energy erupts from a glowing sigil on the ground before him. The shadowy energy coalesces, revealing a figure wreathed in black flames. The demon Set has fully materialized, looking around in disorientation. The knight Boris greets the being casually, "Yo, demon." Set, clearly confused by his sudden arrival, glances around and questions where he is. When Boris asks if he remembers his face, Set flatly denies it, stating he cannot tell human faces apart. More importantly, he demands to know if this is the human world and how he was summoned. He stands impatiently within the summoning circle, declaring he has no time to waste on humans. Busy with his research, he demands to be returned to the demon world at once. Changing his approach, Boris points to the intricate dark markings on his own face. "Then let me ask a different way," he says. "Do you recognize this curse?" Set's gaze sharpens. A flicker of recognition crosses his features. "Ah, I see," he murmurs, a dawning understanding in his voice. "So you're that human." He finally places a knight. Set recalls the past encounter, identifying Boris as the human who impertinently escaped his curse. He also remembers another human who shielded Boris, throwing a spear at Set before dying. The memory of losing one of his precious sides in that exchange is truly infuriating to the demon. Boris confirms that the spear-throwing human did indeed die, noting with satisfaction that Set's anti-dragon curse has been proven effective on humans as well. The demon laments that if he could have, he would have loved to watch the very moment that human's life was snuffed out. As the exchange continues, Yanni's watches intently, a feeling growing that something is off about the situation. Beside him, Urza and Ars share looks of concern, while Boris remains stoic and grim. He wonders where this demon's confidence is coming from. Yanni's assesses Set as a fairly strong demon, but nowhere near Gaius' level. Having faced Gaius on the battlefield, Set should know the vast difference in their power. The knight's resolve hardens, the curse marking stark on his face as he declares his intent to kill Set. Observing this, Urza concludes that there is no chance to break the curse without a fight and tells her companion to get ready. Set cackles, mocking Boris as a half-blind dead man walking, and vowing to curse him again, this time to watch him die and use the event as data. His gaze then drifts past the combatants. Set notes there are only 4 humans present and laments the small sample size, wishing a town were nearby for more subjects. Ars watches the demon's casual cruelty with wide, worried eyes. This statement triggers a thought in Yanni's. He recalls Set calling it an anti-dragon curse, but deduces that there's no way the demon's magic alone would be powerful enough to affect and attribute dragon. This means something else is at play. He understands now, and the situation is bad. Yanni shouts out, not to Boris, but to Set, acknowledging him as a skilled mage for a human, but also a fool. He accuses Set of being the one who dragged him here through a force summoning linked to the curse. With this new understanding, Yannis yells for Gaius, declaring a change of plans. Set confirms his suspicion with a flourish, explaining that the summoning spell wasn't just for him. It was designed to bring forth every last one of the casters of that original curse, revealing a swarm of other insectoid demons who participated in the ritual. The full weight of the situation crashes down on Yannis. He realizes it was a multi-caster cooperative spell, far more complex and dangerous than he had anticipated. He watched the chaos unfold with a smug grin, his plan proceeding as intended. From a distance, Yannis called out Master to get Gaius' attention. The newly summoned demon, Set, turned his focus to the blind warrior, addressing him by name. The demon leader ignored Yannis, instead issuing sharp commands to his insectoid brethren. He warned them that while the anti-dragon curse is a guaranteed kill, their target is a top-class human. Set ordered them not to let their guard down, just because he's blind, instructing them to erect defenses against both physical and magical attacks and prepare for a rapid, multi-cast assault. Responding to his command, Set and his kin began to chant in unison. The air filled with the strange, chittering sounds of their coordinated incantation. The swarm of insectoid demons descended upon Gaius. As they closed in, Set began his own incantation, preparing a secret art known as Vepra Lava alongside the anti-dragon curse. But before he could finish, an unseen attack struck Set. He cried out in pain and surprise, his concentration shattered as he was thrown back. A concussive blast of ice erupted from the side, engulfing the area where the demons were gathered in a violent, crystalline explosion. The frigid assault partially encased Set, freezing him mid-motion with a look of shock on his face. In the distance, Boris the Knight stood firm, his polearm extended, revealed as the source of the powerful ice attack. In the icy cavern, with the defeated Knight Boris standing by, Urza and Gaius erupt in celebration. Urza praises Gaius for his amazing performance, while the large warrior, his blindfold now gone, joyfully shouts that they succeeded. As the initial excitement settles, Yannis stands before the group and addresses Gaius directly, asking him how the light feels after all this time. Gaius quietly affirms that it does. A tear streams down Gaius' face as he looks up, a pained but grateful smile forming. He confesses that, honestly, the light stings his eyes like crazy. His raw emotion is met with warm smiles from Yannis and Urza, who watches Gaius is overcome with the simple joy of sight. Seeing him covering his face, Urza steps closer, asking if his eyes hurt. Gaius lowers his hand, his expression resolute, stating that despite the sting, he was finally able to see the ice dragon gear with his own eyes as the ornate armor is removed from Boris. Overcome with gratitude, the large man drops to his knees before Yannis, bowing his head in a moment of profound reverence. He then erupts with a thunderous shout of thanks, addressing Yannis, his master Boris, and Lady Urza. Urza beams, exclaiming how happy she is for him. His voice ringing with conviction, Gaius swears his loyalty to Yannis' entire family. He pledges to use all his experience, knowledge, and everything he has inherited in their service, vowing to never forget this debt for as long as he lives. Yannis breaks the solemn mood with a smirk, calling Gaius a drama queen and suggesting they head back to continue the party. Urza happily agrees, telling Gaius they will be friends forever and that she'll be counting on him. Standing within the fading magic circle, Yannis remarks that with the tension gone, he's suddenly starving. He looks around at the icy aftermath and asks what they should do about cleaning up, to which Urza casually replies they can handle it after the ice melts. He stood on the fractured rooftop, observing that things were going moderately well. Beside him, the newly freed Gaius, now wearing a blindfold, conceded the point. Nearby, Urza held the infant Uhulus as the defeated knight, Boris, stood silently in his armor. He continued, explaining with some satisfaction that the curse-breaking event had concluded without issue and that he had even managed to extract information from demons using his demon soul eye. He then turned to Gaius, playfully asking if his companions looked as he had imagined. A flustered Gaius replied that his mental image didn't need to be accurate. Suddenly, the casual atmosphere shattered. Yanni's eyes widened in alarm as a sinister, dark aura flared to life around Gaius. "Gaius, defend yourself," he roared. Before anyone could fully react to the warning, a violent vortex of energy erupted where Gaius stood. As Urza cried out his name in shock, Yanni shoved her and the infant Uhulus away from the epicenter of the blast. The energy detonated with immense force, tearing apart the stone rooftop in a deafening explosion. Amidst the settling dust and debris, Urza clutched Uhulus tightly, her voice trembling as she asked what had just happened. Yannis, his back turned to her, spoke her name with grim finality. He glanced back over his shoulder, a resolute but somber smile on his face as he extended a hand toward her. "Take care of Uhulus," he commanded. Her expression, mirrored by the infant in her arms, twisted into one of pure shock and dawning horror at the implication of his words. In that instant, a chain of catastrophic explosions tore through the towering structure behind them. Yannis was silhouetted against the inferno, flung helplessly into the air by the force of the blast as his companions watched from the ruined rooftop below. Powerless, Urza could only watch him vanish into the conflagration, her eyes welling with tears as her face crumpled in anguish. She found herself enveloped by a swirling vortex of energy, a protective cocoon shielding her and the infant Uhulus from the blast that had just consumed the building. Her eyes widened in horrified realization as she recognized the familiar pattern of the magic. It was her master's barrier. Nearby, Bors frantically scanned the rubble, shouting for his lord, but Yannis was nowhere to be seen. The thought was unbearable. She couldn't even begin to imagine that man dying. Uhulus, too, seemed to sense the loss, his cries echoing her own internal despair. The reality of the situation crashed down upon her, and a raw scream of denial tore from her throat. Impossible. Lord Saikyou. As the dust and smoke from the explosion began to settle, a new figure emerged from the devastation, his form cutting through the haze. He regarded the barrier with a thoughtful hum. The insectoid being assessed the shield with a critical eye, remarking that it was an excellent barrier technique to have withstood his magic bullet. He then turned his attention to Urza, correctly identifying the man who shielded her as the one who had summoned his kin and their underlings. At his words, a paralyzing terror seized her. Her body refused to move, locked in place by a primal fear she could not overcome. The creature seemed to pay her fear no mind, instead looking down at a piece of wreckage in his hand. He lamented the loss of his poor Karakiris, his loyal kin. He acknowledged that while the weak are at fault in their world, his servant was merely a non-combat researcher, making his death a waste. He then fixed his gaze back on the terrified dark elf, commenting on the cruelty of subjecting proper military operations to such unjust vigilante punishment. He apologized for his rudeness, noting that he had not yet asked for her name. Before she could even think to respond, he offered his own introduction with a formal, almost theatrical gesture. He declared his name as Theokia Maistos, revealing his titles as the king of the demon insect tribe and one of the four heavenly kings of the demon army. The insectoid demon regarded the woman before him, his voice echoing amidst the rubble. He addressed her as a lovely lady, his tone a strange mix of politeness and menace. As Urza clutched the terrified Uhulus tightly, the demon posed a simple question. "What is your name?" At the Lord's castle in Eiffel, within the Vauclé territory, someone sweeps the grounds. Nearby, the infant Uhulus sits, his stomach rumbling as he thinks to himself, wondering if the other Uhulus is eating lots of delicious food right now. It is revealed that Uhulus is on the back of the great dragon, Bors, and it is Urza who is sweeping the massive scales. As Bors lets out a questioning rumble, Urza chides him, telling him not to be selfish and that sometimes a family just wants to celebrate a birthday by themselves. She flatly refuses the unspoken suggestion to sneak in. The dragon seems to suggest flying over the castle walls, but Urza dismisses the idea, stating that it wouldn't be sneaking at all. She reminds him that they couldn't get in anyway, as everyone's magic keys have been collected. Suddenly, both she and Bors are startled by an unseen force. Urza looks around in alarm, questioning what is happening, while the dragon lets out a low, trembling growl of confusion. Elsewhere, a group of beastmen feel the disturbance. One notes that the weather has turned suddenly. A cat-eared woman shivers, remarking that the air has become heavy and is giving her chills. Their leader, the lion man Vridra, looks up intently, identifying the phenomenon not as weather, but as a strong magic presence. The potent magic is felt across the land, drawing the attention of another powerful figure whose eyes narrow with sharp awareness. Within a grand library, an attendant approaches Queen Uruga Jorm Astanoito, reporting that the spirits are in an uproar. The queen simply acknowledges the grave news. A sense of dread permeates the air, carrying a silent, desperate hope that nothing terrible is about to occur. The source of the overwhelming presence reveals itself. As Urza clutches the beast child Imachan, a voice booms with authority, announcing, "My name is Theokia Maistos." The voice continues, declaring its titles: King of the Demon Insect Tribe, and one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army. The towering insectoid demon leaned forward, its multifaceted eyes fixed on the small, horned woman. With a voice that was unervingly polite, it inquired, "Lovely lady, what is your name?" Before she could answer, her mind reeling in terror, the scene shifts back through time. Nearly 2 millennia ago, in the chaotic expanse of the Earth-Hell realm, a different conflict was unfolding under a crescent moon. There, a much younger, more feral version of the demon Keikaku, with dark wings and a tail, stood over a defeated, hulking demon. The larger demon, bleeding from its face, demanded to know whose kin Keikaku was, but the young devil furiously dismissed the question, shouting that he didn't care about such things. He, a nameless, low-class devil at the time, grinned with bloodied teeth, declaring this his first victory against another devil. He taunted his fallen foe, telling him to sit still and let him devour his magic and soul. Back in the present, Urza found herself standing on one of several glowing, intricate magic circles that had materialized on the ground around her. She looked around in utter confusion, questioning what was happening. From his position, Theokia Maistos observed the scene, its voice dripping with condescension. It addressed the unseen Yanis, remarking on the foolishness of a low-class devil daring to lay hands on the kin of a high-class one, questioning if he was simply too young and ignorant to know better. The concept of kin is a fundamental one in demonic hierarchy. They are devils born when a higher-ranking devil forms a contract with a dead soul, binding them as a servant. In his past, Keikaku himself had amassed such followers, and it was through this system that he learned a harsh lesson. Any harm inflicted upon a kin is directly transmitted to the master who shares their soul. For his transgression 1,900 years ago, the young Keikaku suffered a brutal, retaliatory strike. Recalling this painful memory, Yanis cursed his carelessness. He stood beside a worried Urza, realizing he had just made a critical mistake, one he would never have made back in his prime during his days in hell. He understood now. If the contracts binding kin function like the soul contracts between devils, then Theokia possessed a power far greater than any spell Yanis had prepared. The Demon King had ingeniously turned Yanis' own force-summoning magic circle against them. He realized his error with a jolt. He had been far too careless, and the name that escaped his lips was a testament to his regret. Elsa. His carelessness brought to mind a solemn promise, her voice echoing from the past with a desperate plea. Take care of Uhulus. In the present, Urza found the situation unbelievable. The towering demon before her, Theokia Maistos, noted her silence with a hint of amusement, remarking that it was a shame she wouldn't tell him her name. Her disbelief stemmed from the sheer power radiating from him. Though only one person stood in front of her, the magical pressure she felt was akin to facing an entire swarm of powerful attribute dragons. A chilling realization dawned on her. This being was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon army, one of the 5 strongest entities in the entire demon realm. As Uhulus watched with wide, worried eyes, Urza covered her mouth, overwhelmed. The magic emanating from Theokia was greater than anything she had ever felt, even from her own lord. A dreadful question formed in her mind. Was Yanis truly defeated? Theokia addressed the kneeling Urza, noting her poor condition but stating he had no intention of harming her. His purpose, he declared, was solely to punish the culprits who had killed his kin. He continued, his voice devoid of mercy, explaining that he would drag them off to the demon realm to stand trial, whether they were alive, dead, or already torn to pieces. Urza cried out in defiance, refusing to let him proceed. The threat of Yanis being dragged away, his very body taken to the demon realm, was too much for Uhulus to comprehend. His lord gone, but shock quickly turned to conviction. Uhulus roared, his small voice filled with unwavering faith, declaring that neither his dad nor Gaius would ever lose to someone like Theokia. He stares up at the towering demon king, his eyes burning with unwavering defiance. Theokia Maistos gazes down at the small child, a flicker of unease stirring within him as he observes the boy's intense gaze. Those eyes, he thinks. The demon king's unease solidifies into a distinct feeling of aversion. He senses something within that gaze that he truly dislikes, a quality that feels unnatural and unsettling coming from a mere child. This unsettling feeling prompts a change in his plans. He addresses Urza directly, his voice devoid of its earlier, almost courteous tone. I take back what I said, my lady, he declares, causing her to flinch in surprise. I'll be taking your child as well. He extends a hand, his demand clear. Hand him over quietly, Theokia commands, adding a veiled threat by suggesting she would prefer the boy be taken alive. The words echo in Urza's mind, but they are drowned out by a more pressing memory. Yanis' final plea before his disappearance. Elsa, take care of Uhulus. That memory galvanizes her. Her hesitation vanishes, replaced by a steely resolve. Sweat trickles down her temple as her expression hardens, her jaw clenched in defiance. She acts. With a swift movement, Urza draws a small blade and steps between her charge and the Demon King. The internal conflict is over. That's right, she realizes with absolute clarity. Asterisk, what was I hesitating for? A mother's role is to protect her son. Asterisk. A shadowy, demonic form of Yanni's looms over Urza, who holds a blade defensively. He warns her that her resistant attitude is unacceptable. Before she can react, the insectoid demon Thika Maistos lunges forward, declaring he will take her by force as he unleashes a volley of magic bullets. The assault is abruptly halted as Yanni's appears, grabbing Theokia's head and ordering him to stop. The demon is stunned by the sudden intervention, just as an explosion erupts near the blindfolded warrior, Gaius. In a flash, Yanni's teleports himself, Urza, and Ars to safety. Ars cries out for his father as they reappear. Theokia is left baffled, while Gaius finds himself unharmed inside a hexagonal barrier. Yanni's voice echoes, apologizing for his lateness and explaining he wanted to check on Gaius without the cockroach noticing. Theokia sees with disbelief. He cannot comprehend how Yanni's could instantly cast a barrier to block his attack, protect someone else, and escape without a scratch. He bellows that no mere human could possess such power. Reappearing beside a laughing Urza, Yanni's dryly states he is honored by the high praise. He tells Urza to watch her tone, then addresses Theokia, stating that some humans are capable of such feats and that he should go home. Urza's amusement gives way to internal admiration. She reflects on how Yanni's dispelled the tension instantly. She believes no mere human should have such power, but for her lord, she accepts it, even if he were one of the demon armies for heavenly kings. His focus returning to the battle, Yanni's declares his intent to eliminate any threat. He gathers energy, preparing to unleash an attack he names Warrior's Magic Bullet. He instructs Urza and Ars to stay close, noting that his opponent is now showing his true colors and has become easy to read. He stands firm as a barrage of dark projectiles hurtles toward his hexagonal barrier. As Theokia unleashes a powerful spell called General's Magic Bullet, Yanni's counters with his own magic, erecting a repulsion barrier to deflect the incoming onslaught. He stands firm as Theokia Maistos unleashes a devastating attack, the Conqueror's Magic Bullet. Behind him, Urza and Gaius brace for impact, while the infant Ulus, held by Urza, looks up at the spectacle with delight, comparing it to fireworks. The blast collides with a shimmering hexagonal shield. Yanni's has erected a fourfold barrier, which completely absorbs the cataclysmic explosion, protecting everyone within its dome. The barrier holds, leaving its occupants untouched amidst a cratered and obliterated landscape. Yanni's extends his hand, gathering the residual energy of Theokia's attack and compressing the immense power into a tiny, manageable form. He clenches his fist, and the captured energy dissipates into nothing. With a confident smirk, he asks, "All right, what's next?" Urza stares, amazed, admitting that at this point, she has to completely rethink her view of him. The insectoid demon, Theokia, seems genuinely impressed. He acknowledges Yanni's strength, declaring him worthy of respect. For a threat of this magnitude, he announces he will respond with his full power. Yanni's simply watches his opponent, his expression unreadable as he calmly replies, "I see." His calm demeanor seems to be the final trigger. Theokia begins to gather an immense amount of dark energy, his power warping the very ground as black, viscous tendrils of magic erupt around him. Sensing the immense danger, Yanni's turns to Urza with a serious command. She must take Ulus and get as far away as she possibly can. Without hesitation, she agrees. As she prepares to move, Urza looks back in horror at the sheer scale of the magic being gathered. The power is even greater than before. Theokia now stands at the center of a colossal, cracking sphere of pure dark energy. With a final surge, Theokia unleashes his ultimate technique, roaring its name for all to hear, Demon Labyrinth. Cosmic Scale's Venom Labyrinth. A complex, otherworldly dungeon manifests around Yanni's, its entrance gaping within a verdant, alien landscape. The demon's ultimate spell transports Yanni's, trapping him within the Cosmic Scale's Venom Labyrinth. He finds himself standing in a bizarre, alien jungle, surrounded by towering, strange mushrooms and menacing flora. Yet, far from being intimidated, a wide, predatory grin spreads across his face, revealing a row of sharp teeth. He seems to relish the challenge presented by this hostile new world.